Rolling, 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 rolling. Hello. Just kind of waiting for the YouTube to start recording. The YouTube takes a little bit. I'd figure right about now it should start. So hello. Hello, everybody. I'm back. I've had... If you've kind of kept up either on Twitter or Discord, you would know that I've had a rough week now of just being terribly ill. This morning I woke up and I kind of deluded myself into thinking that like I'm at or close to 100% now. So I think I'm going to do a stream today and catch up with you guys and cover a debate that I've been meaning to cover for a while now, which is the Lycan versus Serfs. This is hosted and moderated by Dylan Burns, and frankly, it was something that I had helped Lycan with in private before the debate. We had talked about, some points that might get brought up, some of his approaches, how that's looking rhetorically, how is that going to play into somebody like TheSerfs, who I have at least some firsthand experience debating with or handling in real time. It's difficult to put my finger on this,
my
but
version of being polite is to all
Darth
costs
Bane,
avoid
thanks.
rudeness, and it feels like I have a
Who is
much better chance of
Booksmarts?
making
That's
that
a good
work
ass
by
question.
shutting up than by speaking.
I mean, at this point,
Who is Booksmarts?
yeah, I mean, at this point, who knows? It's been so long. Yeah, so, Lycan and I had kind of workshopped some of his arguments prior to the debate, which, was...
What is this?
Wow. Thank you, Wah. Wow, Wah and Darth Bane. Awesome. Thanks, guys. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, a little bit, dude. A little bit. I mean, more like book farts. Dang, we got the whole fucking Discord in here. What's up, everybody? Book smarts more like back smarts. Yeah, hopefully, dude. I mean, I'm known for some of my back end stuff, if you know what I mean. But, I don't know. Anywho, so I was helping Lycan with some of his arguments. I have some experience with the Serfs. Now, the problem with the Serfs is let's not roast the Serfs. We'll kind of get into that as we go through this debate. But one of the other things I wanted to mention on the subject of like having first person experience with something, this may just be like a delusion of my mind, but I think that there is a lot of value in having firsthand experience talking with somebody, because at least for me, I don't think I can get a feel for like the way that somebody argues or the way they process information in real time unless I feel like my hands are on the levers and I can like respond to what they're doing in real time. It's always difficult to like watch one of these debates and to like see somebody else at the helm and like trying to interact with that person and then trying to extrapolate some information about the interlocutors from that. I feel like that's always going to be different than having the opportunity of like doing whatever you would want in real time and being able to question them however you want and like seeing how they respond. And I feel like I got a good feel for how the Serfs handles conversations when I was able to talk with him and Destiny at the same time. And I think that some of that came off helpful for Lycan in the prep. And some of the directions that Serfs ended up going in the conversation were actually similar to what we had prepped for. Although, unfortunately, and this was something that I brought up in our prep, he sometimes won't answer questions. He has this thing where he has a belief and he'll stick to the belief. Like maybe he has 2 or 3 bullet points of an idea, like the military is bad. And then he kind of plays around those, or like, life is always greater than property, and he's not willing to give on those. And so a lot of what you're going to do is you're going to like flesh out where those sticking points are with him and try to like dance around them, because it's almost like if you're playing a game of tag and he has one of his like feet in a vat of cement. Like one of them is just cemented to the floor, and he has to pivot and move around this single point on the floor. But if you kind of circle around him, you can get an idea for where the center point of his like circle of reach is. And you're like, oh, okay. I presume that at the center of this, the singularity is some principle that like you can't move off of, and you're like creating all your decisions from. And what it means is he can only really go so far in arguments. He can only really extrapolate things so far, which can be frustrating. But, you know, there's ways of dealing with that if you wanted to. It just, it can make it frustrating if you wanted to, like, change his mind on something or explore an idea. Because, again, he's got a foot in cement. He's not really able to move from that spot. He's kind of limited by that. And so that can be, you know, a sticking point, a little bit of frustration. But that was something that, like, I really got a feel for talking with him and Steven, right? And I think one of the most fun things was to really focus on that foot and to be like, why is this stuck here? Why can't this be stuck somewhere else, right? And to get him to start to question where he should be pivoting from at all, I found to be something fun in the Destiny conversation. And while, like, you know, you may be able to get him to perceive the foot as like 2 feet to the right or to the left. If he notices that he's uncomfortable and that he's moved away from that position, he'll immediately snap back to it. And then you've kind of lost all progress. So at some level, it's kind of more productive to just not play around with that. But that's something I like to do. Anywho, that's enough ranting on that. We'll kind of go through all of that. Just keep in mind, I have the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat in front of me as per the usual. You guys are on my phone as well as on the laptop. I think I'm going to have to look at my phone because we're on the mobile setup today. We're in Tijuana de Playas in Mexico. And we're going to be here until mid-April. And then after mid-April, I don't know where I'm going to go. Let me know if you have any recommendations as far as places in the U.S. that have really nice weather in mid-April to mid-May. And if you have any recommendations, I'd totally love to hear you out. How am I feeling? Not super fantastic, but, you know, not the worst. I've felt the worst for, you know, about a week now. Anywho, I'm going to toss it over to some music while I finish 2 or 3 more things of prep in the background. Hope you guys bear with me in the interim. And yeah, we'll get right into it. I look forward to today. It'll be good to talk to you guys again. really a D&D refugee stream? I thought he did that on Wednesdays. Also, chat, I'm curious, there's anything else you want to talk about, whether it's a video or anything else, let me know in the chat right now, and I'll kind of put some notes down. I know it's been a week of just radio silence, so if there's anything else, just let me know, and I'll kind of keep track of all that right now before we get into it. We'll start in a sec. I'm just going to open the window real quick. I want some air. Actually, do I? Here, we're all done. Here. Rock with you. Where is this playlist? This is all custom, ho. This is by Jacob Sampson. He does all of the music for the YouTube channel and for the stream. So he created this intro track, like specifically for the stream. So yeah, that's where the playlist is. He's gonna lay down on the floor this stream. I most certainly am not. Come on. The floor is actually pretty fucking dirty. If I'm being real with you, the floor is pretty fucking dirty. Because the thing is, with these windows open and like the sea breeze rolling in and the smells of Mexico, I think it leaves like a film on the floor. And you know what? I think I might want to put on socks. The film has been bothering me so much, especially since becoming sick. I don't know if it's because I low-key have another like neurodivergent problem aside from my anxiety, but when I get sick, I get very like touchy about things. I get very like I'm very particular to everything. I start to notice like all the phlegm in my throat. I notice like my fingernails. I notice every like itch or like uncomfortability. I think that there are bugs that are crawling on me. Like when I was a kid, I used to have to like put all these thoughts out of my mind and realize that like they weren't helpful and like train myself out of thinking or paying attention to them. But when I'm sick, they really overwhelm me. And one of those feelings is like the film that's on the floor. And when it gets on my feet and I feel I don't have like the solidest connection to the ground and I wonder about what all the film is, ugh, it throws my brain for a loop, dude. It's really, really, really gross. So yeah, that's one of many things that's going through my messed up brain right now. It just sounds like you're irritable when in a bad mood, which is normal. Maybe. But I think the irritability gets to like it doesn't turn to like frustration with things. It turns into like almost like I can't go to sleep if I feel like there's phlegm in my throat because I'm worried that I'll suffocate in my sleep. Like they turn into like very spiraling anxious thoughts that are just no good. So I'm hesitant to call it irritability because I'm not sure if it's just being irritable because it's combined with like some mental habits that are not good. I missed you, Books. I missed you guys too. I wanted to stream yesterday, but
version of being
the
polite
problem
is
was
to at all costs avoid rudeness.
and
it feels
have
like
this
I have a
fatigue,
much better chance of making that work by shutting
and the
up
fatigue
than
is
by
really
speaking.
bad. Thank you so much, CB.
Yo, what's up, Book?
Not much, dude. I have this fatigue, and it was like I would walk into a room, and I would just forget what I was meaning to get out of there, or I would be standing by the front door, and I'm like, why did I want to leave the house? I've been real fucking goofy, so I've been drinking a ton of water and Gatorade because maybe it's dehydration or malnutrition or something else. It rocked my world having food poisoning. It really did. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced the wonderful sensation of defecating and vomiting at the exact same time. It's not fun, and you can only prepare for one of them, really. So I'll leave it up to you guys which of those I didn't prepare for. But yeah, it wasn't a fun, few days. COVID? No. Okay. You guys are gonna fucking laugh at me, but here's what happened. So I had to go do laundry, okay? And I go to do my laundry, and of course you have to wait, You put your laundry in the laundromat, and you gotta wait. I know nobody's gonna steal my shit, so I leave it there, of course. And I go next door. And what's next door but a highly rated Mexican sushi spot? Hell yeah, brother. I've had so much good food here. I've enjoyed all of it, from the tacos to the enchiladas to the chilaquiles. I've enjoyed all of it. And so I order 2 mystery orders because I just say, what's your recommendation? I'll have that. And then she's like, oh, we have a 2-for-1 deal. You may as well just get 2. And there's different kinds. I'm like, sick. I didn't even know what they were. And so I ate them. I left like half of it. I felt fine. And then at maybe 4:00 in the morning, I was like, oh, I don't feel good at all. My mouth is all watery. And so started the beginning of the end for me, dude. So yeah, I had some Mexican sushi that really fucked me up. And that's what happened the last few days. I've had food poisoning or stomach flu or something. And on the first 2 days, I couldn't keep down water. That's how bad it was. I could not keep down water in my stomach. I was getting delusional. I was dizzy. I couldn't walk. And basically, the people I was talking to in private were like low-key suggesting that if I can't keep the fluids down, I need to go to the hospital. So I was very close to going to the hospital to get an IV, like fluid drip, because I could not keep down water. Now, I just eventually fought through it and just like fought every dry heave to get the water out. I suppressed it all and I fucking held on to the water, but yeah, it was not good. So I'm better now, like by a lot, but you know, I'm still not 100%. Yesterday, like I said, I was walking into rooms and like, where are you? I'm in Playas de Tijuana in Mexico. And yeah, so I walked into rooms not knowing what I was there for. I was forgetting shit. Like I had memory equivalent to like being stoned out of my mind, but I was not stoned out of my mind, and it was like coming and going. So I hope my brain's not broken after all this. I'm gonna put you guys over there. Oh man, thank you, Broken Design. More like book sharts, am I right, laddies? Well, luckily I didn't have any sharts, you know. Typically if my body told me that, you know, something was evacuating from that end of things, I would prepare for it. So, yeah. What are we analyzing today? Today, we're analyzing Lycan versus the Serfs. But before that, I just want to check a few things technically. We are on a mobile setup, of course. I don't have any whatchamacallit, I don't have any lights, so let me know if the lighting is good. Let me know if the mic is enough volume. If not, I can try and turn it up or down. Do you hear anything? How is everything? Does it all sound good? Are we okay? Can I get the white power sign? Can I get the white power sign in chat if we're okay? The Serfs. Yeah, the Serfs. I was hoping you would do this one. Yeah. I wanted to do it the day after it came out, but I got super duper sick. If you got stoned, it would have canceled out the memory loss. It's PEMDAS. Oh, okay. PEMDAS. I remember that from school. Didn't work. Sounds good. Light could be better, but it's fine. Yeah. Okay. I opened the stream and the first thing I heard was sharts. My body will usually... Oh no, ethnic water. That's one thing I don't want a glass of right now, dude. Just some fucking ethnic water. Holy shit. That's the last thing I need, is to accidentally drink a fucking glass of tap water. I almost did that yesterday. That's how I knew my brain was fucking fried. That's why I've been having to tell all my essay clients, like, I'm like canceling and refunding a bunch of work that got booked. I'm putting stuff off. Like, I told them, I'm like, you don't want the dude that fucking almost drank a glass of Mexican tap water fucking, you know, writing your paper right now. Thank you for the okays. Thank you. I hope, let's see. The Destiny Serfs vid is the vid that I found you through. Oh, well then there you go. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That was a fun experience. I'd like to do that more, but, I'm such a needy diva, dude. I'm such a needy diva. I feel like if I was in that position again, I would treat it similarly, but I would intervene more. And I don't feel like people want you intervening all the time, and it's kind of annoying to them. But man, could we get through so much fucking good stuff in a debate if you had Booksmarts there, like forcing both of you to fucking make forward progress. Holy shit. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe that's egotistical to think, but like, I honestly think if I had to sit in between two people and like I had the authority to like control the conversation, it's not any like sit back like modern debate and let it play out. It's like, no, I'm not sitting here as a third party listening to you two fucking idiots ramble at each other. You're fucking smart enough to like make good points and good arguments. You understand your positions well enough to defend them. I want to see that happen. And like, you know, just fucking push people, dude, because people need that shit. It's fucking annoying. Can you hold off for like 20 minutes while I run to the gas station to grab drinks? Nope. Good luck, dude. Denied. Oh, in case you guys haven't seen this video, here, I'll ask in the chat. Have you guys seen Stuart Keating's new video of the voice impressions? It's the same guy that did the rhetorical blunders video, did a video of impressions, and I think that was another funny one. Dude's putting out bangers. Marriage counselor, Booksmarts. Yeah, like a marriage counselor, dude. Like, I don't know. I feel like people need that. It would be completely different from like a normal debate, but Jesus, I think some people need it, dude. Like, oh man, some people really need it. Speaking of which, I watched that Mel versus Vosh thing, and I'm not gonna talk about it too much because Mel is on the no list of like not covering, so we're not gonna do like a formal like review of that. But that didn't look good for Vosh. And his follow-up video where he was gonna clarify like why he approached it that way didn't look good either. So I was just kind of Pikachu faced, like, wait, how did this end up this way? I don't know. I'm kind of like, ew, you're both kind of lucky that I don't fucking cover Mel, because holy shit, that just did not look good. Sometimes I think that, dude. Sometimes I'll low-key watch like some of the people on the no list debate somebody. I'm like, ooh, that other person is lucky that I don't cover their interlocutor, because holy shit, that just did not look good for them. Oh my goodness. But you know, that's kind of the nature of some of the people on the no list, is they bring out like the awful in people. And unfortunately, the awful in Vosh is something that's like indicative of his thought process. Like, I said this on the Discord. Yeah, he is kind of just making excuses for being bad faith. I said this on the Discord, but when Vosh is talking to Mel the way that he is, it's almost like it's not like 100% bad faith. It feels like instead of seeing like 30 to 40% of what Vosh actually believes, we kind of get closer to like 60 to 80 in terms of like the tone that he would like to take with some of his interlocutors. And that may be bad faith from me, but like what I mean by that is I think a lot of the time he does think the person sitting across from him is a fucking idiot. Like no cap. I think that maybe a lot of the time he does honestly think that the person like doesn't make any sense, that they're bad faith, that their arguments don't like. And so when he takes some of his like normal strats in a conversation, some of his normal like rhetorical, you know, quirks or whatever, like things he repeats, the structures of how he asks questions or transitions in conversations, and you see those repeat, but they just have like 20 to 40% more spice. It's like, well, the foundation of that is the exact same thing, right? Like it hits the same beats as like a normal Vosh conversation. The difference is that he just listens less to the other side. And that got me to thinking, like, this is just like a speed run Vosh conversation, kind of, you know, with an extra sprinkle of like bad faith. But that makes me start to think, if at base this is kind of what he's like, I don't know, dude. I'll leave that for you to fucking sort out, but that's kind of my take on it. It doesn't feel very good. I feel like my advice to Vosh, if I talk to him in private, would be don't ever do these, because I think that you give people an insight into your character and into how you think about other people. And I worry that if anybody pays attention to it, they'll start to see it repeat over and over again in a lot of your conversations. And I think that that could be a problem for your brand and who you are, because sometimes you pretend to be the other way. And if people, A, pick up on that this is a thing that you do, and then B, pick up on the fact that you're pretending, I think that's like a lethal combination. So I think that that's something that Vosh probably wants to avoid. I don't think it makes sense for him to do these conversations where he acts bad faith, because I think it gives us insights into a thought process, which is actually like pretty insidious and gnarly. And I think that it's something you see repeat. So I worry about that with him. Now, he's not my buddy, right? He's not like Steven, where like I want the best for him and whatever. But if he was my buddy, I would be in private telling him, hey, you might not want to do this, bro. It doesn't look good. Like, I would avoid that shit, brother. Vosh falling from that S tier? No, I mean, he's super, you know, careful with his stuff. I mean, obviously this wasn't an S tier performance from him, but I think it still shows that he has a lot of conscious control. But the problem is, having that conscious control, I think, can be super off-putting for people, because it's like sociopathic, right? It's like you're so well aware of the way that you're coming off to people in every single word, and you're being so deliberate about all of them, that I think that could be off-putting to people. Like, it reminds me of like some of like the intelligent kids that I went to school with that were just like, it seemed like Dexter might have been like their favorite fucking cartoon or favorite fucking TV character or some shit. Like, they're embracing all these like weird sociopathic traits, and they like having two faces and whatever, and they make like a whole sport out of it. And I think once people pick up on that, if they have bad experience with that kind of person, I think they'll kind of cut you out pretty quick. So I don't know. Yeah, I it's not something I would recommend that people do. Yeah. Death Note fans. Yeah, like a Death Note thing, dude. Dr. House is my guy. Yeah. I just yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm bad faith, dude. Maybe I'm just like a anti-Vosh person. Let's see. I remember you falling for that insidiousness when you talked with him earlier. You mean like a long time ago? Dude, I can't shit on the like, here's the problem too, is like, okay, I watched a this relates to an anime that I watched recently. So, you know, weebs out or whatever. Well, the weebs are in now. Weebs in. I watched Iron-Blooded Orphans, and not to give you like too many spoilers, but one of the characters, and if you've watched this, you'll know who it is. The McGillis guy, he's like a general of one of like the big armies in the show, and he fakes like how he acts and how he talks to people and the way he behaves around people basically his entire life, right? Like all the way from childhood. He just fakes it with people. And I think that like these people become so lost in the faking of it that like I almost feel bad for them, because I wonder if they know who they are anymore. I don't know. I don't know where this is going, but like I've always been careful about people like this, because they're spending like 80% of their effort like deceiving themselves in the process of deceiving other people. And when that much of like your mental effort is taken up in that act, it's not good. You need more of a balance there. You need like spontaneity, and you need to invite that in. You got to get rid of some of the filters and restrictions, because it's going to let like the core of you shine. To make another anime comparison, like you need to let like the shape of your soul come out, for the people that like the Jujutsu Kaisen thing. I think that like everything is built out from the soul, and at some point you need to like not try to fucking make your soul malleable, and you need to like let that manifest in whatever it is, and let, you know, the person you are on the inside show on the outside. So if you're somebody that like is personally, you know, interested in these characters, and you like the characters that wear masks, and maybe you even like debate people that do that, I would like encourage you to reconsider, because I think that you're wasting a lot of your mental energy and effort on trying to like restrain, you know, yourself. And I don't think you should do that. I think instead you should like learn how to turn what's on the inside into something that's like cool on the outside. Like, you know, start from what you are and build out from there, and become comfortable with it, you know? Maybe a real life example of a person that does that and exemplifies that well, that I've watched a lot of recently, would be like Adam Savage. The dude is like a kid in a man's body. He likes toys, and he likes, you know, creating toys, and he likes, you know, fucking, you know, movies and like all this old school shit. He knows who he is. And when somebody knows who they are, I think that that's like a beautiful person. So, you know, when someone isn't fake with anything, and when someone kind of like wears that shape of their soul on their sleeve, I think that that's like a really, really cool thing. And I'm really attracted to people that are like that. Though at the same time, I'm really attracted to people, unfortunately, that spend a lot of time doing the opposite and like constructing something else and living by it. It just depends on what they're constructing and what they're choosing to do and why, right? Like, I personally am attracted to Steven trying to be logical all the time. I think that's cool. I think that, you know, he has it like a religion in his life, like a creed, and he wants to live by it, and it's artificial, but he's fucking sticking to it. Or like priests that spend their entire life being priests. Like, I equally find that interesting for many of the same reasons, because it's like, oh, you've like externalized a thing and you're living by that code. And where you find yourself is in the interpretation of it and how you choose to execute it, and moment to moment making decisions that you feel fit within that creed. And I think that that is interesting in and of itself. But, you know, there's a kind of childish innocence and like loveliness to people that are like Adam Savage and start not from a place of like a creed or logic or anything else, but start from a place of like who they are, and you know, build out from there, who they have been, what their memories are, stuff like that. Yeah. Yay, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. Hi, Papa. What are we watching today? We're watching Lycan versus Serfs. Destiny is like a priest. Got it. I mean, kind of, dude. He's very faithful to his own, you know, whatevers. Let's see. Books is about to join the Destiny harem? Probably not. Can't believe a dude named Bookfucker is attracted to a dude who doesn't read. Oh, you're so funny. Oh. Wicked Supreme's in here. Book and Steven sitting in a tree. Nice. Nope, we're done with that, dude. We've cut that out. We've hedged Steven from our lives, everybody. That's already happened. Thoughts on Attack on Titan? I'm gonna be honest, dude. It pisses me off that we say it's a fucking last season. It's not a last season. What the fuck is up with that? I don't like that we've started to make that a normal thing. I don't like that we've started to like, oh, it's the final season, part 2. Like, what do you mean final season part 2, bro? You pissing me off with that shit. Spoilers here. We'll get into spoiler territory. So, you know, mute if you don't want spoilers for Attack on Titan. Here we go. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right, Attack on Titan do be like that. Okay, so Zeke pulls the fucking thing and he blows up, but then we have this fat fuck Titan ripping open her stomach and put, like, that's not Levi, I don't think. And if it was Levi, why didn't he eat him? That's what makes me think it's not Levi. Beyond that, the Ackermans, I'm not sure, are even Eldians, right? Like, I'm not sure if the Ackermans can even turn into Titans to begin with, right? I'm pretty sure you need to be an Eldian to turn into a Titan. Because you can't take the Marleyan people and turn them into Titans. You need Eldians to do it. So I'm a bit confused on that. I don't think that's Levi, but I don't read the manga, so I have no idea. I think the manga is like 2 weeks away from being done. So if you want to just start reading the manga, you could do that, but I didn't. Beyond that, it was cool to see the cart Titan again. That was fun. I hope that Armin was faking when he was crying at the beauty of the euthanization plan. You know, all of the Nazi stuff, all of the fascist stuff was kind of I could put it in the back of my mind for most of the show, but we're hitting a point where the parallels to Jewish people and Nazi ideology is getting to a worrying point where I'm not super comfortable with the show anymore either. Like, I don't know. I don't know how the solution is that the Eldian people should be the ones who get euthanized by the founding Titan. Sounds like if we really wanted to stick to Nazi stuff, not that we should. I shouldn't even play around with this. But like, if you really wanted to stick to that, how are the Eldian people not like the super people? I don't understand that. If you can change all of the DNA or whatever of all the Eldian people, could you not just keep the Eldian people and fuck all the Marleyans and everybody else? Because if we can just like constantly improve the Eldian race, why not just keep the Eldian race around? I don't understand that. Like, you could save so many people from pain and whatever. If that's really your reasoning, I don't see how it makes sense to keep the Marleyan people around when you should just keep the Eldian people and constantly make them better. I don't really get that. Like, oh, the one people that we could change to, like, you know, defend against disease and everything else, we're going to like destroy those people and end them. Like, that doesn't... I don't know. It didn't make a lot of sense to me, like logically. So Armin crying and saying that, oh, it's Kishio. Like, what do you mean, Armin? It's not beautiful, bro. That's fucked. What are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense. Why are you so invested in Nazi ideologies? It's kind of like a whole underpinning of the show. That's kind of what the show is. I don't get Eren and Zeke's rationale. I get Zeke's rationale. I don't get Eren's. I mean, Zeke has never been a fan of the Eldian people, bro. Okay, you gotta keep this in mind. Zeke sold out his parents. He didn't give two fucks about their fucking revolutionary shit. He doesn't give two fucks about fucking Grisha or anybody else. Like, I don't understand Eren.
Where are you now? Did you talk about it already?
Yes, I keep talking about. I am in Playas de Tijuana in Mexico. But yeah. Like, I understand Zeke. I don't see how you can't understand Zeke. Zeke makes total sense. Why would Zeke want kids to continue living under this, like, Eldian rule or whatever? And, he can't live forever, so it's not like he can go with the plan I'm talking about of keep the Eldians around forever. He kind of just wants to end it, and I feel like that's fair. He doesn't want people to keep living his whatever. Not fair, but I get where he's coming from. I don't understand where Eren's coming from. Why would Eren want to kill all the Eldian people? And I'm pretty sure he was memeing when he shit on Mikasa in Armin. So I don't know what's going on with Eren, quite frankly. But yeah, Eren is playing Vosh with Zeke. Yeah, I guess so, dude. He's playing Vosh with everybody, bro. I really want to explain it. No, don't. Okay, Armin, if you can't give up anything, you can't gain anything. Arler. Oh, I hope he isn't lying. I'm pretty sure he is lying, if I'm being honest, but that would be my shot in the dark. I haven't read the manga, so I don't know, but I think Eren isn't thinking the same as Zeke. Well, obviously Eren's not thinking the same as Zeke, but I don't know how it differs. Wrap up the anime talk. All right. We're all done with the anime talk. Let's see. What else do I have on my list? So I talked to you about why I was gone. I've been very, very sick with Mexican sushi poisoning. I had Mexican sushi while I was getting laundry, and I woke up at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning with vomits and shits simultaneously. And yeah. And then days went by. I almost had to go to the hospital. I couldn't keep down fluids, which remind me today, if you notice that your boy is getting loopy, it could very well be that I'm sick. So don't take this review super duper seriously, because I'm also biased towards Serfs. I mean, what? See? That's what I'm talking about. That's why I need water. I'm biased towards Lycan. Let's be clear. I helped Lycan prep before the debate. I need to have a lot of water. So just remind me to keep drinking water, because I absolutely need it. One thing that I'm working on for the show in the background is an anger meter. And that anger meter is going to tell you the roast level that I'm at for both the chat and the review, okay? So that way you guys know where I'm at emotionally as we're going through a debate. So I'm working on that. That way everybody kind of, it's transparent. So yeah. That's kind of something we're working on in the background. I'm eating biased towards Serfs, Lil W mascot. The mask slipped a bit, Bookie. Did it? Make a hydration channel points thingy? Nah, that's a lot of fucking work. You're out of your goddamn mind. His roast level is 90%, always on high. What's funny is the artist that I commissioned to do this, I was like, yeah, let's have like a range of faces. And she gives me like 5 varying levels of like absolutely pissed. And I was like kind of hoping we would have a couple where I'm just like, neutral faced or happy. She just gave me 5 varying levels of aggressive. So maybe if my chat is saying that, maybe that's maybe that's the truth, is I'm always just a little bit of a roaster. I'm always a little toasty, dude. Oh shit. Anywho, I'm not gonna do a heartbeat monitor. That seems troll. All right. Let's get into it. So I'm going to bring up the debate here. Let's see. YouTube. Show them. Show them? Okay. I could show them. No, wait. It's, you know how you could see them? If you if you're a patron on Patreon and you go to the patron only area of the Discord, all of the images, I mean 3 of the 5 images are up there. At the end of the stream, I'll post the other. Actually, I'll post one of them. One of them is a secret. One of them is a secret high level anger that I will not take out until we need it. So one of those drawings you will never ever see until we hit the point of no return, okay? And I hope to God that we never hit that point, but I'm keeping it in my back pocket, okay? So we have one that I'll never show you until it comes up, but most of the other ones are on the patron exclusive Discord channel. So if you're a subscriber on Patreon, you should have access to that in the Discord. Go ahead and check them out. Books isn't wrong. That's how it comes off. What? That displays Vash's real disposition. Everything else is a mask. Feels like a really biased analysis to me. Did I not fucking say that when I said it? Hey, so our roast level is very low, so I'm not gonna roast you a ton, SSA Jacobson. But I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I said that. I told you that. I like prefaced the entire statement with that. So maybe part of the reason that streamers get mad with chat is because they miss context that the streamer puts in very intentionally. I've been thinking about this problem more lately because commissioning all these drawings to deal with this habit of mine of roasting chat got me to thinking about like the relationship between streamers and chat. And I've had to do an unban form, and I've had people shit on me about the unban form. So I've been thinking about this like chat streamer relationship more and more lately. And I've kind of found that like maybe it's worth like explaining to chatters what you do that pisses streamers off, because streamers they never put it into the best words at a meta level, what it is that you do that makes us upset. But like, you know, when I'm here and I'm in front of you guys and I'm entertaining you and I'm telling you all these things and I'm explaining stuff, I'm trying to be very intentional. When you see me look down or this way or that way, I'm thinking. And I'm thinking because there's intentionality to the words that I'm putting out there. And not in a mask way, not in like I'm trying to deceive you, but in that I'm trying to explain the thing that I'm trying to explain in the best way possible, right? And so when you ignore or miss or otherwise like kind of don't pick up on things that I intentionally put in there for you, it triggers a frustration, right? And I think that frustration, I don't explain the root of it. I don't explain that, I'm going to roast you right now because it frustrates me that I put the time and energy into giving you this context. You completely ignored the context. Then you made this snide remark that's kind of, you know, pointing out something that I already said, and it's making me out to look like a worse guy than I am, as if I'm not self-aware of the fact that I might be biased in saying this, and I'm not sure it's super fair to Vosh, right? Like, we can never take that time for each of you, because the other thing is, as the chat grows, this happens more and more, and there's more and more of you, and we don't have time for it, and you feel like the kind of person that misses the context, that doesn't listen 100%, that doesn't watch 100%, feels like one of the least deserving people of receiving that treatment, of receiving all that extra time. So this just never happens in the meta world. But watching Adam Savage, who's a really nice guy, has inspired me to be more nice about stuff. So, you know, while the roast level is low, I'll explain stuff like that to you. But yeah, that's why something like that pisses me off. But it makes me really happy, and this is part of the community fostering I want to do, to kind of raise up other chatters that will kind of jump in and go, but he said that, right? You know, or to be like, but that is how it comes off, right? Like to kind of argue on my behalf and kind of self-moderate these people, right? But sometimes their self-moderation efforts are not 100% what I would mean, right? In this particular example, SSA Jacobson says, like, that displays Vash's real disposition and everything else is a mask. Feels like a really biased analysis to me. And then me Basse or me Base says, but Books isn't wrong. That is how it comes off. Like, my argument isn't that that's actually how it comes off. My argument, my contention with the statement is that I gave that context. I thought I was fairly clear with that for like the first like 5 to 15% of the entire explanation, right? Is prefacing it with like, This could just be bad faith. I could be a Vosh here. Like I intentionally insert these things so you can pick up on that. So when you don't pick up what I'm putting down, it's frustrating, you know? Anywho, let's scroll back down and catch back up. So it's like you're a teacher and a late student shows up and keeps asking questions from the beginning of the lecture and insists you answer. That's rage-inducing. Yeah, and that's the best assumption to make, is that they just simply showed up late. The frustrating thing is I have no idea who showed up late. You know, and it's very easy for any streamer to think that somebody didn't show up late, that they simply heard that part and ignored it, right? And yeah. You know, but the other thing is like that person had that thought and they didn't listen for that in any of my tone, in any of the explanation, right? Because that's the other thing, is like, as a relatively intelligent person that listens to streams, generally, if I have a contention with the streamer and I have a problem with the way that they're wording something, I try to like listen for a self-awareness of that in the streamer. And usually if I hear the self-awareness, I'm okay with it. That's fine, right? Like when I see Destiny say some shit that he says, like, you know, you're a dumb fuck, fucking degenerate, subhuman, whatever. I kind of hope to pick up on some, you know, some hint that he's self-aware that that's not good, right? And oftentimes that's enough for me to like not have to say something like, okay, you know that wasn't good, right? Like that's all that really matters, right? And it just bothers me that other people aren't like that, right? Like if you were listening for at any point where I thought maybe I'm being biased about this take, I sprinkled it all throughout giving the take. So if you didn't pick up on that, that's kind of rough. You know, yeah, I don't know. Anywho, to get off of this person. No, I get that, Books. I appreciate the comment explanation. No problem, Jacobson. And that's the thing, is like, and now Jacobson might be like a way better chatter for this, right? It just took all this explanation, but like maybe now Jacobson will be a better chatter. I had another person, Destiny's Discord, ask me about being unbanned. And I said that, did you fill out the unban form? And they said, yeah, I filled that out a month ago and you still haven't responded to it. And I'm like, it's almost like they've checkmated themselves, okay? Because let me explain something to you in case you didn't know. I haven't had the unban form out for a month. So this person telling me that they were banned in a Discord where this probably isn't even the place to be asking, really, frankly. And then to accuse me of sitting on it for a month when the form hasn't been out for a month. And then I mention this and they force me to go click on the form, look at the responses, and see that they never filled it out. So it's not even like they simply lied about when they filled it out. They had never filled it out. And I roast them. I start roasting them. I roast them. And then they say, I'm not sure I even want to get unbanned anymore. I don't know what I did to piss you off. I don't think what I did was that upsetting. I was simply confused. When you said that there was an unban form, I thought something that I did on Twitch was the unban form. I smell bullshit, if I'm being honest, but let's set that aside. Let's set aside that I smell bullshit on that. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about with some Twitch form that you got mixed up with an unban form. But anywho, put that aside. Like, this person, you know, like, I wonder if I would have handled it better, if there's any value in that, right? And so I'm starting to think if I should handle these things a little more diplomatically. But there's so much more to be gained out of roasting them. You know what I mean? And just sometimes people do things to piss you off. And I feel like if I explain it to a room of 100 people, they get where I'm coming from. And they would roast that other person. And if we were on trial with God, God would be like, all right, you're kind of being a bit of an ignorant asshole, other dude. But, you know, at the same time, I think a really fair trial would say you didn't have to be an asshole either, Booksmarts, right? So I wonder about that, dude. Anywho, this kind of segues us into one other community thing that I wanted to bring up before we get into this. If you get banned, You may notice on the Twitch webpage that there is a new button that says unban forum. That's right. You can get unbanned now. You just have to fill that out. Now, some of the feedback that I received from one of the people that filled out the unban form was that I'm asking you to grovel. Those are the words used. That I'm expecting you to grovel in the forums. Grovel is not a fair way of explaining what I'm looking for in those forums. I think the forum is industry standard because I copied what other people had. I looked at Ludwig and a few other streamers, and I took some of their questions and put them in there. I don't think it's groveling to ask what you had thought about during the ban, and to expect that that area of the forum is filled out with something pertaining to the ban itself. And while I'm reading through the forum, I'm looking to see that you understood why you were banned, that you're not going to do that again, that you're signaling that to me, and that you're showing some kind of awareness as to like the meta level of why that thing is bad or why it's not allowed on the channel, right? And if you don't check these boxes for me through, you know, you're filling out of the form, you're not coming back, right? I don't expect you to grovel. I don't expect you to go, no, Booksmarts, please let me back in. Let me open the gates. The fucking Mongol hordes out here, they're gonna fucking eat me. Come on, bro, please. Like, I'm not expecting you to grovel at the gates. I'm expecting you to just show a little bit of like understanding for whatever it is that you did wrong and some indication you're not going to do it again, right? I don't think that that is a forum for you to debate the rules. I don't think that that's a forum for you to say things like,
that
you know,
book fucker.
The mods do what they have to do. You know, I guess, you know, if they ban me, I guess I did do something bad. Like, yeah, you did do something bad. What did you do that was bad, right? Don't play around on the forum. If you play around on the forum, I'm not going to accept it. And it's not because I want you to grovel. It's because I want you to take the forum seriously. And if in your opinion, taking the forum seriously is groveling, go away, I guess. You don't want to come back. That's all that tells me. Like, it takes a fucking smidgen, a fucking little, you know, that salt guy that goes like this? It just takes that little bit of fucking humility to get through the form process. And if in your opinion, humility and groveling are like synonymous with each other, I don't know what to tell you, brother. I don't know what to tell you, but it's not. Write an example response we can copy Kappa. No, I'm interested to see how you guys tackle it, right? It's not grovel, but insight. Not even insight. I think that people will know intuitively what they did wrong in the instant they did it wrong. I think if when I banned somebody, it simultaneously sent them into a fucking interrogation room with, you know, God, I think that they would know what they just did wrong. If they just had to sit in front of those quotes and you took away their emotion that was going on at that time and they were in there, I think they know what they did wrong 9 times out of 10, right? If you were like, oh, this fat fucking gay ass dump truck dumb fuck fucking did the, you know, and then you get banned, like, oh, Pikachu face. You know what you did, okay? If you threaten to beat the shit out of somebody and you're calling them by their real name and all this other shit and then you get banned, I think that you know what you did wrong. And I think you know what you did just looking at what you said that got you banned. So I don't think it actually even takes insight most of the time. I think insight is reserved for some of the people that we like ban off of the Discord, because on Discord, things happen differently. On Discord, you're banned for patterns of behavior, right? So if you're constantly making minorities in my community uncomfortable with your behavior, for instance, I've had to ban, or people have chosen to leave after a lengthy discussion multiple times. And it's come down to like, there is not a rule about this, but when multiple people come to me and they're uncomfortable with like the way that you're talking in the Discord, I'm the rhetoric guy. Let's talk about it. When you're saying this, this, and this, that's making people uncomfortable. You have a pattern of behavior. You're not good at handling these topics well. You need to avoid them, right? Like, oh, but everybody else can meme on white people. Why can't I meme on white people? 'Cause you are cruel about white people, right? Or like, oh, well, everybody else can argue with people of color about, this topic or that topic, or, why can't I? Well, because when you argue with people of color, you invalidate their entire experience, or you're really, really cruel to them, or you say things that like indicate that you low-key don't care for them, right? Like there's other things that you're doing. And so with the Discord, it can be more complicated, but I'm pretty sure that for the Twitch chat, most of the time you can understand immediately what you did that was wrong. Will the artistic value of the response influence the unbanned probability? Maybe. Oh, like if it was in the form of a poem. I don't personally like poems, so I don't think a poem is going to get you very far. But if it was written intelligently, yeah, I think that would help you. Your Majesty, I gravel at your feet. Moi, moi, moi. Okay, bro. Anywho. Enough of this. Let's go ahead and get into it. Lycan, Serfs, Dylan. All right. Poems are bad. I just don't like poems. I don't think, I'm not going to say they're objectively bad. That doesn't make any fucking sense, but yeah, I don't like them. No. Uh-oh. Why is this not on, it should be on YouTube, shouldn't it? I don't want to watch it if it's on Twitch, quite frankly. Not to be mean to Lycan and Serfs, dude, but I don't want to watch on Twitch, bro. Please. Please don't do this to me. Please, 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 please. Please let this be on YouTube. Okay, thank God. All right. Full transparency. I have not finished the debate as per the usual. I've left about 30 minutes of the end of it. And yeah. We need a Booksmarts burping supercut. No, we do not. No, we do not. Don't give Stuart any ideas, Dan. Ultra cringe poems are based. Well, I just don't like them, dude. If you're a man or woman or NB that enjoys poetry, then I would expect you to also be a man, woman, or NB who is understanding that they're subjective and people are not going to like them. If you expect people to really, really like poems, oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. I almost prefer doing these rants to doing reviews at this point, but here's another rant. Do I want to do it? No, I probably shouldn't do it. What? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Okay. So one person that was fairly influential on young book smarts in terms of like giving me a new perspective to view the world through was Alan Watts, right? I'm sure if you've like spent a bunch of time on YouTube, you've watched some Alan Watts before, or you've heard him in like a lo-fi hip hop song or something like that. Now, I think that one of the most helpful ideas that he introduced me to was Zen, right? And one of the helpful ideas of Zen is that there's a duality to things. In order for something to exist, there must be something that does not exist, right? In order for there to be black, there needs to be white. In order for there to be good, there must be bad. In order for there to be something that somebody really falls in love with, there needs to be something that somebody really hates. There's a duality to things, and that's a helpful way of looking at the world. It can really pull you out of ruts, right? Especially if you're focused on, like, in my mind, the picture that I think of is that yin yang symbol. When you're focused on the black side of things and the minuscule amount of white that there is to things, I think it can be helpful to remember that you're stuck on one half of an equation, that there exists an entire other half that is completely the opposite. There is an entire world of overwhelming good in which, like, the only contrast is brought about by some tiny semblance of bad, right? But there is always a duality. There is no such thing as completely the one or the other, right? And to be completely engulfed in one implies the existence of the other, right? Because one cannot exist without the other. One defines the other. You can't have an inside without having an outside, because to have only an inside implies no existence of an outside, at which point the term becomes vacuous. It doesn't exist anymore. You're not describing anything. And I like applying this to things like criticism, or things like when when you have self-talk about your life or about how you're doing in it, I think that this can be a super helpful thing to look at, right? Like, I think that as humans, and as Americans in particular, for my American boys out there, I think we like to focus on improving things a lot, improving things about ourselves, about our lot in life, about where we are, right? We're constantly on this black side of the wheel of looking at things that are not as they ought to be and expanding this minuscule amount of white, this minuscule amount of bringing order to that thing to improve it, right? But in order to bring improvement to your life, you need to constantly look at what's wrong with it. And you're very limited in what you can improve and how far you can improve it. So ironically, the people that are constantly trying to improve themselves are often the most critical. They probably think the least of themselves. And it's because they're constantly surrounded in this void of awful, of things that need to be fixed, because it's the mindset that they're in. But when that becomes so overwhelming, you lose sight of the white dot in the middle of that black side of that yin yang. I think that you need to kind of refocus. You need to realize that there's an entire other half to things and spend time living in that for a little bit, because it'll help you refocus and get better at handling the side that you're on currently. Think about all of the things that are good. Take an abundance mindset. Think about all the stuff that's great, right? Like yesterday, for instance, and this is a very silly example, but I think silly examples are going to be better. I was thinking about how I ordered a large pizza, thinking that I could eat some of the pizza and put the rest in the fridge and that I could save it for later. I didn't have Tupperware containers big enough to save it, and the aluminum foil that I wrapped everything in and put in the fridge was like not good enough, and I knew that the pizza was going to spoil. And I was sitting on the couch and I had only eaten 2 pieces of the pizza because that's all I could stomach. And I was like, damn, like I feel really bad that I fucking wasted this entire pizza. And it's funny, but when you're a person with anxiety, that can trigger like a whole cascading thought process of just like all the things that you're wasteful about, you know, or whatever. But the thing about being wasteful is that in order to be wasteful, you required an abundance, you required an excess, and you're turning that into an evil thing. But it's worth bearing in mind that that evil, that excess, like provides a contrast to not having, right? And so I started to think, man, I'm happy I had enough food though, right? Like it's so much better to have more than what I needed. Like that's a wonderful position to have been in than to not have had enough. And I started kind of repairing some other thought processes in my head. I felt really bad about taking on a bunch of essay work that I had to refund or I had to reject because I got really sick. And, I'm always trying to make more money because I've been at the brink. I've been at the brink for a long time. And that was really worrisome to me. But then I started to think, I looked at my bank account and I'm like, I have more than a month or two of savings in here for the future. I have abundance, right? And so like this duality, this kind of jumping back and forth between scarcity and abundance and using that perspective really helps me get a more clear picture of things, right? And we started with pizza, but like any anxious thoughts, they kind of spiral in all sorts of things. So to have this kind of balancing mechanism to kind of look at two sides of an equation and see both of them can really help you, you know? It can really, really help you. So I started to think, it's so nice that I can reject all this essay work. I don't need to do it. I don't need it. I don't need to pay something tomorrow. And if I did, I have it in my bank. I can afford my bills at the end of the month. I don't need this stuff. And, that's not a helpful place to sit in forever because eventually you will need that work, right? But it's a helpful thing to go back to occasionally, to remember that you don't need to do this stuff, right? Because what is the point of living in the abundance if you can't enjoy and recognize the fact that you're in it, right? You know, if you lose track of how bad being engulfed in scarcity and only having a tiny bit of abundance is, then you kind of lose track of how wonderful it is to be surrounded by abundance and only have this itty bitty bit of scarcity, right? The scarcity of work, right? And so, yeah, I don't know if this is hippy dippy stuff that doesn't make any sense to you guys, but I hope this is like, you know, poor people PTSD. It most certainly is poor people PTSD. And, you know, that drive to kind of constantly do stuff is wonderful. And it got you to where you were, but, you know, I think that you need to like keep in mind that the whole point of that hustle and to get where you were is so that you'll feel better once you're there. And to relate this again to weeb stuff, watching Iron-Blooded Orphans, this is something that the orphans don't think about through the entire show, right? They're always trying to get somewhere. One of the themes of the show is that everything is about a destination. This guy is trying to lead this group of orphan children to a place that they could call home, that they could be comfortable with. And part of the show is about, what is that place? Where is it? When is it? When are we going to get there? What does it take to get there, right? And all this focus on the getting there, you don't know where it is. You can't answer those questions, right? Because you're so caught up in the pursuit of things. And at some point you lose track of what you're even doing. Why? Why are you doing this? You know, when do you get to sit down and take the break? If that's constantly at the end of the road and you don't even know how long the road is, how far it goes or whatever, you know, just you want to keep that in mind. You want to think about that, right? So this kind of, you know, jumping back and forth across this yin yang symbol is just really helpful to keep yourself grounded, right? To kind of just remind yourself of the other half of the equation. Live a little bit better, dude. When your adaptations become maladaptive. Yeah. What are we doing? We're gonna watch this debate. Hold on. Maybe that was the point of that one Shen comic with the bicycle thief. You might have seen it. I don't know. Yeah. It is. And people shit on that comic for reasonable reasons, right? Because they put it into the context of their arguments, or they put it into the context of socialists versus communists, or they put it in the context of like, don't call the police, or these other arguments. And I think they kind of missed the point of that comic. I'm not going to shit on Steven for shitting on the comic, but like, this is something that Steven misses about it too. Like, yeah, there's something good to be taken out of that. And the good thing to be taken out of that is that flexibility, that look across and look at the other side of things and find some kind of, you know, more balanced happiness and knowing the in-between, right? And I think that that's something you have to do. I think that's something that's healthy to do. And I think, you know, as somebody who's a rather black and white thinker, you know, and gets in a lot of, you know, loops of black and white thinking, it's just super helpful for me to be like, well, if that's your habit, if your habit is black and white thinking, this is a tool to put in your toolkit. Like, okay, this seems to be a habit that you make, but, you know, remember that if you are black and white thinking, there's a white side of things. There is a good side, just as much as there is the negative one that you want to focus on all the time. Are you branching into life coaching? No, not really, dude. Anywho, let's go ahead and jump into this. I'll switch scenes here. I think this is the right scene. Let me make sure. Looks like it. Okay. Now, honestly, I'm gonna need
to judge it by.
This is how far I got. About 1 hour, 5 minutes in. We're gonna need the notepad for this at a few points, because what I'm interested in, and I'll be honest about this, you know, before we get into it, I knew that you guys would comment on the white side being the good side versus like black being bad or whatever, but grow up. Grow up out of your racializing everything. Let's see, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So I'm going to need the Notion document, because one of the things that I want to look at is, how does Serfs handle a question? Let's go ahead and look at the comments for this video, which is kind of what's directing what I'm looking at here. Let's see. Lance never having been to an American high school, kind of hamstrung here, like actually seeing his next level and like it being a product of it. So, oh no. Bad faith Lance sneaking out of every question, not answering the question, constantly pivoting. Can Lance answer a direct question? Lamau, what's with the constant pivoting? Lance is being so slippery here and manages to get out of answering any tough question by dancing away from the point. So there's a lot about Lance not answering questions, and I want us to really objectively look at that, right? Because I'm biased towards Lycan, but I think that this is an honest problem that Lance runs into in other debates as well. And I think that maybe it might be helpful to look at this, right? In much the same way that we've looked at Vosh pivoting, right? Or we've looked at Vosh misremembering what happens in a debate. Or we talked briefly about Dima Mama pretending like she doesn't act a certain way before we get to like a point of frustration in a debate, right? Misremembering what had happened in the past. For kinds of problems like this, which are really insidious, I think they benefit from a line by line, right? What actually happened? Because I want to give you guys the tools to actually explain in terms of the debate what do we mean by that? What does that look like? What is the flavor of that? Not to just say it offhandedly, but to know what happened. We did that with the Trump debate too, or the Trump speech, where he had this charged rhetoric.
Opinions yourself. And you can't cut to the chase.
Thank you, Zerica.
Drawing your own conclusions is
and we
the
did
chase.
a whole Notion document where we went
Hope
line.
you're doing well today, Dr. Bookfuck.
Hell yeah. Where we went line by line through it. We kind of color coded everything, and we looked at, on a scale from kind of sketchy to really bad, what are the lines of this and what is the makeup of it? And then that enables you to do things such as distilling the entire conversation down to the problematic parts and establishing a pattern. So in the Trump example, when we looked at the speech that he gave before people marched on the Capitol, once you color code all the parts that are bad, you can read those in order and start to really get a much better idea for why people had a problem with it, right? If you for instance, have red as the color of really, really bad, and you read all of the red ones in order, it paints a different picture, right? And you could say that that's biased or whatever, but that's the fucking point. Okay, so if you're going to comment about the bias thing, remember, yes, it's biased towards this thing that we're looking for, right? What you're saying would be as vacuous as saying that, science is biased in this experiment because they're looking at a dependent variable. Like, that doesn't make any sense. We're looking for the dependent variable because we're interested in it, right? So the dependent variable in Trump's speech was this rhetorical effect. And then we look at all the things that led to that rhetorical effect, line them up, and see if there's a pattern between all of them. We're going to do that here too with questions and the Serfs. We're going to look at all these questions. How does he respond to them? Is there a pattern here? And if there is a pattern, what is that pattern, right? So that's how we're going to kind of pull through this. That Trump speech breakdown was great, by the way. Thanks, Hakeem. I appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get into this. Rewind it to the intro here, and we'll jump into it. Now, let me know if this is too loud, too quiet. I'm going to play a little bit of it and then look at my audio levels. Okay, so I'm going to play, and then you're going to see my my screen here.
With the president. Hello, how's it going, everybody?
Going well. How y'all doing?
I'm doing splendid. I'm doing splendid like every day.
How's that? Pretty good, right?
Yeah, every day is wonderful when you have beautiful hair.
You do have beautiful hair. God
Thank you.
Damn, you have beautiful hair.
I think that's something, and maybe it may be the only thing today that me and like.
And I'm going to put this on 1.25 because we got some slow talkers. And we'll be good. So for the reason why we do 1.25 and not 1.5, not 2, not 4, is because when people watch this back on YouTube or other platforms and they're putting it at 2x and they put it at 2x, it's at 4x and I can't handle it. So we put it at 1.25 as kind of an in-between.
Will completely agree upon.
True.
If we do 1.5, it becomes 3 when people put it at 2x. Use math, okay? Big maths. If it gets over 2, people can't handle that. So my limit is 2. If you're watching at 2x, this is going to be at what? 2.5? I feel like that's reasonable. That's reasonable. Once we hit 3, it's probably not for people.
Very true.
Very true. So today you have come together because you guys want to discuss the U.S. Army esports presence on Twitch and U.S. Army quote unquote recruiting practices on Twitch and whether they should be on the platform.
Oh, also, I'm open to finding editors that can work for for cheap. So one of the things that I could do if I had an editor, and I see this mentioned in the chat, is we could 2x this video, okay? And then if I had an editor, what we could do after is cut this entire review into just the parts where we're looking at what's important, and we can insert the way that August editing or whatever, the editor for Steven does, we could insert an actual 1x, playback of the video, right? Of exactly what we're talking about. So that is the solution to that. I don't have an editor, so we can't do that. But the day that I do get an editor, I'm definitely doing that. I may even 3x it because I don't care if people live can hear it because we're going to repeat the same thing like 10 gazillion times, right? We're going to write it all out. So, I don't think the video matters after we get an editor, but until then we're kind of screwed.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Oh, I'm happy I got that right the first time. One moment, let me just see if I can get you guys up on the screen here. How have you two been?
Not bad. How about you, Lance?
I'm great. My chat is just telling me that I have schmutz on my face, and I'm trying to half wipe it, half like...
Schmutz on the klutz?
Schmutz on the klutz. I'm doing great, though. Beautiful sunny day in Vancouver. Can't complain. My grandma got her first of the 2 injections today, which I'm very proud of, and so that's a wonderful thing.
I'm happy to hear that. Okay, I am 100% ready. So I just want to kick this off by asking you both to introduce yourself, and then we will go over some just basic ground rules for all the stuff I moderate before then starting the conversation.
I love how laggy.
Okay, so I'm going to ask first Lycan to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Lycan. I am a Twitch streamer. I've been around for quite some time, but I don't do much. I just stepped out of the political arena, but I am make a second comeback after my victory on Dylan's fucking incredible wrestler-based debate panel. I have been inspired to check this one off my bucket list, and that's debating the nonsense about Twitch military presence with my friend TheSerfs. So I'm here to chat and to fucking float off into space on my victory.
Let's froze.
Now we're gonna go over to TheSerfs.
Shit.
Hey, I'm Lance of TheSerfs. I do
I am lagging.
dumpster fire.
I am lagging. I know. Shut up. Hold on. Fuck. God damn it. All right. We're entering rage mode. I'm sorry, chat. I know. I have to... There's a procedure to this, okay? Because my laptop fucking sucks. The procedure is we hit full screen first, wait for it to go, okay? Bam, done. Then we hit play.
Twitch, and I'm here mostly out of morbid curiosity how anyone could take a stance in the opposite position on this topic. So that's why I'm here to find that out.
Wonderful. Okay, let me go over some ground rules. Anything TOS will mean, of course, an immediate cessation of the conversation. So, and of course, I will no longer moderate your debates in the future. Please don't make my channel go bye-bye. I would like to keep my channel. I will rain down a hail of "I really didn't appreciate that" upon you if you do that. Second rule is try your best to be polite. I don't moderate nicest. I'm not going to make each other be your friends with each other, like shake hands or whatever. But it's my personal recommendation that you do your best to be nice. But if you need to bring out the brass knuckles, that's always allowed. And finally, if you feel like you're not getting a lot of time to talk or there is some issue that you just need to bring up, raise your hand and I'll try to bring over the conversation to you, but that shouldn't be necessary since it's one-on-one. I'm going to be here mostly to just make sure you don't talk over each other too much and step in. Sometimes you will feel a little slighted by my moderation style, possibly because I will interrupt people to give the other person time to talk. If that's the case or you have any problems with it, you always have opportunity afterwards to tell me what you think was wrong, what you think I could change, etc. Is there any questions, any comments, anything like that? No?
No, sounds great.
Okay, so since the US Army Esports is currently a thing on Twitch, and Lance is the person who wants them off of Twitch, I think it only makes sense since he's acting for this action to be taken, for him to go first before we go to Lycan. Try to stay within 2 to 3 minutes. If you just want to say a short statement, that's fine.
Cool. So, one thing I want to clarify here. Because this is going to come up later. What is the purpose of this talk? What is the stated purpose? So, the title is Should the Army Recruit on Twitch, right? And Dylan was very explicit here in the very beginning, making sure that that's what we're meant to stay on topic about. So bear in mind, right?
My
Remember,
version of being
your boy
polite
has
is
watched
to
the
at all
head.
costs avoid
So this
rudeness.
this
It feels
is a
like
tool
I have a
that'll
much
help us
better chance
later.
of making that work by shutting up than by speaking.
This is a tool that'll help us later, okay? We're meant to focus on the army recruitment on Twitch in particular, okay? And this is something, again, because to those of you that are just joining, you don't know this, I did help Lycan in private a little bit before this debate. We went over kind of how I think stylistically the Serfs would have handled some of his points. We talked through like his general approach and philosophy on the topic. I gave him some kind of hangups that I think might come up. We even did, like I do with Darian, like I do with other people, this kind of fake debate thing where near the end, once I kind of get his position, I feel like I can attack it from Serfs' perspective. We did like a little fake debate, and that was really fun. I think I might start charging for that and actually offer it as a service, because I think that that could be infinitesimally helpful for debate people, especially debate people that just want to get into this, because I think to have somebody with relative intelligence standing in on good faith for the other side and then actually challenging you after understanding your argument, listening to you in good faith, I feel like that's super duper valuable to people. But anywho, we'll go ahead and continue here.
The floor is yours.
Oh, sorry. I was told we have 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, we have 5 minutes.
Oh, we have 5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. I completely missed that. 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
I have a lot of war crimes to list off here. All right. So I'm going to start my story in 1969. This is not going to be nice, but that's when a newly elected Richard Nixon appoints Henry Kissinger to be his Secretary of National Defense. The two of them concoct a plan to start an illegal bombing campaign of Cambodia, the likes of which result in, and by the way, this is an illegal bombing campaign that did not have congressional approval. This was an illegal bombing campaign that did not have even knowledge by Congress before they began it, that resulted in, within the first year, the deaths of 100,000 non-combatant civilians in Cambodia. These were two countries, by the way, Cambodia and Laos, that never attacked the United States. They never invaded the United States, and yet the United States wrought this attack of carnage upon them. Their bodies were blown into pieces, and after 5 years, approximately 500,000 dead non-combatants basically lined the streets. The chaos ensuing from this, the refugees and the starvation, led to the rise of the Khmer Rouge, which is the worst genocide in Cambodian history. The United States, in sum total, dropped 7 million tons of bombs on Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia during their campaign. This was, at the time, the largest amount that any country had dropped in terms of warfare bombing in human history. Now, the United States is not only the largest bomber in human history, but it's also the largest manufacturer of bombs in human history. They account for 80% of the global arms trade. They are the largest war profiteers. They are the largest war distributors of arms. The reason I bring this all up is that in order to defend the position that the United States military has no business in any capacity being present on Twitch, the streaming platform, I'm going to establish and defend the following things. Number one, as an organization, both the United States military, all its branches, and by extension, the military-industrial complex, are responsible for a history of atrocities, crime.
All right. This is where we start with the Notion document. So, being super duper uber good faith to the Serfs, we're going to keep track of his opening statement. Because again, if you recall, or you weren't here beforehand, the thing that I said about the Serfs is I feel like the Serfs always has one of his feet in cement. The Serfs can only pivot around a single point, right? He has a few stuck in issues when he goes into a debate, or stuck in positions, and he's going to operate within like an arm's reach of that point at all times, right? And you could draw a circle around that point and identify what that is, right? And in a format like this, where we actually have the opportunity to get these introduction statements, we can actually write those down. So I'm going to rewind this a bit, and then we're going to get what these points are, because they may be those pivot points, and we're going to want to keep track of those. I'm going to open up this Notion document. I'm going to make it big and zoom in, and you guys let me know if you can read it, okay? 2 seconds. Let's see. Control plus. Okay. This is going to be... All right, let's go ahead and get what his points are here.
Distributors of arms. The reason I bring this all up is that in order to defend the position that the United States military has no business in any capacity being present on Twitch, the streaming platform, I'm going to establish and defend the following things. Number one, as an organization, both the United States military, all its branches, and by extension, the military-industrial complex, are responsible for a history of atrocities.
Okay, so as an I'll go ahead and write this down. Whoops.
As an organization, both the United States military, all its branches, and by extension the military-industrial complex are responsible for a history of atrocities,
Okay, so we got this. Can you guys read this or no? Let me know in the comments down below. You guys can read this, right? Because if not, I can zoom in more, but I'm pretty sure we don't want to. Also, the Maryland flag is so ugly it looks good. I think it's one of those kinds of things. We were talking before about yin and yang. The Maryland flag is a perfectly balanced black part of the yin yang there. You know, it's become so awful that there's this itty bitty bit of good that just comes out of it, and that makes the whole thing good for me. I don't know.
crimes against humanity, mass murder of civilians and non-combatants, propping up the brutal dictators, arms trafficking, war profiteering, torture, rampant sexual assault of men and women, infliction of mental illness and addiction, and suicide. Number 2.
Okay, now a little bit of a tip to the serfs. If you're gonna make this super duper long list, I would maybe break these down into different points. I'm gonna turn this into a numbered list real quick. So I'm gonna put atrocities, war crimes, etc. because we're gonna get into all of these individually, but they're all being attributed to the first of a few points here. So we're gonna just put the etc. and I think that's gonna be okay. We're gonna jump into these specifics later in terms of talking about, like, you know, the sexual assaults and things that happen in the military at a really high rate. We're going to jump into those specifically, but I'm trying to break this up as the Serfs is breaking it up.
The United States military has a history of recruitment practices aimed at teenagers and lower income Americans known as...
Okay. All right.
as the poverty draft. This phenomenon was expanded through the Bush's No Child Left Behind Act, and it grants military personnel full access to American high schools, as well as powerful propaganda networks combining with the film and television and video game industry to market directly to kids. Number 3, the many Americans who join the U.S. military do so because it provides them with societal benefits that they're unable to afford otherwise. College education. Healthcare, housing, food. Even after risking their lives for their country, veterans are forgotten. Over 1 in 10 homeless Americans is a veteran, and veterans are 2 times more likely than the general population to become homeless. Number 4, the United States military.
I'm gonna take a little bit of a problem with this. So if we're gonna critique like the long listing thing, I think we also want to critique that. Almost seems like an entirely different point that maybe should have stood on its own, because it doesn't have to do with this one. So did you guys notice what he did? So he says the U.S. military gives benefits that poor people could not achieve otherwise, right? But then he also says that it doesn't take care of them afterwards, which would seem to be its own point, because one does not relate to the other. Like, if I were doing like an essay, right, and I'm outlining all of my arguments, that would be a separate argument. So I'm interested why it was included at the exact same time.
Healthcare, housing, food. Even after risking their lives for their country, veterans are forgotten. Over 1 in 10 homeless Americans is a veteran, and veterans are...
Because that doesn't really line up either. Like, the U.S. military gives all these benefits to people, but then they also don't after, which kind of feels like it should be its own point. But hey, I don't know.
2 times more likely than the general population to become homeless.
And I see you asking, what does the homeless bit have to do with anything? So the Serfs is constructing these arguments here based on a lot of individual facts and data points, right? And statistics. And so what he's what he's doing is he's looked at a lot of different statistics in things that don't look good about the military, and then he is going to try and take those statistics and take those individual points and see if there are any categories that we can put them all underneath, right? So if we're talking about like offering things that people normally can't have, maybe homelessness does fit under that, and the statistics for homelessness would, because the alternative to the military would be homelessness for these people, and they can't achieve that, whatever. So I think that's what's happening, is we're starting with a lot of statistics and individual facts and points and figures, and then we're trying to kind of classify those and classify those underneath our arguments, right? And so this one got slipped in under that one. Why is Lance saying our veterans? Lol, you're a Canadian. Okay, bruh.
Number 4, the United States military has an abhorrent system and a systemic problem of sexual harassment and rape of its own members.
Okay, abhorrent system and sexual assault and rape. All right. Okay, and remember that I said that came up in the etc. part of point number 1. Serfs. So one person that does this style better, of like listing a bunch of like facts and figures and individual points and whatever, and then reasonably putting them into like what flows as an argument, would be Jangles. Jangles Science Lad. He does a much better job of this. Granted, he's wordy, right? And the wordiness is always going to come with the facts and figures and approaching it that way. As soon as you get more than like 3 in a row, you're going to be wordy. So that's going to be a consequence there. But if you're okay with that consequence, try to group them, right? The fact that this sexual assault and rape thing came up in point number 1 and then is being repeated in point number 4 doesn't really work out super well. And it sounds like, to me, that Serfs is reading off of something. He's reading off of some kind of outline in much the same way that the Jangles does. So if that's the case, I think more time spent on isolating these different points and like better organizing these in the facts that are going to go underneath each of them may have been a bit of a benefit, although that's kind of pedantic at this point. Because this has been repeated, so I don't...
Members that by definition would disqualify them from being permitted on the Twitch platform. Number 5, if we were to judge the president to become homeless. Number 4, the United States military has an abhorrent system and a systemic problem of sexual harassment and rape of its own members that by definition would disqualify them from being permitted on the Twitch platform.
Ooh, okay. That's big. So again, that's huge, and I don't. Yeah. Okay. So this second part here kind of gets back to his overall point, which I'll just write up here, which is that. Right, which is just that the military should not recruit on Twitch, right? And so that's being repeated here, and it ties to sexual assault and the rape thing. We're going to get into this specifically later, which is why I'll include this. Normally, because this is kind of just a repeat of our thesis, and it's just being attached to the individual point, which is going to be a part of that, I wouldn't include it, but I will here because I know it comes up later. Let's see if we have a point number 5.
Number 5, if we were to judge the presence of the U.S. military on Twitch by the same standards that we apply to any other streamer or organization, especially one with a large presence outside the platform, it would be impossible to interpret this debate topic as anything other than fantastical at the sheer audacity of the proposition. Now,
okay. So we have this problem. I don't know if this is like just not doing a very good job of transitioning or what, or me being pedantic. Which is entirely the case. So if you shit on me and you say that you're being biased and you're being pedantic, I am saying that I might be biased and I might be pedantic here. I don't know why we included this here if it's its own point. But we'll go ahead and put that here as well. I'll rewind it so we can get it.
definition would disqualify them from being permitted on the Twitch platform. Number 5, if we were to judge the presence of the U.S. military on Twitch by the same standards that we apply to any other streamer or organization, especially one with large presence outside of the platform, it would be impossible to interpret this debate topic as anything other than fantastical at the sheer audacity of the proposition. Now, there's no way for me to try and summarize the horrors and atrocities committed by the United States military in the time allotted here, so for brevity's sake, I'm going to highlight quickly as I can the things that have occurred in the past century. To even feign that this comes close to scratching the surface would be to do a disservice to the dead. However, for whatever reason you think that what I'm about to list is exaggerated or fabricated, because frankly, it may be the first time you simply heard any of these facts, I brought sources for everything, which includes statistics directly from the military, official government documents, journalists, times, posts, etc., famously leaked documents such as the Panama Papers. You can cut me off at any point when I run out of 5 minutes here, but war crimes of the U.S. summarized include the colonization of the Philippines, March across the Samar massacre, the firebombing campaign.
Okay, so we're going back to war crimes, which, if you remember, goes back to this. So as he lists off these war crimes, this is going to get us back to point number 1. Again, Serfs is operating off of some large list of all of these facts and all these figures. And so then he's trying to organize those into points. In my opinion, not super well, but that's just my opinion, my 2 cents. So we're going to go back to that list, and it sounds like we're hitting it off with historical things that are going to get back to point number 1 here. Alrighty, and I think Dylan's going to cut him off, and then we're going to get Lycan's
campaign in Japan, which included hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties.
And yeah, so this gish galloping thing that you're mentioning, Saphiric, no. Okay. Pet peeve of the channel. I don't like using things like gaslighting, gish galloping, ad hom, reverse ad absurdum, all these kinds of debatey terms. I try to avoid them. And if you see me do it, you can make fun of me, but I really try to avoid them because they're specific things. They're meant to mean specific things, right? He's not, I wouldn't say he's gish galloping, and why I personally would say he's not gish galloping is because this is his opening statement. He's meant to line out or outline why he believes what he believes, what his arguments are, where those are coming from. I feel like that's fair. Him trying to fit as much as he can into that one block is the result is going to be this kind of speed and how it comes off, but he's not talking over anybody. He's not trying to overwhelm Lycan, really. We don't know that yet. So we can't say that. And I would be careful about that. So I wouldn't say things like gish gallop, and I try to avoid them just because they're not really helpful for us, dude. Anywho.
In Tokyo, the dropping of atomic bombs on 2 civilian locations with high population density for maximum civilian casualties, the U.S. occupation of Haiti, the U.S. occupation of Cuba, the U.S. invasion of the Dominican Republic, U.S. backed coup of Honduras, the U.S. backed death squads of El Salvador,
One entire year of books, M1 pod books, M1 miso books, M1 miso books, M1 miso.
The Twitch chat is scrolling, bro. I don't know what you mean. Sorry, my mic was muted.
The Mascari Massacre, the No Gun V Massacre, overthrowing the government of Iran with a military coup and installing a dictator, 25 years of brutal dictatorship, bombing of the Dominican Republic in 1965 to prevent a democratic election, overthrowing the first and last democratic government of Guatemala, which led to massive atrocities, overthrowing the government of Indonesia for resource extraction, use of chemical weapons, napalm and DDT to bomb and strategically destroy food crops in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, the My Lai Massacre, civilians at gunpoint died in Vietnam, the illegal bombing of Cambodia, which again left 100,000 dead in its first year, supporting the Indonesian invasion of East Timor, which led to the largest genocide in their history, invasion of Panama, which resulted in thousands dying to capture and try Noriega for crimes that he had committed on CIA payroll, invasion of Iraq, which was a direct attack upon their infrastructure, sewage system, and power lines, which, guess what, is biological warfare. Bombing of pharmaceutical plants in Sudan, which resulted in thousands of deaths from a lack of access to medication. Bombing of 400 civilians in Baghdad in a bomb shelter. Bombing of thousands of surrendered soldiers and vehicles at 3 miles of carnage in what is now known as the Highway of Death in Iraq. The war in Afghanistan. The war in Iraq again. Over 500,000 to 1 million dead civilians in the second invasion of Iraq and the subsequent power vacuum that created ISIS. I will end by saying torture of Guantanamo Bay prisoners and the torture of Abu Ghraib, which included mental, physical, and sexual torture.
Okay, I'm going to allow now Lycan to have 5 minutes. I see the clock. And I gotta go get something quick for the debate. I promise it's worth it. Can you just promise not to interrupt Lycan while he's doing his thing?
Absolutely promise.
Okay, be right back.
Dylan's got a lot of faith. Oh no!
You're muted, or I can't hear you.
He interrupted. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you, sir. You can let me go on and ruin my time. The United States military stormed the shores of Twitch in the summer of 2020. Recruiters from various branches of the armed forces established official Twitch channels and began streaming and entrenching themselves on the purple shores with community building and engagement. And without hesitation or an original thought, the gray unwashed broke the crust that bound them to their gaming chairs to slam their fists on the Mountain Dew-stained and pube-riddled keyboards and decry the barbaric hordes that dared and faced their e-space, that presumed to indoctrinate America's youth with their insidious giveaways and entertaining antics, giving them free keyboards one day in exchange for an unbreakable debt, where shortly after their 18th birthday, they would exchange that keyboard for a rifle and hop on a C-17 to some foreign utopia to plunder oil, extol the virtues of neoliberalism, and slake the bloodlust of the blood god. And when the deed is done and the debt is paid, they would return home to start a Twitch channel of their own, continuing the cycle. But no, this would not come to pass. The righteous fury that spammed the United States War Crimes Wikipedia article. They posted vicious and super witty messages. LOL, kill any babies lately? A leading force in this charge was my opponent, a man who bragged about his bitingly clever war crimes emote being lobbed like grenades that would vanquish these would-be press gangers, who praised an article about the situation that proffered nothing more insightful than the obvious.
So I guess a bit of history from this introduction. It sounds like Serfs had a large hand in pushing back against, the Twitch against the okay, so one thing is Gatorade, I've found, especially after being sick, really gets me burpy, okay? And better out than in, I always say. So that'll keep happening because I need to hydrate. But anywho, it sounds like Serfs has some kind of history with doing this, okay? And that he led the charge, he had some kind of emote. Okay, so it's not like Serfs is randomly jumping up on a cross on behalf of everybody else. I mean, the Serfs was Jesus, okay? He seemed to be a large part of this Christian insurrection that's been going on, this, this kind of crusade that's happening. So it's not like he's in the hot seat kind of answering for other people's ideas. It seems like this was a core part of his content and stuff for some time. So just bear that in mind. That's going to be helpful context for, interpreting this, because one of the things that I noticed with Serfs is he's very comfortable kind of jumping back if possible and getting his hand out of the cookie jar if need be, right, in a debate or in an argument. And I don't think he's going to have that opportunity in this talk, because it sounds like he had a large part in kind of fighting back against these people coming onto the platform. So he can't jump back to, a spot of like kind of easing back on some of these things that he's saying, right? He's going to have to go full force in this conversation. And to be fair to him, he certainly does. So that's just context that I think if you watch a lot of the Serfs debates and you don't like performances elsewhere for this particular reason, that's not really going to come up here. And if it does, we'll note that and we'll, address it, because I could see that that's a frustration that sometimes people have with the Serfs.
Obvious that the recruiters were there to recruit, and nothing more clever than a few lines about Generation Z having better things to do than join the United States military. You have unsurprising taste in journalism, my Canadian comrade. The military preys on the impoverished, Lance will say. Dodge that quicksand of falsehood, faithful viewers, as I offer you the dry, moss-free rock of truth. The military sets recruitment quotas based on population density and prior year numbers before each read it. The military is trying to indoctrinate the youth, you will exclaim. Take my hand, density, Canadian comrade. Having better
all right, and now we finally hit substantive things that Lycan is going to say. We're going to write these down as well. So Lycan, the way that Lycan seems to be structuring his introduction here is Lycan is giving us the points of the other person, and then he's kind of giving counter examples to them. Pretty strong. I like that. So let's look at it here. Now, this may have come at least in some part from our conversation, although I must say that I didn't look over his introduction. I didn't see this script that he clearly has typed out somewhere that he's reading from. I know some of you said you cringed in real time, but you're warming up to it. That's cool. I didn't see this when we did our thing. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'm not a huge fan of the performative stuff. So, Anywho, let's go ahead and outline these as he's giving them to us here. Same as we did for Serfs.
These would-be press gangers who praised an article about the situation that proffered nothing more insightful than the obvious, that the recruiters were there to recruit, and nothing more clever than a few lines about Generation Z having better things to do than join the United States military. You have unsurprising taste in journalism, my Canadian comrade. The military preys on the impoverished, Lance will say. Dodge that quicksand of falsehood, faithful viewers, as I offer you the dry, moss-free Rock of truth. The military sets recruitment quotas based on population density and prior year numbers up for each region. The military is trying to indoctrinate the youth, you will exclaim. Take my hand. Density and faithful viewers, as I offer you the dry, moss-free rock of truth. The military sets recruitment quotas based on population density and prior year numbers up for each region. The military is trying to indoctrinate the youth, you will exclaim. Take population density and prior year numbers up for each region. The military is trying to indoctrinate the youth, you will exclaim. Take my hand, ye watchers, and remove yourself from the toothless beast of this claim. The military.
Yeah, I'm struggling. Hold on. You're too fucking fast. You're too fast. Oh, fuck. I can feel my fucking sick brain not having nearly as much RAM as it normally does. When he fucking goes this quick, dude, I'm struggling. Okay. What was point number 2, bro?
Population density and prior year numbers up for each region. The military is trying to indoctrinate the youth, you will exclaim. Take my hand, ye watchers, and remove yourself from the toothless beast of this claim. The military recruitment commands care little for the long-term investment, as they are beholden to incredibly stringent monthly quotas. The 18 to 34 demographic makes up half of Twitch's viewer base, is what they set their sights on. But be on your guard. That subject will resurface as Lance seeks to claim that the exposure of youth to the military is tertiary indoctrination and a vector for recruitment commands care little for the long-term. Read it. The military is trying to indoctrinate the youth, you will exclaim. Take my hand, ye watchers, and remove yourself from the toothless beast of this claim. The military recruitment commands care little for the long-term investment, as they are beholden to incredibly stringent monthly quotas. The 18 to 34 demographic makes up half of Twitch's viewer base, is what they set their sights on. But be on your guard. That subject will resurface as Lance seeks to claim that the investment, as they are beholden to incredibly stringent monthly quotas. The 18 to 34 demographic makes up half of Twitch's viewer base, is what they set their sights on. But be on your guard. That subject will resurface as Lance seeks to claim that the exposure of youth to the military is tertiary indoctrination and a vector for corruption. Hark, Lycan! He cries from in the midst of this wretched bog, the light of his lantern shining, a false beacon of rationale. What of the predatory nature of recruiters outside Twitch? Careful, my companions. For the long-term investment, as they are beholden to incredibly stringent monthly quotas. The 18 to 34 demographic makes up half of Twitch's viewer base, is what they set their sights on. But be on your guard. That subject will resurface as Lance seeks to claim that the exposure of youth to the military is tertiary indoctrination and a vector for corruption. Hark, Lycan! He cries from in the midst of this wretched bog, the light of his lantern.
Oh, my fucking sick brain, dude. I can't fucking keep up with this. Holy shit. Yeah, now who's galloping? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. This motherfucker's fucking skipping around, bro. What are you talking about? Holy shit. Why are you talking like you're fucking Shakespeare, brother? I can't. Holy shit. I feel like I wandered into a community theater. I mean, he's certainly making my job harder. Holy shit. My poor brain. Hold on. Exposure of youth to military indoctrination. Hold on. Please. One more time. One more time for me, bro.
Surface as Lance seeks to claim that the exposure of youth to the military is tertiary indoctrination and a vector for corruption. Hark, Lycan! He cries from in the midst of this wretched bog, the light of his lantern shining, a false beacon of rationale. What of the predatory nature of recruiters outside Twitch? Careful, my companions. The light would lead you astray. It would lead me astray, too, if I wasn't prepared to differentiate between systemic problems and inherently broken and unfixable constructs of our society. I'm looking at these war crimes that Lance has listed off. We did not come here to debate whether or not the military has done past transgressions. We did not come here to debate whether or not they would in the future be culpable for such things. We're here to debate whether or not those on Twitch ought to be exposed to the military. Nay, whether it is
Fuck, why is this so hard? Lycan, I'm giving you fucking a worse grade than Serfs got. At least I can fucking understand what the fuck Serfs is saying. Jesus Christ. Make it stop. It will soon, bro. Holy shit.
We did not come here to debate whether or not they would in the future be culpable for such things. We're here to debate whether or not those on Twitch ought to be exposed to the military. Nay, whether it is proper for them to be exposed to the military and whether or not their exposure to said military will have negative repercussions on their life. We will talk about assault within the military, and I'm sure we will also talk about how it is a little bit higher than that on American college campuses, and how the military of the last decade, especially within the last 5 years, has made exponential leaps in addressing this issue. We will talk
What happened? Are you shitting me? I hope the stream didn't stop. Oh, man. What is going on? Holy shit. I thought this was fun. Yeah, I mean, it would be fun if I didn't have to take notes every fucking 2 seconds. Let the record show Lycan. Oh, man. I don't think this poetry style did him any favors. Okay, well, looks like we're torn on that one, bro. I do think that we're leaning towards not liking Lycan's intro here. Wait, are you effing me? No, it's up? Okay, cool. All right. You can't handle Lycan. I can't handle Lycan. Holy shit. Poor Lycan. All right, you fucking fumbled this one, brother. I'm going to say that you fumbled this one. Okay. I think we're done with the back and forth, which is mostly what I wanted to capture here. So again, to kind of go back through this, the military preys on the impoverished, to which his counter argument is that they set recruitment based on the population density and prior year numbers per each region, right? And this is kind of going to be the general perspective that Lycan is going to have is somebody who actually understands how recruitment in the military works and how recruitment offices work. He's going to appeal to the actual structures and systems they're using and contrast that to some of the claims that Serfs is going to, or he thinks that Serfs is going to make here, right? So if you're saying that they're preying on the impoverished, it's worth looking at, well, who are they preying on? Okay, so preying is a loaded term, whatever, but who are they actually preying on if we're to continue using such a term? Well, they're preying on all of their prey is defined by the population density in prior year numbers for a region, right? And beyond that, their prey is going to be the 18 to 34 demographic that's making up 50% of the Twitch audience, right? Their prey is not long-term investments. Their prey is monthly quotas. Their prey is not for the future. Their prey is like now, right? And so, this is what he's getting at is he's going to try and explain how the military actually recruits and try to contrast that to some of the claims that could be made by Serfs. Now, I'm saying could because Serfs doesn't really make these claims. So Serfs hasn't made claims about like the indoctrination of children really at any point in this. But if he did, and this is one of the scenarios that Lycan and I went through in his prep to be transparent, if he did, then Lycan is more than prepared to fight back against that. I fought back with him about that quite a bit because honestly, I was kind of the Serfs' belief, which is like, I don't know how I feel about the military being out here and like talking to kids and stuff. But the logical conclusion then is that they shouldn't talk to kids. And then Lycan and I got into talking about how like, well, you've been to an air show, Booksmarts, right? And I'm like, yeah, I go to air shows all the time. I love air shows. Air shows are fucking pog. He's like, if a kid goes up to like the army recruitment, booth at an air show and you get to pick up the guns and feel how heavy they are and touch the equipment and whatever, they're not allowed to like, do anything to recruit you. They can't. You're a fucking child. But we don't want them to just ignore you. That the point is you do like fun, stupid, goofy shit with the fucking recruitment people. And then that's really the end of it. They don't really talk seriously to you at all until you're of age. Otherwise, it's just goofy fucking kid stuff to get kids to understand, that military is not awful or whatever. They're not really like, I don't know. So we got into a long discussion about this, which is probably the remnants of where these are coming from here. That section was, you're gonna be real disappointed. If that section was you're gonna be real disappointed. Oh, okay. We'll see. Anywho, I'll fix these two words so that they don't keep bothering me like this. Investments and hyphenate long term. Okay. And there we go. No squiggles.
About how the military has a significant system of benefits that do in fact attract a lot of people. But again, where the lies about poverty being those who are targeted will be brought up, we will actually talk about the actual distribution and that the exposure to the military and familiarity by living closer to the military is more likely to determine whether or not you are recruited and choose to join the military than
and that gets again back to his other point here, which is that everything is per each region and per your population density and prior year numbers. The the reality is that the military is focused on like in your region, and even if you wanted to like apply to be in the military, most of that process is going to actually go through your local recruiter, even if they do pick you up online. So again, the interesting thing that Lycan is bringing to the table in this argument is some kind of base understanding of the way that the U.S. military recruits and what the recruitment process is like, right? And that's going to be what he's going to try to use in this argument.
Your social status. But regardless of this, as we wade into this quagmire, we must remember one thing, that even if at the end of this debate, I have convinced Lance that the military is a viable option for the United States citizens, and it provides a good opportunity for people to either improve their system or engage in a...
So Roanoke says, I feel like Serfs was low-key arguing as though he wanted to abolish the military. Like, I feel like many of his own points are contradicted by the mere fact that we have a military. This is something that Lycan brought up to me in our prep as well, was that Lycan and I kind of reached the conclusion that Serfs is kind of just anti-military, right? If we were to look at all these points and we are to just apply at the top, not that military recruitment should not be on Twitch, but rather that the military should not exist, these points kind of still stand. The military should not exist because it has a history of atrocities, war crimes, rapes, etc. The U.S. military should not exist because it has a history of recruitment practices aimed at young and lower income people through a poverty draft. The U.S. military should not exist because, I guess these 2 points kind of don't fit, but an abhorrent system of sexual assault and rape certainly would, and so would, this judged by the other org thing. I could see that, yeah, and I think the Serfs doesn't really like the military at all, and that is probably driving what a lot of his points are, but whether you're able to get to the heart of that and touch it is up to these two debaters. And given that the topic is supposed to be recruitment on Twitch in specific, I wonder how deep into that we could get before feeling like we're not focused on what the actual topic is. I suppose we'll see how that goes in the line by line, but it could be tricky to actually tackle that, even if that's what you believe.
A method of career vaulting that allows them to have a good start to life. Even if he agrees with me, he will never, ever admit it, because he cannot, in front of you, claim that the military is a viable option and they ought to be recruiting people, because he will be called a bootlegger, as I'm sure I have been called many, many times. And I will use the last moment of this to baseline the audience is watching this and say, hey, I'm not a fucking Republican, so knock it off. I yield my time.
Okay. I just wanted to say, since Henry Kissinger was brought up, I always love a good chance to bring up that I own my favorite shirt. I hate Mondays, and I mastermind the secret bombing of Cambodia, as with Henry Kissinger Garfield. Anyway, just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
Like
It's a great shirt. Really good shirt. Like only $20 too. So it is now open.
I doubt he'd actually bite the bullet on. Yeah, I don't. Right? You can. Here's the funky way of doing this. Right? If I was him. You can be morally opposed to the institution of the military in this universe that we exist in, while also acknowledging that because of the way that the world is, we actually need militaries, right? And I believe that that is the kind of in-between footing that that Serfs will actually fall on, which is that I don't like the military. I don't think it's just. I don't think it's moral. But yeah, countries do need militaries because other countries have militaries and because of the world, the way that the world works, right? And I think that that is the in-between that you can actually fall into. If we're thinking about like a chemistry reference, this is kind of like how, you know, that there are like stable islands in like in atoms, right? Like there are stable little islands of, where, the atom is hanging out and it's fucking vibing when it has this many electrons and it's connected this way. I think that that's like a stable place we can get into where like I'm morally opposed to it, but I recognize the practical necessity of it in the modern day, right? And I think that that's a fair place to land.
For the field, we will
The video does have crappy quality. I mean, I could try to fucking up it, but you must keep in mind that why do you have this at 60 frames a second? I mean, I'll put it up to 480. I don't know why he has 720p 60. I hope my videos aren't like that. That's kind of Pepega. 480 is a lot better. We'll just stick to 480. Atoms? Atoms? I don't pronounce T's and D's super well. That's I got buck teeth. I used to have way worse buck teeth when I was little. So there was a lot of THs and Fs and T's and S's. I'm bad at all of them.
An hour for discussion, then maybe a few minutes for taking questions, and then we'll wrap it up. Sound good?
Yep.
Wonderful. You may begin.
Why do you
Where do you want to begin, Lycan?
I think the war crimes thing is, I don't want it to dominate a lot of
Why are we slideshowing
this debate, because I don't believe that that's the really pertinent part. So I think we should address it first. At the end of the day, you're not going to get me to disagree with you. The military has done some bad shit, and the military probably in the future will be responsible for bad shit. One thing you have to acknowledge is that there are some things that, such as the secret bombing of Cambodia, is a great example of something that is not really the fault of the military. While the military did execute, that was a policy that wasn't guided by the primary factors within the military. They were tools of that execution, were they not?
They were. Would you apply that same standard to any other Twitch streamer? Would you say that it doesn't matter?
What do you
that
mean?
Twitch streamer so if any other Twitch streamer did something that you find that's egregious, obviously there's going to be a bar, right? Like you probably don't think someone like Shane Dawson or Nision has any place on a Twitch platform. They're groomers, right? They actively try and have sex.
I actually don't know who those people are, but I would agree with that.
They're really famous YouTubers. Sure, they're really famous YouTubers.
But we wouldn't say YouTubers shouldn't come to Twitch.
So would you say that there's a bar that is set at some point where you're like, there's a set of actions that either as an organization, because there's such a thing as like streamer houses, all right? So there could be, or companies can stream on Twitch as well, like, you know, or government entities. So would you say that there's a set bar of standards where you qualify that someone shouldn't be allowed on the platform?
There's a bar where I would say someone shouldn't be qualified on the platform. Would I say that you're
but not an organization?
But I mean, you know, we're not talking about NAMBLA here, right? If NAMBLA starts streaming on Twitch, we've got my vote. Get them the fuck off of it, right?
So, okay, so what if there was a streamer house, all right? And it's got a whole bunch of famous people, XQC's in there, you know, Trainwrecks is in there, whatever. And I'm not mentioning those names because they're going to be associated with what I'm about to bring up next. But what if you found out in that streamer house, there was a whole bunch of sexual assault going down in the streamer house? I mean, the presence on Twitch is known as like, you know, this entity.
Right. I mean, we had the giant Me Too movement within the gaming and streamer community last year. And during that time, there were organizations where people were found out to have done some pretty awful things. Those organizations were not barred from Twitch. Do you think Methods should not be allowed on Twitch?
Do I think Methods? We're gonna have so many times where I'm like, I don't know who that is, and then you're like, I don't know who that is. What did Methods do?
Method is an organization, and so there were members of that organization that were accused of things. There were members of various organizations. There are members of Riot. Do you think League of Legends games shouldn't be prominent on Twitch?
I think that Riot is a much better example from Lycan here. So the kind of problem that we're running into, or the argument that that Serfs is trying to make here, is he's trying to say, hey, look, if an organization is known to, you know, kind of have these endemic problems to it, could we not then ban that organization from Twitch? So for example, if we had like rampant sexual assault and abuse in an organization, we knew about that, then could we not then ban that organization from Twitch? Would we not then think that's reasonable or proper or maybe even necessary? And the reason that he's doing this, in case you can't, you know, put two and two together, is because the military has some bad numbers with sexual assault and rape and things like that, right? And so if we can get a give here, we can then try to apply that to the military. Now, oh man, so you could take numerous different argumentative approaches to this. So you could say that there's a difference between private organizations and the military as an organization. You could point out the difference between individual actors in the organization. There's kind of a lot of different avenues that Lycan can go to address this. But what Lycan goes to, and I like it as an example, is Riot. Riot is known for really fucking toxic work culture, and it has some really toxic people at the helm. And it has come out time and time again that this organization has a lot of problems with it. You know, and so I kind of like where we're going with the Riot thing, because also it puts Lycan in a good position, because you can't say you're going to ban all Riot employees or Riot the organization from being on Twitch, right? And then, you know, if you're Serfs, you can reply that, well, that's actually a gaming organization. I don't know. You could go a million different ways from here.
High-end figures in Riot.
So if the organization itself, all right, has a problem within it in which its statistics seem to denote that it's not only committing acts of sexual assault upon its own members, as is the problem with the U.S. military, for example, I would then say, yes, that organization doesn't...
In which it's committing sexual assault on its own members is a very tricky way of wording things. Is it the U.S. military's policy to commit sexual assault against its members? Is it like a key principle of the organization? And in that way, it's different than the very first example which came up, which was like NAMBLA, right? NAMBLA, as kind of wearing on its face and as a main thing of the entire organization, has some things that we probably disagree with, and we probably don't want sponsored or supported or showing up on Twitch at all, right? Now, Serfs would argue that the U.S. military on its face is a warmongering, crazy killing machine, and if that is the entire brand of it, maybe it shouldn't be allowed on it for those reasons. But I don't feel like that is the same thing as the sexual assault stuff, because the military isn't branded as like a sexual assault machine that sexually assaults its members and whatever. If you wanted to say it's branded as a war machine that kills and mongers and fucks up countries, I would be more inclined to agree. But I feel like there's nuance here that's kind of not being handled super properly.
Have a place on Twitch because there seems to be systemic problems going on within the organization
so
itself.
You say the systemic problem of sexual assault against its members, but would you again hold if the University of Maryland had an esports team and the University of Maryland, as in the university, had yes, if the University of Maryland were streaming on Twitch, every college campus has a sexual assault problem that they're trying to deal with. Would you say no colleges should be allowed to stream on Twitch?
If those
I like that. So, hey, let's go ahead and take out the main problem here. Main problem being this culture of sexual assault. And let's look at this. Where else do I see this happening? Well, we have this culture in college campuses all over the place. And if those cultures are in college campuses all over the place, and then we take the extra step to put an organizational title on top of that, that would appear to be the same thing. And by this logic, we'd be eliminating a lot of different organizations, right? Because a lot of different organizations have these specific problems.
Those colleges had been involved in the global arms trade as well as the global suffering.
Well, hold on. No,
okay. So now we're going back to, okay, wait, hold on. Not just that, but if they also had my other 5 points, which are the atrocities and the recruitment practices aimed at young people and, the war crimes, then yeah, maybe, but these things don't have that, right? But we're jumping off of where Serfs wanted to focus, which was on this single point and getting him to kind of concede this single point, which is that the sexual assault thing alone would be enough to get rid of it, right? So Serfs is almost abandoning this entire position here because he's zooming out so much that we're kind of getting off of this specific thing, which was to get a specific concession on the sexual assault point. And on the culture of that. So we're kind of zooming out here. Let's see how it goes.
Yes.
Well,
if you're
again,
talking about
we're talking about all these different issues, but again, these are
I'm trying to put them to the same standard is what I'm trying to do, right? I'm trying to say, would you apply the same standard to the US military that you would apply to any Twitch streamer or organization? And my answer to that is yes, I'm trying to. I think that they have a right to enforce a TOS. It's a private company. They can do what they want. They can say that the US military can be on the program, or sorry, on Twitch or not. And we're going to get into recruitment down the road, so we'll talk about that later. But if the amount of like war crimes that the organization had performed, which in my opinion so far are...
Okay, so we're completely off of the sexual assault point now. Now we're on war crimes. So now the argument is if they have war crimes that they're committing, which is different than the sexual assault thing. So interesting. We're change of pace here from Serfs.
Amongst, the worst of any developed nation. Why would I want that represented on this platform? Like
because the military represents so much more than the war crimes of the past and the potential of the future.
To a lot of people.
No, to you too, right? Because you said it also represents a culture of sexual assault, a history of these other things beyond war crimes, atrocities and things that maybe don't even meet that definition. So no, I mean to you too, right?
Yeah, it's death, maybe that's where this debate, and genocide.
Again, maybe that's where this portion of the debate ends, is the fact that you cannot hold every member of the military responsible for it, and you can't even hold the military as an entity itself, which is constantly changing, constantly evolving. You can't hold.
And then he's going back to kind of what we were trying to establish in the very first one, which is that the individual members doing these things, and by kind of the result of it creating this culture, you can't judge the organization based on these individual members, kind of where he's going with things.
Well, that entity itself responsible for every action of the past. Like, you hold the people responsible for executing it. You remember that this happened and you try to in place policy and enforcement of certain things that prevent this. A thing I wanted to bring up is that I know your feelings about the police, and the military has a significant, as far as war crimes on an individual level, the military has a significantly better reputation for handling those who fuck up and do wrong than any police entity in the United States. It's one that holds them to great account, the military in prisons, and then kicks them.
So here's kind of a counterpoint. Like, well, while we're talking about cultures of these things, at least the military has a culture of holding people accountable. Over its history, it's made a point to go after the people that have committed these atrocities. And when people fuck up in the military, there's an entire system meant to catch them. And it is fairly stringent, which is what Lycan is arguing. I think you could argue against that, but that is the point that Lycan is presenting here.
Them the fuck out. Now, are there occasional cases of people trying to cover it up? Absolutely, right? We're going to have that. But overall, they take it way more seriously than the police does. So if we're talking about an individual,
and then of course comparing it to the police, trying to get some rapport maybe with Serfs or Serfs' audience that might be kind of, you know, susceptible to the anti-police stuff
level, and whether or not that entity at our, you know, the normal person's decision-making capabilities within that entity, how they act and how they police themselves, the military is not bad.
In terms of like self-policing and self-reporting, the amount of sexual assaults that are occurring currently in the U.S. military by its own members has been increasing dramatically, especially towards men.
So I don't understand what he means. So like, yeah, in terms of self-reporting, these numbers are high. Yeah, but that's Lycan's point. So I'm glad you two agree. Right.
If you told me today, Lycan, or if I brought this to you, if I was like, there is an entity or an organization in which 80% of its female members have experienced sexual harassment and 25%, 1 in 4, have experienced sexual assault, we would not be having this talk. You would be like,
we
yes,
would be having to talk about,
place.
yes, they have a huge systemic issue and it needs to be unfucked. And
okay, so now we're back to sexual assault again. So if the statistics that are true for the U.S. military were applied to any other organization, it would be indefensible, which is the point that we're going to go back to again. Okay.
Understanding, if you've read the same papers I have, a recent report from the Pentagon in, I believe, 2019, it said that reporting is on the rise, and they are believing that that is to be with the efforts they're trying to make an environment where people are comfortable reporting. And that
they also say that there's an enormous problem of underreporting. The stats that we have, which are already outrageous, are the ones that are coming from.
And here's like another thing that I'm thinking about now. If the military is necessary in the modern world, we want them to be doing what Lycan is talking about, which is to identify that there is a culture of this happening, encourage reporting, even if it shows that what we thought, which is that it's happening at an unusually high rate, and then to tackle that and to try and fix it. But in order to tackle it and fix it, you need people doing the self-reporting, and you have to start there in the culture. And if we assume that militaries are a necessity to modern, you know, countries, then this is kind of the direction that we should be taking. But these things don't connect. These aren't the arguments that they're making. So just my 2 cents.
From people who are brave enough to come forward about these stories.
Yeah, the issue of sexual assault
in
the military. Go ahead.
So so that was from Lycan, so we'll have Serfs respond. Serfs, then back to Lycan.
Okay, so when it comes to that, if that was an ongoing problem and one that was demonstratively getting worse in terms of the numbers going up, especially sexual assaults of men, I mean, we're talking, I believe it was close to 17,000 cases were reported, over 17,000 cases were reported in 2017. By 2019, that was over 20,000 cases were reported. Now, I know that has a lot to do with maybe a change within the organization for people to come forward. However, if the numbers are currently going up, then that is something that immediately as an organization, it's not something that we take a step back and be like, well, there's a few bad apples, true, but while they're sorting that out, their monstrous problem of almost 1 in 4 women being sexually assaulted, then I'm sorry, they don't have a place on a platform that is going to be used prominently by 16 to 24-year-olds, by the way, because when I looked this up, it says the average age of a 2019 Twitch streamer is 16 to 24. That's 41% of the majority.
Wait, okay, so when I looked this up last, the overall average rates were 24% in the military and 18% on college campuses. Well, 6% is very significant, especially when we're talking about something as egregious as sexual assault and harassment. Sure. Again, but as far as the relative numbers, I mean, do you want kids to not go to college campuses? Do you again not want colleges to be represented here?
Has nothing to do with me wanting kids to or not go to college campuses. This is the U.S. military. Do I want the U.S. military to exist on the Twitch platform is the question. And
that is fair. That is fair. Kind of a misstep from Lycan there. It's not about the kids going on to the campuses, so we're kind of getting away from the point where we're asking a question like that. It's more so, do we want to allow colleges or college campuses to advertise on Twitch as long as they have this kind of culture of the rape thing going on? So that would have been a much better way of phrasing that. Kind of a misstep there. And
if you want me to hold me to the same standard, right, which you're saying, should universities have the ability to broadcast on Twitch if the university organization has this huge problem? My response is, first, they don't have the same problem that the U.S. military does. The college campuses don't have anywhere near as much male sexual assault.
This is a weird argument. So the implication is that your decision hinges on the male sexual assault part of it? Okay, let's see where that
as the U.S. military does. It is an enormous problem within the U.S. military right now. But on top of that, I would say that if you are asking me if a college campus can also be on the program, then I have to add other factors to it, not just the sexual assaults, but the fact that, yes, they are engaged in and actively engaged in crimes against humanity.
Okay, so it's more than just that. We need the crimes against humanity as well.
Again, you keep ascribing the crimes against humanity to to every person within the military and to the military in an unjust manner. You're ascribing it to them as we'll go to Kissinger for it's a great example. The bombing of Cambodia, these weren't decisions. Yes, the illegal bombing, which I guess I have to say this because if I was watching chat, I'm sure I'm being called a bootlicker and a chud and all kinds of things. It was fucking horrible. It was wrong. It led to an incredible genocide, and the country has been not the same since. It's been horrible, and we've done nothing to really fucking fix it. Right? That's awful.
Agreed.
We should. But at the end of the day, it wasn't the United States Air Force, the United States Navy, that is, as an entity, as responsible as Henry Kissinger is.
So you're using the Nuremberg defense right now in this, which is that they were just following orders. That doesn't absolve them of any of it. That doesn't absolve any bombers.
Well, no, he's not. He's saying that, like, oh man, if you're going to make organizational claims and you're going to have a problem with the organization, that it's more fruitful to seek the individual actors that carried that out, especially when you can so easily tie back an action to a single person. In this case, Henry Kissinger, using the military as a tool to execute these things, right? You should go after the individuals that did that, and you should go after Henry Kissinger, who pushed that policy, right? In specific, right? Now, that doesn't mean that the military gets off the hook. I don't think that means that the military gets off the hook. If you still want to feel bad about the military, you know, because they were the tool that did that, yes, yeah. But like, it's still worthwhile to look at the people that were instrumental in the policy as well. I don't really understand that quip from Serfs very well here.
Of what they did. That doesn't dissolve the two people who dropped the nuclear bombs on Hiroshima.
How many of those people are serving still?
How many people are active duty personnel from the war in Vietnam? I would assume 0.
I actually think that's probably true. Yeah. So again, the military is constantly evolving. It is constantly rotating people. I don't think anyone from Abu Ghraib is still in there. I don't think anyone from the Master Fox Company in Afghanistan is still there.
Okay, would you apply that same logic to any other?
And this is a multifaceted defense from Lycan here, because you can go down into like, those people aren't here because of time. Those people aren't here because they were prosecuted. Those people aren't here because the military makes a habit out of sorting out the people that committed such atrocities. And that the military improves over time, maybe you could say as well. So depending on what angle Serfs takes to go back against this, this is a good little position for Lycan to take, because regardless of what way it goes, I think he's prepared for it.
I don't think anyone from the Master Fox Company in Afghanistan is still there.
Okay, would you apply that same logic to any other organization that had the same amount of blood and casualties on their hands, right? Would you then say that it's okay for them to be on, even though they did things in the past, in the future things are going to be okay as long as we give them a chance? So
Serfs keeps jumping back to this. I feel like Lycan needs to more substantively answer this in order to get us out of this loop that we keep going back to. So Serfs keeps going back to, if this was any other organization, which gets us back to, I believe, point number 5 of his introduction, judged by the same standard as any other org, this debate would be fantastical, right? So, but the problem is, I feel like you know enough of Lycan's responses to know the answer to this, which is no, right? Like Lycan talked about how I'm trying to say that the individuals are the ones that we want to look at. So for instance, if there was a talent agency on Twitch, or like, or something that was like a group of gamers, let's say like 100 Thieves, and there were like, let's say 100 Thieves had actually like 100 main members to it, and 20 of those members it came out that they were gang banging fucking drunk women and fucking doing horrible satanic rituals and all this other bad shit, right? I don't know if that means that you can then ban 100 Thieves, and I think that that Lycan's thing here would be that you don't ban 100 Thieves, you ban the 20 people that, as a part of the organization of 100 Thieves, did this thing. But we don't really get that deep into it. And I don't think it becomes that clear for Serfs. So in Serfs' defense, I guess we can continue asking this question over and over, but I don't know how well that's helping like our conversation keep forward momentum here. Not that Serfs or anybody really cares about forward momentum. That's kind of just a book smarts thing. But if we prioritize forward momentum, which Dylan will later, to his credit, Dylan will jump in and ask different questions and set people up for different ways of talking about things. But we are kind of looping here with the same question multiple times from Serfs. And to be fair to Lycan, he's giving answers and different answers each time to them. So it's not like Lycan is jumping out of the questions. It's just that Serfs doesn't seem very happy with his answers.
Like that, you would never apply that.
I'm not applying that logic. The logic here is that you are again holding an entity accountable for people that are no longer there.
That entity has not lost responsibility for its crimes. They don't stop. I would have the same problem if, say, the Communist Army of China wanted to become members of the Twitch, or if the KGB wanted to join Twitch tomorrow. I would be like, well, what about all the fucked up shit that they did? And if your defense to me was like, well, that doesn't matter because those were people who no longer serve in the KGB, but as an organization, they're going to change. Just give them a chance. I would be like, no, holy fuck.
This isn't about the.
I like this. This is probably closer to how Serfs actually thinks through stuff. Now, that may be mean. That may be me being bad faith, but I think that this is actually how Serfs is analogizing things and thinking about them in his head. So I like this. I like this. This is probably closer to what he actually has in the forefront of his brain and not written down in his notes, and how he's actually thinking through things, which is that, man, how can you defend the U.S. military? Because when I look at this, I think if this was the fucking Chinese Communist government, or if this was the KGB or any other organization that I think is awful and did a bunch of awful shit, my go-to is not to say that there were individuals doing awful stuff, is that this whole organization is fucking gnarly. Why the fuck would I want that on my platform, right? I feel like this is a more human way of thinking through it and probably closer to how he thinks about it, but that's just my take.
Organizes changes and gives them a chance. And also, wait, hold on. What do you not want them to do? Is the assumption that if you join the military, you may be involved in a war crime?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, all right, cool. So let's talk about how many people do you think are actually involved in a war crime to join the military?
If one person is involved in war crimes as a result of joining an organization, that organization is by definition a war crime organization. It doesn't matter.
It's a very low bar. Okay, so he's going to attribute these characteristics to an organization, at least for war crimes, if it's only one. And I doubt that he applies that consistently when we look to sexual assault, because what somebody else in the chat mentioned is offline TV and Fed. Right. I don't think this principle of like the war crime taints the entire organization applies to the sexual assault point, right? Like, I don't think one person in your organization sexually assaulting or making a habit out of doing it is going to taint the whole organization, right? So if we're talking about consistency and inconsistency, I'm not sure if this is like a logical way of thinking about things that he's going to apply to the other points on his list. Maybe just to war crimes, which might be fair, might be fine.
Better if 99% of the people hadn't committed war.
Like, I don't think everybody would say that offline TV is like an organization of sexual assaulters or whatever because one person did that. Yeah.
Crimes, and there's a few bad apples doing.
So, okay, so hold on. So with that logic, if one policeman is racist, and we don't, just for the sake of this hyperbole, we know that all of the, I'm sorry, I have to mute something. Sorry. What was I saying? Fuck. Rage
talking about policemen racist.
Oh no! What are you doing?
Yeah. So if we know for a fact that all policemen are racist, or I'm sorry, are not racist. One policeman is.
Lycan, what? You're fucking distracted, my dude.
Racist. He commits a hate crime, kills a black person, right? With your logic, the entire police force is racist.
So you're talking about a few bad apples, right?
No. Yep.
Well,
yeah, sure. You know what? Let's go with a few bad apples. Yeah, let's go with a few bad apples. Yeah. But if
also,
they
so the saying that no one ever likes to finish is a few bad apples spoiled a bunch, as in the entire bunch is now spoiled. So
you want the military gone?
I would love the military gone. I'm a realist. I'm not like abolish the CIA, poggies. I'm like, hey, by the way, we have a whole bunch of different superpowers in the world, and obviously, I would say that they would start to do things that wouldn't be comparable to what I want. But ultimately, if we're talking to you and me about a dream world, yes. Do you want people to be killing each other? No. Do you want people to be bombing each other? No.
So here we go. So we got the, what we suspected, and not necessarily in bad faith, that he just generally doesn't like the military is confirmed here. In case you needed it confirmed by Serfs himself, there it is. So I don't necessarily have like a personal problem with that. I think it's fine to not like the military and just accept it as like a necessity of like the modern world. I think that's fine. Like, but yeah.
You accept the military as a necessity, that you, even in your socialist utopia, snap of the fingers, Thanos snap, America and Canada form.
At this time, should every single country get rid of the military simultaneously? That'd be great. That's
no.
That's not the world I live in. I know. I'm saying that's the fantasy, but that's not going to happen. Of course, yeah.
Hey, but you're not listening. No, what he's asking is, even in your fantasy utopia, you do see the need for a military, right? Like, even if tomorrow all of the socialist peoples and the workers of the world overthrew their respective governments, you would still want militaries in place to secure your ideological footing, right? Like if we had socialists take over in America tomorrow, we'd probably still want to keep a military to defend those ideas and to make sure that we're able to hold on to that. I think that's what Lycan was trying to ask here.
Yes, I'm pragmatic. I understand that there's a need for U.S. military.
Okay, cool.
Do I think they belong on a platform that is predominantly used by 16 to 24-year-olds? God, no. They have no business being here.
You say
that's what we're here to debate.
Used by them.
Not whether or not they should exist.
I have two questions. I've personally developed one for each of you, so it'll be fair. The first question is going to be to the Serfs. If you acknowledge the military as a necessity, because of the nature of realism on the world stage, that if one global power just goes away, then other global powers will dominate, unipolar dominance, yada yada yada. Then, if you have a problem with the U.S. Army recruiting on Twitch, where should they recruit? The U.S. Army has been missing recruitment numbers for like a very long time now. They have a huge problem with that. They've been investing in a lot of new areas. This is something they're trying to do to solve that problem. And if your issue is young people being looped into Twitch, well, looped into recruitment of the military, how are they ever going to meet the numbers necessary?
So, to be clear, to clarify, to shorten, Dylan's question here is, where then should the military recruit? Let's see how Serfs handles this question. Remember, something I said at the beginning and is going to be a focus of this in particular is how well is Serfs doing at answering questions. So the question is, how then should the military recruit, given that it is a necessity, given that you recognize it's a practical necessity? How is it going to recruit?
For U.S. recruitment?
Yeah.
To meet their quotas, the quote-unquote quotas?
Well, I don't think the Serfs cares if they meet their quotas.
Well, I'm actually happier if less people are involved in the U.S. military than if not. But is your question here, because this is actually a good kind of...
Thank you, Hero Bert.
...of like, gotcha. Is your question that if you don't allow this to happen at all, Lance, then eventually the U.S. military will cease to exist, which I know you want, but ultimately your pragmatic side is saying then, you know...
Yeah, I'm asking for the pragmatic. If you understand that we don't want just like... If you don't want the United States military to just whoosh, vanish off the planet, then they exist in the current world. We have to engage with them. They have to recruit somewhere. Where should they recruit if not there?
So I think at the base minimum, the U.S. military should not be recruiting in anywhere in which children or teenagers will interact. They should.
Okay, so we're starting with problems. So
you have to form these opinions yourself.
Okay,
you can't.
So
cut to the
we
chase.
are going to have this.
Drawing your own conclusions is the chase.
So I'm not going to write this one down, but initially, Serfs does not give us a response to the question. He focuses on some of the context behind the question. Dylan reframes, asks the question again, and what we're getting, instead of where should they recruit, we're getting an answer to where should they not recruit. But that's not the question. And I think that this is part of what frustrates people, is Serfs doesn't answer the question itself here. So rather than answering where specifically the military should recruit, Serfs answers that they should not recruit anywhere that like children could be present or whatever. Let's go ahead and listen back to specifically how he answers here. To be fair to the Serfs,
that we don't want just like, if you don't want the United States military to just whoosh, vanish off the planet, then they exist in the current world. We have to engage with them. They have to recruit somewhere. Where should they recruit if not there?
So I think at the base minimum, the U.S. military should not be recruiting in anywhere in which children or teenagers will interact. They should only be able to recruit to people who are 18 plus.
They should not recruit anywhere where children and teenagers could interact with it. Okay. The reason that you were asked where they should recruit is because if you believe this, you're not really giving us a lot of wiggle room, and it's difficult for us to imagine that a guy that thinks that the military is practical and needs to do this, but also believes that they can't ever have their recruitment stuff touched by children, that guy maybe has some idea of where that Goldilocks zone is. But rather than point out the Goldilocks zone, he's going to point out like a restricting rule that, yeah, you're not answering the question here.
Whatever you...
Strip clubs, bars, porn websites? I don't know, dude. Retirement homes? Not when my kids are visiting, you fuck. I don't want my kids seeing recruitment shit. What the hell? Or fucking retirement homes. Get them out. Interesting. Yeah. So this is kind of the problem with the questions. Is this one, he's not answering the question that's being asked. He's answering a question that's not being asked here.
Whatever year you're allowed to become, well, actually, fuck that. Americans don't let you drink until you're like 21. Whatever year that you're allowed to be legal, when you're allowed to have a nice cold beer, then fuck, that's when you should be allowed to join the military. And then if you want to lower that to 18.
And now he's answering when you should be allowed to join the military.
Fine, go do that. And then at which point, that's when you're allowed to actually be approached by someone saying, hey, would you like to join the U.S. military?
And when is not where. So he didn't answer that question.
That's so my question. I have just a quick follow-up question. So if there was like an age gate on the U.S. Army esports teams, like, hey, you 18, click it, and then they could enter, like we have with other types of access online for information online about like pornography, other things like that for adults, right? Would that be something?
You're talking about recruitment, not whether or not they have a right.
No. I'm talking about on Twitch.
Okay, I see why people get frustrated with you.
If your problem is the broadcasting to children, if they put an age gate on it, would that be something that you'd be fine with?
They do have an age gate on it. And no, I don't think anything that has committed the amount of atrocities as an organization as the U.S. military has should be allowed to be on this platform.
Yeah. You can't just like, oh man, you can't just repeat like your thesis statement when you don't want to answer a question, right? Because it doesn't answer the question. So rather than actually like answering this, he's gonna say, well, as I said at the beginning, I don't think that. Oh no. So this is he does give an answer later. Okay, well let's fucking hold out for that one, brother.
Platform, period. I'm going much further than AOC. AOC was pointing out correctly the fact that the US Army was using.
Now we're talking about AOC. Okay. We're clicking it. We're clicking it up. So if I had a rage meter, we're jumping from 0 to 1. So if you're an asshole in the chat, you're gonna get roasted now. Whoop 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 alert. Booksmarts' patience is now being tested. So just don't test me further because this is kind of silly. But I'm gonna let this play. I need to go get more water real quick.
In duplicitous manners to be able to recruit children. They started a giveaway for $200 for an Xbox Elite Series X2 or something, and that giveaway, when you clicked on it, would send you to the U.S. Army Recruitment Center.
So can I address
this?
this?
That is fucking insidious.
Yeah.
So let me address this. That's beyond the pale, and that's what she had a problem with. I go much further than that. I don't think they belong on it at all. Yeah.
Be clear, when I'm trying to talk, it's because two people are talking, I'm not hearing information. Let me just be clear about that. I didn't say at the beginning. So before I asked Lance his question that I had for him, he obviously should have time to respond to that. So I'll give him some time to respond to that.
Okay.
Sorry.
My honest answer to that, if we were sticking back to recruitment.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I said Lance, but it's Lycan and Lance is like almost the same name. I meant Lycan. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's a lot there. First of all, okay, let's talk about the age as far as what recruiters can do. Recruiters cannot approach you until you're 18 if you're 17, they can approach you with a parent or guardian. But recruiters are everywhere. They are in the high school. They are at air shows. You can walk up at any age and talk to a recruiter. A recruiter is allowed to. Would you have a problem with this is rhetorical, so I'm going to have a follow-up to this. Would you have a problem with a 14-year-old at an air show walking up to a recruiter and saying, hey, tell me about that Humvee?
Yes.
Because you just do not want them to engage.
Oh, this is something that I said that in our prep. There's no way he would say that, right? Like, let me ask my chat. Have you guys ever been to an air show or like one of those fake combat things that the military will do, or frankly, any convention or something where the military has been there? Have you seen any of their booths where they do their stupid goofy shit where you climb on monkey bars and put on backpacks or whatever the fuck? Like, the idea that a recruiter would avoid talking to any kid that goes up to that is untenable for me. That would be so strange. Like, that I said there's no way anybody that's ever been to one of those would say that, because it doesn't really make any sense. It's like half of the fun of them. I didn't end up joining the military, did I? Like, I don't know. I won't make more arguments because it's not the arguments they're making. But I was surprised to hear this from the Serfs.
At all with the military.
He's a Canadian, Books. He doesn't really understand any of this. that sounds vaguely racist. That sounds vaguely racist. I would assume that Canada has fairs and stuff where they do air shows and whatever, I would assume. Armory recruiters care about one thing. Are you breathing? If so, they will approach you. I think they care about their quotas, brother. I don't know if they really care about wasting time on people they can't recruit.
Yes, absolutely. And I do not think, by the way, the U.S. military should be recruiting. It's a service.
Okay,
it's not a business. They're not trying to get recruits in the same way. Yeah.
Or conscription. All right, fine. So, okay, but work with me here, okay? The kid is asking a question about an airplane or a car, right? There's nothing harmful there. But the recruiter cannot try to get that kid to join. That recruiter cannot approach or engage. So those kids can submit all their information. When I was a kid, I'd see the Navy commercials or the Air Force commercials or the Army commercials. I had a fucking fetish for pamphlets for whatever reason. I had anything that I could call on the TV screen and I could get something sent to my house, I would do it. And that included all the military stuff. And you know what? They would send me it, and that is it. They couldn't do anything with me because when I typed it in, I typed my age and they couldn't contact me. And if they contact you and they find out you're not of an age where they can get engaged, they say, hey, sorry, buddy, give me a call back in 6 years, right? They aren't actually engaging in recruitment tactics with these people. You were getting more exposure through.
Oh, you're going to have a rough time with this, Lycan. So Lycan is trying to draw a distinction between a regular interaction with like a kid and a recruitment interaction with a kid, right? But I'm pretty sure that Serfs is of the opinion that they shouldn't engage at all. I don't think he's willing to make these distinctions here. I don't think he's willing to make a distinction between asking a question like, whoa, that's crazy. This C-130 is huge. How many pounds of shit could you fit on that? And having a recruiter answer versus like, oh man, I would love to fly one of these. How the fuck do I sign up, right? I don't think he's willing to make a distinction between answering these two different types of questions, right? So I'm not sure you're going to make ground with him, even if you plead for it here.
Call of Duty and through American media, global media, to anything military than you are here. There's a NASCAR team. There's a football team. They have commercials galore on every channel. So removing them from Twitch, removing them from Twitch doesn't impact them in the slightest as far as a significant recruiting effort. And two, to call that insidious is fucking silly because again, they can't do anything to you even if you give them their information. So no, AOC was absolutely fucking wrong about that. That wasn't insidious.
Okay, so that was insidious because they were being duplicitous. They were lying about what they were doing. They weren't actually trying to give away an Xbox.
I didn't see anything that said they didn't give away.
Okay,
you had to go to a portal to get
I'll send you the news article.
No, I've seen the news article.
Yeah, so it's not up for debate about whether or not they did this, okay? You can't do that. I can't do that as a streamer, and I'm not trying to get kids to go kill people.
I actually would like the article.
I can't do a fake contest for an Xbox or an Elite controller.
I never saw
They stopped.
And now we're on honestly, Lycan, kind of a fumble there. If you're really trying to get him to give you some ground in good faith on a common sense thing, why would you cap that with the thing that he's clearly hot-headed about? Why would you do that? That's never going to work, right? This is like if I was trying to be like, oh, well, I was gonna use like a Muslim example, and I think that's gonna rub people the wrong way. Let me pick something safer. Like when you're trying to build some ground with somebody and you're trying to like get them to like meet you like halfway on something, I think picking one of the most contentious things to like bring up with that person immediately after when you're trying to form some common sense, good faith, common ground with them is a bad idea. Why would you punctuate that with something that he said? I think AOC didn't even go far enough. I'm like uber AOC's position on this. And then you're like, well, I think AOC is uber wrong. Like, what are you doing? That's going to fuck up the entire thing you're trying to do here. So major misplay from Lycan here. Good God.
Doing it as well. Okay, well,
they stopped a lot of stuff. They also stopped doing the fucking streaming except for the Army esports channel now. Navy put the kibosh on the thing after all the backlash. After your clever people are spamming war crimes and harassing fucking dudes. Do you think those dudes did war crimes? Like, do you want them to be harassed?
They're part of an organization that does. And yes, it's wonderful that we're getting them kicked off. They do not belong on this platform in any way, shape, or form. If you want to talk about like recruitment for children, the U.S. military after the no.
Listen, maybe you're not for trans rights, but how do you feel about incest? Oh man. Or if you're trying to like debate abortion and you're just trying to like start it like, okay, well, let's both agree, if there's like a separate sperm and a separate egg, I mean, that's like, at that point, it's not bad, right? Like if I were to flush out like a bunch of sperm that had never come in contact with an egg, that's fine, right? I mean, I personally think I'm fine with just fucking taking a full 9-month fucking, thing and ripping it out of there and fucking smothering it with a pillow, but you know what I mean? Like, why would you include that at the end? What the fuck are you doing? We're meant to fucking agree on this like common ground thing that is a million steps removed. Why would you talk about smothering a 9-month-old fucking, like, I don't know, brother. I don't know why you would do that.
No Child Left Behind Act has the right now to enter high schools and do recruitment practices. You're right that they can't sign you up for the military without the use of a guardian. That is true.
Why is the military bad career path? Why is the military bad career path? You don't care if there are far more dangerous careers in the military.
I don't know. Let's think about this. Why is the military bad career path? Well, if you are true,
why is the military bad career path? Why is the military bad career path? You don't care if there are far more dangerous careers.
Oh, here's another thing that Lycan and the old boy, Lycan and an old book buddy. This is something we prep for, so let's see how this goes. I'm interested.
That is true.
Why is the military bad career path? Why is the military bad career path? You don't care if there are far more dangerous careers in the military.
I don't know. Let's think about this. Why is the military bad career path? Well, if you are a VA, you have twice the rate of homelessness than the other people. You have between a 60 to 70% increase in the amount of probability that you'll have addictions to alcohol, addictions to drugs, PTSD. Like the amount of homeless veterans there are in the United States alone should be something that shows you like this is horrible. You also, by the way, if you're a woman, have a very high chance of being raped. You have a high chance of being raped. You have a higher chance in a study.
Now, he already said all these points, so I don't know if the question was best positioned right here, but he will continue to repeat the points he said at the beginning. He's not going to come up with something new. It was the opportunity for him to come up with something new, but he will repeat what he had said before, which, to be fair, they do support that position.
In 2011, apparently, by being raped by a fellow serviceman than you do by being shot by an enemy combatant. That is fucked. That is not something that any young woman should look at and be like, this is a good career path for me. Like, the things that they get...
Why are you guys oohing? I don't know what happened, but wait, why are you guys doing this? What are you guys doing?
By the military are the things that you as a society should be providing already. Things like an education that you get in the military. Why not give that anyways? Why not the money you're spending on bombs?
We should do this, and the military provides it. That's not going to help your argument here. They're not providing it. So we're saying that the military does offer it. The military does offer it. So
the military does offer a handful of things that you should be getting anyways. Because there's an incentivization. That's what the poverty draft comes down to. People want to get those things. 46% of people recruited.
Why is it a bad career path? Because it's fucking incentivizing impoverished people. I'm sick of fucking these fucking jobs out here, dude. They're fucking preying on poor people. Who needs a job? Fucking poor people, bruh. Like, yeah, bro, that's the fucking point of a job. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, the rage meter it's going up. It's going up another click, bruh. It's going up another click. It's going up another click. I'm sorry, chat. Just don't... You're starting to piss me off with these stupid fucking oohs and claps. I don't even know what the fuck you're... Oh, Sora told you to? All right.
The military said they did it for post-secondary education.
Okay.
46%.
So let's be clear. Okay, so when two people talk at the same time, we don't get double the information. We actually get none of the information. It's wild magic, actually. So I want to be able to... is there anything you wanted to repeat, Serfs, before
I would like Lance to answer the question as if we live in the world where we do, where those things aren't being provided by the government. So with that being the case, why is that where you can choose your job, where you have choice over your job, where you can...
Oh, hey, to chill out a bit, I'm going to write down the question that we had before, because part of the point of this Notion document is to establish this pattern for Serfs. Let me type that out real quick. I'll put on some tunes while we do that. You guys can listen to the tunes while I type that out. Let's go here.
put yourself in a place that is relatively harm-free, where you can put yourself in a place that is likely to not deploy, when you talk about the factors as far as addiction, when you talk about PTS, when you talk about homelessness and whatnot, there are other factors that play into this, and many of which are job choice. So where you have a lot of say in where you go, and then you still get all the same benefits of being in the military. Again, I know you want the government to give it, but they're not. So I'm saying, why is that a bad option?
So it's a bad option, again, because you have a very high rate.
So, Lycan here is saying, hey, look, I hear you. Homelessness, that's fucked, you know? I hear you. Fucking alcoholism, no good. Fucking being disabled, not ideal. Well, depending on who you are, right? That's at this point become like a political thing in this world, which I don't know why, but so yeah, not ideal. Ideally, you don't want to pick a job that has all this. But what Lycan is saying is, while the military as a broader organization can have those statistics, and you can see that happening, we could also break it down. We can be more granular. If we look at what the positions are in the military that you're picking, that you choose to go out and do, these are going to vary greatly between those different positions that you choose, right? And thus, if you wanted to avoid those things and you wanted to, you know, use the statistics as your guide and sniff out the statistics, you could pick a position which has much better statistics, right? You don't need to necessarily be like doing the jobs that are going to result in those. And that's his argument here. Let's see how it gets taken.
When you're inside that organization that being sexually assaulted or sexually, sexually harassed, if you're a woman, you also have a high probability of happening.
Again, that high rate exists in the
Wait, can
not the same.
I want to be able to finish.
It's higher in the
You'll
military.
get to understand.
I couldn't advocate for. The logic of this astounds me. I couldn't advocate.
Bruh, Dylan's ego must be getting real fucking pricked by this guy talking over him. That's one thing that Dylan really doesn't fucking like, is when you talk when he's talking, and Lance definitely keeps doing it. So I feel like Lance is gonna keep rubbing this guy the wrong way as well, which isn't really going to help him in the conversation.
Advocate for anyone and say, hey, by the way, we can't do anything differently. This is just the way it is. So wake up, okay? And
I'm not saying do anything differently.
This is your only way to do it. You can only go to school if you join an organization, which if you are a woman, you have a 1 in 4 chance of being sexually assaulted. Sorry, that's just the world we live in. There's absolutely no other way to do this. That is absurd. We don't apply the same logic to anything else in life.
If you were going to say that, if you say that.
So we keep jumping back to this point number 5. We would never, ever judge any other org by this same standard. But the problem is that this point number 5 is almost like the conclusion paragraph of your paper. This point number 5 assumes that everybody has walked through all the rest of your paper. They've read all of your arguments. They've been convinced of them. They've been given the statistical figures and everything, and they are sold. So we can just simply restate our thesis and kind of put forward this thing. But this thing relies on us getting concession and progress on everything else. And even if you just outline the atrocities, the war crimes, these percentages, that's not enough. We're in a debate. You have to make progress with the other person on those, which you haven't. You started out with the sexual assault thing, the sexual assault and rape, the system, number 4, which you got no concession on. You didn't make any progress with. Then you switched to the war crimes thing, point number 1, which again, you didn't make progress with. And I wouldn't say that that's for lack of Lycan trying. Lycan tried to give you different points, different footholds in the conversation to have a very kind of discussion of both of those 2 points. And you kind of rejected both of them and just kind of repeated the position as if it should be enough to stand on its own. But that's not the point. This isn't an essay. This is a debate. You need to actually like contend with what the other side is saying and make progress with them, which he hasn't done. So when he keeps going back to this judge by the same standard as any other org thing, it just, for me, and let me know if it's different for you, it just falls flat, because this requires that we have made progress on the other ones to really work. And we haven't. I mean, we started out with this, like I said, we started out with this, it didn't work. We went to this and it didn't work. And then we're just going to keep jumping back to this, but it's on a foundation of sand. It's not really sticking.
The military is bad, and because this might happen to you, I say, well, it could also happen relatively similar rates, maybe for women, maybe not for men. If you go to college, that is a salient.
Yeah, which is something that we brought up the last time we got to this point. Maybe we'll make some progress. Okay, so let's repeat this. This is a repeat from Lycan. Where are we going to go from here?
Point that sticks to the fact that, Okay, cool. Let's move on to the next. If you want to talk about injury rates. Okay, cool.
Yeah, like I feel you, Lycan. I'm biased towards you, which I'm going to keep mentioning. So if you fucking say, "Oh, Booksmarts, maybe you're biased towards Lycan," like, yes, I keep saying that. So I will fucking roast you in a way not comparable to the person that I spent 5 minutes explaining why they get roasted, right, at the very beginning of the stream, okay? Because we're past that point, bro. We're at roast chat level, so don't say some dumb shit, okay? Or you will get roasted. But like, yes, I think that Lycan should. I think he's justified in feeling like we can move past this unless you have another argument, then, because like I said, the colleges have similar rates. If I can point out a similar rate in a college, you need to apply this logic the same there, and we can't. You jump to war crimes or something else, right? You jump to a confluence of these two different things, which makes it. And so let's just drop this. You can't handle this on its own, because this point on its own is not enough. It needs more things. So why do we keep coming back to this? It's a fair point.
Oh,
I'm not saying you're not factually correct that people do this because they need to get like an education or stuff. I'm saying that's fucked up and shouldn't be the way, and that's not.
Couldn't figure out why, even though I tend to agree with Lance's stances. I wasn't satisfied with Lance's arguments. Gee, thanks, Booksmarts. No, I don't know how to read the last part of that, but no problem, Rainer. Yeah, like. And I've said this multiple times throughout this, that honestly, I'm sympathetic to Lance's arguments here, to Serfs' arguments. I don't necessarily think the military is like a super good thing. Do I think it has wonderful career opportunities? Yes. Do I think that's by design because they're backed by one of the most powerful governments in the entire world that controls like money and a million other things to like give any fucking benefit that you could possibly want? Yes. Does that get brought up here? No. So like I'm sympathetic to Serf's position. I just think he does such a poor job of navigating this conversation that it makes it difficult to come out thinking good of him by the end of the conversation, even if you agree with the sentiment of the points that he's making.
An excuse. That's not like, you cannot say because you have no other choice to get an education if you are in a certain income bracket that it's okay if you join an organization that may make you kill poor people overseas. That makes it all right? No, that makes it a horrifying atrocity. If anything,
again,
that reveals to me that we have something that is fundamentally broken.
Crimes that might happen. There probably will happen at some point, but that person is necessarily going to be involved in.
Right, but it won't happen if you just went to school on its own. You would not kill someone in Afghanistan if you just went to a college. And you wouldn't have to worry about that if the $1 trillion that was being spent on the military maybe put some money towards people just going to college on its own.
But you might get raped, which is kind of your point earlier, but okay, yeah. I get it. It's a confluence of these two things.
You can see the military is necessary and has to exist, and bodies have to come from somewhere to serve, right?
I can.
And then we're going to jump back to what we had gotten concession on before, which is you recognize the practical necessity of the military. Let's go ahead and play that back a little bit here.
$1 trillion that was being spent on the military, maybe put some money towards people just going to college on its own. But then we go back to this
military is necessary and has to exist, and bodies have to come from somewhere to serve, right?
I conceded. Well, it wasn't a concession. You were just asking me, would you get rid of the military like in its entirety? And I said yes, but am I going to do that like a Thanos snap? No, no one can. That's what I want to work towards.
Oh man, this is rough. No, bruh. I thought we had this here. That's why that was part of the basis of Dylan's question to you. Like you did recognize that it's a modern necessity. And that is like a part of the reason why you can't Thanos snap that shit away, because we need it. And that's like, come on, give him some ground here. Give him something. Like, this feels incredibly unfair to Lycan here. You can at least give that. You recognize the practical necessity of the military. Let him build an argument off of that. Man.
No, but the military exists. We need the military.
Yeah.
Oh, he pushes him on it. Okay.
Absolutely. Not as it is today. As it is.
Okay. That's as much as you're going to get, Lycan. That's as much as you're going to get, bro. It's not the most ideal paddle, but you better get to fucking, rowing, because we need to get this conversation moving, brother.
Right now, the United States. Okay, listen to this. Lycan, no, you hold on for 2 seconds. The United States.
Jesus. No, I'm sorry. You're being a bit of a fucking asshole. All right. Damn, dude. I'm sorry. Let me chill out. Let me take 2 fucking seconds. Let me play the fucking music and dance a little bit here. I don't want to be mean to Serfs, but bruh, come on. You're killing me. Okay. Enough of that. All right, I'm back. Take me down a couple of notches on the anger meter, dude. I'll try to be better. I shouldn't call him an asshole. Hold on. Let's chill out, bro. Let's chill out. So I need some fucking positive self-talk here. Woosa.
Spends more on its military than the next 10 countries combined. It does not need that. That is an overwhelming amount of money that is spent on the military. Recruitment. No, it has everything to do with the military-industrial complex because it needs to sell weapons overseas to kill more people.
The military-industrial complex.
I know, but you've gone so far off the fact about whether the organization belongs on Twitch. So because we're not there anymore, and you've gone down this path, I'm meeting you down this corridor. And on this corridor, this is the truth and reality of the situation.
This is like buildings over there, man. We're talking about whether or not the military is an adequate career path. Whether it's a career path that should be proper to children.
So is a baker, and you're not going to have to kill anyone. You're not
so
going
is
to
an underwater. So is an underwater welder. So is
exactly, and so that's not an argument for it. Like, here's this horrible organization, this
no. The point is
that has very high rates of sexual assault and kills people and commits war crimes and atrocities. Why don't we join that? Why don't we join that? Because
you have to make this as an argument, Serfs. You have to make it as an argument. You have to contend with what the other person says. You can't just say it's like this. Why can't we just hate it and like not listen to your opposition here? You can't just not listen to your interlocutor at all and just repeat yourself like a broken record. He's moving around. He's changing what he's saying. He's adapting. He's responding to what you're talking about. And you just you treat it like what you're arguing should just be a given. Which, if you thought that was the case, why would you get into an argument? I wouldn't get into an argument with somebody over whether 2 + 2 = 4. I think it should be a given. I don't think that's a good way to spend my time. I wouldn't get into an hour-long conversation about it if I thought it was like a universal truth of the world that everybody should just fucking bow down to. But like, that's what we're here to do, is to figure out where in the middle or where the truth lies between these two positions, with Dylan there to help. So, man, I don't know about this, brother. Oy.
It's a potentially good career.
Do you think,
path.
do you think oil riggers should be allowed to go to Texas schools and recruit people?
Your question should be, should oil riggers be allowed on Twitch? That's what you're supposed to be focusing on, right?
Well, no, because your reason for not wanting them on Twitch is because you do not want kids to join the military.
I don't want the military on Twitch, period, for a handful
right,
of
and you don't want them in schools. So I'm doing it.
That's one of the reasons.
I get that because we did the corridor thing, now we just kind of want to repeat the main thesis, and we don't even want to get dragged away to like one step removed. But man,
reasons like there's a lot of other reasons. I mean, the war crimes is another reason. The sexual assault is another reason. Like
they're not another. They're the two that you keep repeating. So I'm gonna go ahead and highlight these, brother. I'm just gonna go ahead and make these Lelo, because these are importante, más importante. Number 4 and number 1. We got it. Another one. Oops. Another one. So yes, we get it. We know. These are your main ones. These are your boys. And then this is your problematic stepchild. If you guys watched Iron-Blooded Orphans, the anime that we were talking about earlier, funnily enough, about children soldiers, this is kind of this is your McGillis. This is your adopted son that's gonna fucking fuck you out of power. Right there. Interesting. Okay.
I said, if we applied the same standards that we do to the U.S. military than we do to other Twitch streamers, we would not have this conversation.
Again, you would be
like, holy shit, how are we even talking about this? Yeah,
you were treating it. Well, no. To ban them for that would be to treat them as if it is an entity that exists to do that. It exists to put people into harm's way.
Oh yes, and we're back to this distinction again. Like the difference, and to re-jog your memory, when we talked about NAMBLA at the very beginning, that organization on its front is stating something that's like against the terms of service, against what I would hope are common ethics and morals, and is just generally detestable. And so it's something that probably should just be banned off of Twitch, but that's because the organization itself, sits atop that. Now, does the U.S. military, is that so intrinsically tied to war crimes, I don't know if you can, like, that's not as clear as Nambla or other examples we could come up with. So the argument is about fleshing that out, but we never really get that deep. Kind of disappointing.
Domestically, with assaults among themselves?
No, streamer houses don't exist to molest people, but people get molested in them.
Let's let Lycan finish his point.
All right, sorry.
Is that the entity is doing it to, like, that is a function of it, that these claims that you have against it are a function of the military. Is killing people a function of the military? Yeah, absolutely. That's going to happen. And we can maybe agree that there are moments where that would be necessary, like
you just
World War
said
II Germany.
And killing people are against TOS? Checkmate. You have it, Serfs. You have it. I would honestly prefer an argument like that to some of the ones that we keep getting. Just say it's against TOS to kill people, therefore the military shouldn't be on Twitch. I would honestly much prefer that argument over these other ones that we've been dealing with. That sounds like a 2-head argument. I feel like relatively now it's like a 5-head argument. I would honestly much rather hear that.
Yeah. So with that, again, you are ascribing the actions of the military in the past and the issues of the future to the entity itself. Like, sorry, got tongue-tied there.
Did you think this stopped? They're still doing this. Like, you're still in Afghanistan. You're like, Guantanamo still exists. Like, the U.S. military hasn't today as of our conversation.
War crime in Afghanistan?
What war crimes have happened in Afghanistan?
What's the last war crime in Afghanistan?
There was a slaughter of civilians in a region, like, I don't have this information directly in front of me, but there was a slaughter of civilians in a region that had blood on its hands from American and Union soldiers. There was, I would have to pull up things. There's absolutely nothing in terms of, like, Afghanistan is a conflict-free.
Well, you brought up that we're still in Afghanistan. That's not a war crime.
You are still in Afghanistan. I never said being in Afghanistan is a war crime. But also, this doesn't.
Oh, but you see how it's confusing when you bring that up in your fucking okay. You know, I don't. Do I want to put bad faith as like a label on him at this point? Because I don't think he means to be this way. It's just how he ends up being by talking. Like, I don't think that Serfs means to be as bad faith as he comes off. But when I think of bad faith, I think of the behaviors that he's exhibiting. And bad faith, I don't think is always something that you mean to do. I think some people, just by virtue, I guess, of they're built different, just kind of stumble into it. He's just dumb. I'm not saying that, dude. I didn't say there's nothing about intelligence here. It's just the way that he talks, I guess. But he's like not listening either. And it's getting difficult for me. I don't think he's bad faith. I just think he's a little dumb. Well, I can't say that. And I don't know if that's the truth, because he seems to have an okay intelligence outside of debating people. I think he's just built this differential, dude.
It doesn't erase the war crimes of the past either, is the other thing, right?
It doesn't, and I have not tried to. I have not made excuses for the war crimes. I've owned up to them and said, yes, absolutely, the military has done some fucked up things. That doesn't change the fact that it is a viable career path and that it is not causing harm to children for that to be something that we say, hey, you can go join the military.
Would you apply the same standard to if the Communist Party of China's military wanted to join Twitch?
So this was a question I was actually holding in my pocket for Lycan. It's a 2-part question. The first one is, what if the Chinese Communist Party was like, you know what, we want the PLA to have a Twitch department, and they were like, and they, you know,
this was if you remember, I mentioned this was a stronger point that I think that Serfs brought up. It's closer to, I think, how he is actually thinking through this, although I may be bad faith. I may be wrong, right? But I think this is actually how he thinks through this. And I think it's actually how a good number of Twitch people might think through it. I think it's how an audience member could relate. So this path of thinking, I think, is closer. This analogizing is kind of closer to how normal people process this argument, this debates in general. Analogizing, right? And I think that this might be helpful. So let's see how this is handled, right? I think this is a helpful thing to like direct at Lycan and see how he handles it, right? Because it's building off of something, everybody that's listening can kind of understand and see how this guy, like, does the crazy, pro-military bootlicker guy in the fucking NASA suit, is he crazy enough to say that he thinks, like, the KGB should be allowed on Twitch or whatever? And if he does, why the fuck does he think that? Because that's really what I'm here for, right? Like, because once we make that comparison, it's interesting to see how the dude that's pro-military actually handles that. How do you reconcile that? How do you let, like, what we would consider awful actors actually come on the website? You really down for that? How do you handle that, bro? I'm interested. Let's see.
Did all the things with giveaways and like, hey, we'll have like three Xinjiang made pillows if you like sign up to this organization, sign up to the giveaway or something. And the second part of the question is, a lot of this has been like defending like the U.S. military in this way, or defending this, or saying like, okay, that is bad. Why is the reason that they should be on Twitch in comparison to like that? I would like to ask you that, Lycan. Why should they be on Twitch? Is the second part of my question.
I mean, so for the China one, that's easy. No, I wouldn't be up in arms about it. I wouldn't be finding the Chinese Wikipedia page. Do you think I'm the person that has positive sentiments about the Chinese military, let alone their government? Absolutely not. Probably
I love this. So look at what Lycan has set up for us. Am I against the Chinese military or the Chinese government advertising positions on Twitch? No. But do I agree with them? No. I, as a viewer, relate to that. I, too, agree with half of that. I don't, I'm not particular about that military stuff. I'm not about it, okay? So you got me on that one. Why do you think it's okay that they still stay on Twitch, though? That's the real question here. Let's see how he answers it.
Level of criticism that Lance would levy towards America's government military, I'd probably have the same towards China's.
Hey, I feel the same as Lance does. I mean, honestly, a lot of the same things he has problems with in terms of atrocities and whatever, I also put on the Chinese, military. But he's starting to draw a picture of consistency here. He's consistent here, right? Like, let's see how this keeps going.
That said, yeah, no, if they started a Twitch channel, I wouldn't fucking be up in arms about it, trying to get them kicked off. As far as
you would actually be okay. Okay, well, fair enough. That's you. Yeah, it's you sticking to your principle. So you would be okay with the Chinese.
Whoa! Why are you just interrupting? Let him fucking finish! Ah! Oh no! I'm going crazy. Just fucking, like, you have to realize that the reason Lance, that Dylan jumps in here and asks questions and stuff is because he's not sure that you guys are like making progress, and he might think you're looping, he might think it's getting stale, he might want to fucking spice, whatever the reason is, he's trying to shake it up, and there's a reason that he asked Lycan and not you. So I would be quiet and listen to see if Lycan gives you more that you can work with, right? You should be just as frustrated that the conversation is going like this. And if you're not, and you can't pick up on the fact that this conversation is looping and going poorly, I think you might have issues that like hurt your ability to debate in general, because that's something you should have a spidey sense for. But this is like not going super well. Let him help to recover it. Listen, try to like get more points so we can build more arguments, so we can go further. Let him extrapolate, see where he goes with it. If he's a broken record, he ends up being a broken record, but give him the opportunity to give you something else. Like, I don't know.
Military having a Twitch channel officially.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I mean,
this is a Xi Jinping approved statement, by the way. You just got a lot of social credit points.
I don't know what the I actually don't know much about the Chinese military except some past shit. So again, I don't know what
the
Chinese military offers to.
I would not be okay with the Chinese military being on the Twitch stream platform. But I will say this comparably: the Chinese military only has between 1 and 3 military bases in other countries right now that we know of. The United States has about 700 to 800. So it's not exactly an apples to apples thing. Well, I'm just saying it's not an apples to apples thing in terms of their global conflicts and what they're engaged in. The United States military, when you say something like, well, I mean, what are they doing that's in Afghanistan that's so bad? I mean, technically, if you're in the middle of an occupation and the occupation is considered by different parties in that area to be an illegal occupation, not to mention if it's one that creates power vacuums like Iraq has, where beyond the 500,000 to 1 million dead civilians, there is a chance for places like, organizations like ISIS to form. That is also a massive problem. Even if you say like we're technically just occupying, we're not in the midst of committing war crimes today. Today is a war crime free day. 0 days since our last war crime.
Well, right, but I wanted to. The reason I said that is because I wanted to differentiate between military action that you disagree with and war crimes, because you're not.
But it's the same organization.
But this is not your issue. Is for the most part, if the military had never ever done a war crime, no one ever, would you be adamant about them not being?
Finally, a good fucking question. This is good. Thank you. This is a good question. This is a good question. So if he's going to repeat something over and over and over, like the war crimes point that we see is yellow because it's very, 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 very important. What if it wasn't though, right? Let's take like a Mel argument. What if it just never happened? Let's take a fucking page out of Mel's book. Yeah, but what if no? If no, then what? Let's see.
On Twitch. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait. And there was no sexual assault, and no one had PTSD. And
good. Yeah. All right. Let's remove all of it. Let's get down to the heart of it. Let's see. Oh, you're starting to recognize that he has two main points here. So we're getting rid of number 0.4 and 1. So if 4 was not true and 1 was not true, could you then see from my perspective that they could maybe be allowed on Twitch? We're just trying to see. This is almost like a fucking sanity check. If these are your two main points and they weren't true, you would be on my team, right? I'm just trying to make sure that you're not like crazy. I'm just trying to make sure you're not a fucking madman. Like, if these two things weren't true, you wouldn't feel this way, right? There's not anything else that is impacting your decision making, right?
And no one had drug and alcohol problems, and there was no issue.
Yeah, let's get rid of everything. Okay, so none of this. I mean, he's cracking up. You forced us to do this. You're behaving this way. You forced us here. Normally, you don't have to do this because people are normal and they have like a good back and forth. But you're a fucking broken record. So yeah, we have to fucking keep moving the needle to see if we can get you to play a different tune, bruh. So if I take the whole needle off, will you shut the fuck up? Like, is there a fucking hamster inside of the fucking record player that's squeaking? Or is this actually coming from the record? Because it seems like no matter where I drop the fucking needle, it's the same track looping fucking over and over. So maybe if I just take the fucking needle up and you just keep repeating the same thing, I at least know that the record player is broke at a fundamental level. All right, it's not what record is on it, it's that the whole fucking thing is broken, right? So we're just trying to see if it is a broken record or a broken record player. And you're going to confirm this to us, and you're cracking up, but like you're the one that's forced us to this point, brother.
So it's not a military. It's anything but the military.
Well, I mean, so with some reasonable rates, right? You're going to see it higher in infantry because they're going to see combat, right? You're going to see things like that. Things that you would be understanding that as a military, it's got to exist and combat's going to happen.
Well, I mean, it's not a fucking record player at that point, now is it? Well, let's just assume that music comes out of it. Like, let's assume that it is still a record player. Is your record player fucking working or is it broken, brother? Just fucking answer me.
And PTSD will happen to people who seek combat. We will
then yes,
accept
then
those things.
They have no business being here, then yes. Yeah, I'm on the platform.
Why? Then why are we arguing these points? Wait, did he really answer that way? Is this a cap on the app? What? There's no way.
Be understanding that as a military, it's got to exist.
I don't remember it being this bad.
And combat's going to happen, and PTSD will happen to people who seek combat. We will
then yes,
accept those things.
They have no business being here, then yes. Yeah, I'm on the platform. Yeah.
Again, but you agreed.
Because, okay, like, what's going to happen to people if they do join this organization? It's not just about recruitment, but you're bringing this up, so let's talk about it, right? So we were talking about veterans. I think we both agreed. We both probably deeply support veterans. That's the one thing that we're both on the same side of. But the fact that there's 968,000 veterans that lived in poverty last year, 630,000 homeless Americans,
Hold on, wait.
1 in 10.
Oh my God, he's looping! You're looping! He removed that. Oh my. I gotta take a fucking break, dude. My neighbors are gonna kick my ass. Holy shit, they're gonna climb up here and they're gonna fucking light me on fire, dude, if I keep screaming. Oh man. I'm hurting. My fucking soul, dude. Oh, so you're saying I don't even want to meme this. Oh man, I don't want to be so mean to Lance, dude, but holy shit. Yeah, I'm going to let's start jamming. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to be a good boy. I'm trying to be a good boy. Okay? I'm so sorry. I'm trying. You know, I had a very heartfelt stream, the last stream, and I talked about how I almost feel like I'm not super good faith in my reviews anymore. I'm really worried about that. I worry that I don't give the same thing I gave a year ago. And I want to make an effort, even when things are frustrating, to to stick to that. To stick to being good faith and to stick to not being mean. But you people test me. And by you people, I mean debate bros. You people test me. And I think, you know, and this might have to do with Lil Nas X at this point. I don't know. You guys have something in common with the devil because you're so good at fucking testing people. You are quite the fucking test. And I just, you know, I'm going to fail that test sometimes. Yeah. I'm going to fail it, you know. I'm going to keep trying, but holy shit. Let's crank up the fucking roast meter. The roast meter is at like 50%, 60% now. Because I can't, dude.
Veterans. Okay, wait. We're talking about experience in the military.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm bringing up veterans because this is the end result of what your course will take you, right? So nearly 1 million veterans lived in poverty last year. 67,495 homeless veterans are living in America right now. That's over 1 in 10 of the homeless population. 45% of homeless veterans experience mental illness. 76% experience alcohol and drug abuse problems. Many experience both. And 21% of women veterans experience sexual trauma consistently. That is not what I consider a good career path. Like,
hold on, let me go ahead and read my list.
If you had a kid, I wouldn't say to my child, hey.
What was your question again? Oh, homelessness. That reminds me. Let me go ahead and my list says that fucking 18%.508.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught my question. It was kind of tricky. My bad, debate tactics. So I was saying, let's assume that that wasn't the case. Like in a hypothetical world where that wasn't the case, what would you think about that?
What would I think about what?
You know, would you be anti-military?
I am anti-military.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. So would you be anti-military if that wasn't the case?
If what wasn't the case?
Well, would you be I am it. Oh, Would you be anti-military if the homeless things weren't the case? And if this thing wasn't the case? And if this thing wasn't the case?
It's an interesting question. Would I be anti-military? No, I am anti-military. I'm anti-military because the homeless and the fucking...
You're killing me, brother. I can't fucking do this. Holy shit. Oh, man, Serfs. You're fucking a frustration matrix, bruh. Holy shit.
Hey, by the way, if you want to...
Who's on first? Yeah, it's like, who's on first, bro?
Go down this pathway. But there are these statistics that are a little bit scary because, you know, you won't find them in other respects, but it's still a career path at the end of the day.
So before we get off Lycan, I'd like a response to the second question I proposed.
Can you remind me what that question was, please?
The second question was, at first,
he didn't get to answer the second question because Serfs interrupted him as he had just finished answering the first one. Yeah, just to remind you why he didn't answer the second question. It's not because he's being slimy or snaky. It's because he was interrupted after answering half of a question specifically directed at him. Okay, so that's why. Just as a fucking refresher. All right, I'll be right back. I need more water.
I asked you about them being on Twitch, and the second part
about China, and then something else.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because I just remember didn't get an answer to it. Chat will remind me, but I just wanted to bring up quickly to the Serfs. Actually, the question was like, chat reminds me what the second question was. So would you put this up basically on any type of employment that has like negative like health or other effects on people? Like, for example, let's say there was like, hey, join our boxing school, or hey, join the firefighters, or hey, join any of these things that could have negative health effects.
Yeah, so for this specifically...
Oh, yeah, a reason for the military push, that was it.
Right, so for this specifically, I'm trying to just keep an applicable standard. If I judged this organization the same way I would judge anyone else on Twitch. So if you just keep
effects. It was like, hey, join our boxing school, or hey, join the firefighters, or hey, join any of these things that could have negative health effects.
Yeah, so for this specifically...
Oh, yeah, reason for the military switch, that was it.
Right, so for this specifically, I'm trying to just keep an applicable standard. If I judged this organization the same way I would judge anyone else on Twitch. So if you told me, again, there was a streamer house in which these things happen, they've committed these atrocities, I would say this has no place on Twitch. And that's the reason I used Anisian and Shane Dawson.
Okay, let's let Dylan ask his question. Let's write down what the question was, and then let's see how Serfs handles it.
Question was, so would you put this up basically on any type of employment that has like negative like health or other effects on people? Like, for example, let's say there was like, hey, join our box.
Okay, let's write that down. Let's see how he does.
Boxing school, or hey, join the firefighters, or hey, join any of these things that could have negative health effects.
Yeah, so for this specifically...
Oh, yeah, reason for the military switch, that was it.
Right, so for this specifically, I'm trying to just keep an applicable standard. If I judged this organization the same way I would judge anyone else on Twitch. So if you told me, again... there was a streamer house in which these things happen, they've committed these atrocities, I would say this has no place on Twitch. And that's the reason I used Anisian and Shane Dawson, is because I think they came to Twitch after the fact that they had committed all these like either sexual assaults or grooming things on YouTube, and then they came to Twitch afterwards.
I mean, maybe he loops. Maybe he loops back around. Who knows? Maybe he's like a boomerang. Maybe he'll answer the question at the end. I don't know.
The past. That's another example of me applying that same principle.
Am I crazy? Hold on. I'm gonna take 2 seconds before I continue to snap. I'm gonna check in with my chat. It's chat check-in time. Da-da-da, chat check-in time. Be very careful. If you piss me off, you know. The roast meter is up, so I will roast you. That doesn't mean I'd ban you or anything like that. I'm not like a complete asshole, but I'm not going to fucking, I'm not going to ban you, but just be careful. If I roast you, don't fucking put that shit on me, bro. You knew what you were getting into. Okay. Be real with me, guys. Am I being too much? Is this justified? Do you see where I'm coming from? What's going on? Like, what's going on? And I said, hey, like, what's your guys' takeaways? Can say he is trying to be bad faith now? I don't know if he's trying. I have no indication that he's doing this on purpose. Like, I don't know if he knows. Like, I'm this close to, like, DMing him after this and being like, hey, I used to do this thing where I help people with their rhetoric and their debate performances. And I haven't done it for a while, but I noticed that you do a thing and I don't know if you do it. And I'm wondering, can you just tell me if you do it on purpose? You good? Serfs is not engaging. Okay. Because I feel like I'm going crazy. Thanks, Linger. I definitely see where you're coming from. It doesn't necessarily seem intentional, but it seems like he dances a bit there. Not even slightly. It's worse when you find out / know that Lance is factually wrong on several points. All he's got going for him is facts. What do you mean? Oh, no. I think he's being bad faith, but only because he is blinded by his passion against the military. Maybe. I feel like Dylan should have stepped in by now after like third or so loop. I try not to be hard on Dylan or any moderator. It's really hard to moderate. It's really hard to pick up on that in real time and do it. And not a lot of people are good at it. And Dylan's one of the best at it. So it's difficult to like levy those criticisms at him. Since he more or less states that he believes this to be a non-debate, he probably assumes that nothing anyone can say could prove him wrong because of X, Y, Z reasons. So no matter what, even if he gets lost in the convo, he remembers thinking he is right because of X, Y, and Z and keeps jumping back to them. This gets back to a stylistic thing about the Serfs that I said, which is that I feel like he always keeps one of his feet cemented in the floor and he'll never leave that spot. And he can only go as far as he can reach from that spot. And that kind of gets back to what you're saying there. But I don't know if he thinks he's like 100% right or whatever, but I guess so. You a little closer to thinking he's just a little dumb? I am closer to saying he's dumb than he's intentionally being bad faith. I think that's a much like simpler explanation, that he might just be dumb. But that sounds really mean. I don't want to call the Serfs dumb and like start a bunch of shit, but he doesn't seem super intelligent based on the way he's talking. It's difficult when our values are tested to find nuance. Lance and Big Joel both have this. Yeah, Big Joel too. I don't think he contrives to do it. He just firmly believes he's right, doesn't have a rational back. He does, though. He's just not good at, like, going back and forth with people. Hey, what's books analyzing? Serfs versus Lycan. I'd say you're a little biased towards who? I'm a little biased towards Lycan by a lot. I helped Lycan before the debate, but I feel like that's not where this is coming from. I feel like this is a frustrating performance from the Serfs, regardless if I had anything to do with Lycan. Like, I could have never met Lycan. I could think negatively of Lycan, I think, and still like come out frustrated at fucking Serfs in this, I feel like. But I could be wrong, because bias is a thing that you can't just like fucking, cut out of yourself, but that's where I'm at with it. He's wrong about recruitment populations. He's wrong on the relationship between the military and schools, etc. Yeah, but he's Canadian. He might just not know. But that's fair. If he's wrong, he's wrong, I guess. I don't think Lance is not bad faith. He believes what he says, but this is just bad debate. Damn. I think Lance did poor research. I don't think he's bad faith here. Definitely. I don't know if his research is poor. Like, man, this is like, if your car was like missing like its like front right wheel and it was dragging an axle on the ground, and you were like, Booksmarts, I tell you what, I got an ear for mechanics. It sounds like your compression on one of your cylinders is real fucking bad, and beyond that, you got a timing belt that you need to replace. And I'm like, yeah, sure, it could use a timing belt. Maybe the compression's off. I don't know. I would need to research it to answer that. But if I saw this car roll into the shop, the first thought in my mind is not maybe the compression in cylinder 4 is off, or maybe the timing belt is off. My first thought is, why is it missing a tire? Like, why? Why is it dragging half of itself? What's going? Like, yeah, maybe, dude. I'm not gonna argue with you that maybe the research isn't like 100% on point either. But it's not where I would start. Because that's what I'll say about that. I feel like that's an apt fucking analogy. Destiny had similar thoughts as you when he watched the debate. Good. That's a fucking sanity check. Lance is being dishonest in the way he's using stats, though. It's beyond just picking ones that agree with him. He misrepresents them, too. Oh, shit. His logic is internally inconsistent, and he can't admit it, so he spews rhetoric to cover it. Does he spew rhetoric, though? He just repeats himself. If he's going to claim that Onision and the army are both good examples of people/groups that Twitch should ban, he can't get away from the university rape analogy. alas, he can, because then he says that, well, universities didn't commit war crimes, though. He tries to then say, do universities commit genocides, ignoring the fact that Onision and Shane Dawson have relatively few murders recorded. What a good-ass fucking message from Kriska. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Is it safe to say he has a great car, but he doesn't know how to market said car and make it appealing to other people not interested in that type of car? I don't know. It seems like a weird analogy. Like, it's like if he was like, yeah, the sky's pretty blue, and we're all like, yeah, the sky do be looking pretty blue most of the time. And then he's like, yeah, did you know that it's blue because there's a fucking sea monster in the ocean that fucking reflects back and like makes it blue? Like, whoa, you lost me at the sea monster, bro. I don't to kind of build what you're saying, Erskine, but I don't feel like that fits here. I feel like he just loops. I don't know. I don't feel like it has anything to do with all that other stuff. Why this isn't even a car at all? It's a pile of bricks. He almost got me there. Oh no. Honestly, don't think he thinks he is being bad faith. Well, maybe he needs a Booksmarts talk, dude. Honestly, like, if you guys want to reach out to the Serfs and let him know, I'd be down to have a talk, whether it's in private or in public. I just worry that he's doing this on purpose. I almost wish he's doing it on purpose, because this is painful, and it makes me sad to think he's been doing this so long and this is the way that he argues. Because usually people get better over time. And he's been here a long time. So I don't know. Like, if it's not the case and he's doing it unintentionally, he's definitely overdue for somebody to like help him, because you know what? Destiny sometimes sees other streamers do shit like this. Like when they drink their water that way. And he feels compelled to be like, hey, I don't know if anybody's ever told you this, but that's not the way that you drink a water bottle. And if you do that, people are going to think really poorly of you. The way that you drink it is to like, you know? And so like, I wonder if he just needs somebody to tell him that there's something stuck in his teeth, you know? And if that's the case, that would be perfect. I'm happy to have that conversation. But I don't even know if he would be receptive to it. I hope, as I hope for any interlocutor, that they watch a review of mine in full. Like, tap in your ego a little bit. Watch a full Booksmarts review of you. And see how you're criticized, because I think it could offer you a lot of positive feedback that you are never, ever, ever, ever going to get, because nobody is willing to spend the time explaining bit by bit, line by line, the things that you are doing. And I think that that is invaluable. And I think it is so invaluable that it is why I've kind of made my content more of sitting on a couch and ranting with my audience, because I feel like the streamers are not getting what they could get out of it. Aiko doesn't take super good notes. Dario didn't stop being a debate bro. You know, like, people aren't really taking what they could get out of this. And rather than focusing all my attention on one person to try and help them, maybe it's better that I just give random life lessons and advice to like people that come into the chat and fucking wander in because they're actually looking for it, right? And it just makes me sad to think that maybe somebody like Serfs doesn't give this any attention because he could get a lot out of it. And I think that like it could benefit him in the future if he just considers it seriously. It benefited Steven. I would argue I've seen some changes in Vosh that I don't doubt have something to do with it. Not to toot my own horn, but, you know, I think that there are things to be taken out of these. And if you choose to, you can get a lot. Lucifer got a lot out of talking with me and having a back and forth and helping him through stuff. I would argue that Lycan got something out of our conversation. If you take it seriously, I feel like I'm a good person to have in your corner. I can help you. To some extent, I can help you. But, man, I don't know. Booksmarts, what do you think about Bayesian thought? I don't know, bro. Is that room really small, or are you a giant? It's kind of small, but I am also a giant. I'm also super duper tall. I mean, it's a Mexican house. It's meant for smaller people. And I'm a big person. This goes back to what I mentioned in the Discord earlier. The Serfs, as far as I am aware anyways, I don't watch the Serfs, is just some random dude, not an academic. He isn't an expert in this field or in debating, clearly. So I really wouldn't expect him to be fair, him to fare significantly better than the average person, even for how long he's been. But you say this, and I would say this is like saying, if I Thanos snapped one random viewer onto a cricket field and you have to play cricket, or I'll pick a more obscure thing. I'm going to snap one of you into like horseback polo. And now you are playing horseback polo. I think that somebody else whose job it is, who makes it a regular part of their thing to play horseback polo every weekend, should perform better than you, who I just snapped onto the horse. I don't think that's an unfair assumption to make. What you need to keep in mind is those Serfs may not always do one-on-ones. Serfs makes it a whole part of his thing to argue with people and to go on panel shows and to do things like that. And I think that is all experience that should be adding up to better performances than what we're seeing. And he should be reviewing his debates, and he should be trying to get better. And that's like an extra step removed, but I think he should learn a good bit just by doing the thing. At least more than you, who you're talking about like an average person that gets, thrusted into this position. I don't think he's an average person that got thrust into the position. This is his job. He makes his whole job this thing, and he makes a big part of his job panels and arguing and debate. So no, I'm not going to let him off the hook. He's not an average person. He's not one of you viewers. This is his job. He should be better at it. I think it's fair to expect more from him. Practice makes permanent, not perfect. That is a very, very good saying, Noah. That is a very good saying. Yeah. That would presume that these people want to become better. I think everybody low-key wants to be better. Oh, shit. Now I am dead. I have been trampled. Well, let's just fucking get back into it then, eh? Okay, let me make sure that the scene transitioned. Okay, wonderful.
I don't think they belong on here, right? They sexually molest children or whatever. Then I'm trying to say that they shouldn't be a Twitch streamer.
So I just wanted to get clear. So the answer to the question is yes. Boxing Academy should not be able to advertise on Twitch.
So why Boxing Academy specifically?
Boxing.
Well, when you don't listen to the question, you're gonna be real fucking confused. Let's go ahead and go all the way back to the beginning. Let's listen to Dylan give his question, rewrite it, and follow this play-by-play so we remember where we're at here. Imagine being able to put fixing Steven on your resume. I mean, it's a big fucking item, isn't it?
It's still a career path at the end of the day.
First, before we get off, Lycan, I'd like a response to the second question I proposed.
Can you remind me what that question was, please?
The second question was, I first asked you about them being on Twitch, and the second part
about China, and then something else.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because I just remember didn't get an answer to it. Chat remind me, but I just wanted to bring up quickly to the Serfs. Actually, the question was like, chat reminds me what the second question was. So would you put this up basically on any type of employment that has like negative like health or other effects on people? Like for example, let's say there was like, hey, join our boxing school, or hey, join the firefighters, or.
I'm gonna write it exactly how it was: negative health or other consequences on people. Just to be fair.
Or, hey, join any of these things that have negative health effects.
Yeah, so for this specific,
reason for the military Twitch, that was it.
Right, so for this specifically, I'm trying to just keep an applicable standard. If I judged this organization the same way I would judge anyone else on Twitch. So if you told me, again, there was a streamer house in which these things happen, they've committed these atrocities, I would say this has no place on Twitch. And that's the reason I use Anissian and Shane Dawson, is because I think they came to Twitch after the fact that they had committed all these like either sexual assaults or grooming things on YouTube, and then they came to Twitch afterwards with the past. That's another example of me applying that same principle. I don't think they belong on here, right? They sexually molest children or whatever. Then I'm trying to say that they shouldn't be a Twitch streamer.
So I just wanted to get clear. So the answer to the question is yes, Boxing Academy should not be able to like advertise on Twitch.
So why Boxing Academy specifically?
Okay, let's pick back up where we were.
Well, boxing is like a sport which can have terrible health effects for people who get into the industry of boxing. I mean, we've seen the type of brain damage that boxers go through, right? So that's a negative health effect.
People to be boxers, or are they just people are becoming boxers? Like there's a bit of a difference there, right?
Well, I mean, if you're a boxing academy, like they're trying to get you there to join their thing so they can make boxers out of there. Well, they're coming out to you, hey, this is why you should come to our boxing academy and learn to box and become a boxer, right?
And they have comparable numbers of like sexual assaults.
Well, I'm talking but not just it does not specifically sexual assault. But I'm talking about like brain damage. Okay. I'm talking about well, the thing is, you're talking about negative effects on people from their employment
by the organization itself, though, not on like
not from the practice. So PTSD from war would not be something that you would get rid of the organization when it comes to like the U.S. military.
But
it would be for
the actions that you have to do on behalf of the organization.
Yeah.
You have to go into Fallujah. You have to kill a civilian if you're ordered to do so, right? That will give you the PTSD. You're being ordered.
Actually, you don't
things.
have to. You have a right to refuse an unlawful order. Whether or not, if you don't, I believe you should be held to account. And very often the military does.
Yeah, I was just specifically trying to isolate the negative effects on individuals from employment. That's what I was trying to isolate. But your thing is, well, it's not that. That's from the actions of what you have to do in that industry comparative to the specific organization, which is inherently has problems with it.
Like, to be honest, with your example, I just need to know more, right? Like, I do want to apply the same standards.
Well, the only thing you need to know is boxing brain damage, right? Like when you box, you
more, right? Like
specific organization.
Wait, what did he say? What did he say?
Which is inherently has problems with it.
Like, to be honest, with your example, I just need to know more, right? Like.
Okay, let's just move on. I'm not gonna fucking spend time on that.
I do want to apply the same standards.
Well, the only thing you need to know is boxing brain damage, right? Like when you box, you have like terrible amounts of brain damage.
It's all right. Let me help a little bit. It's something that is very common, even if you don't end up professional. Just boxing.
Oh, no. I know this. I know this about boxing. I'm just trying to say, in my mind, this organization is not specifically recruiting anyone. You join of your own free will to become a boxer, right? It's not as if they're trying to entice you to become boxers for the organization. And once you are a boxer, you're doing private boxing for competition for a private company to make money and be famous in your own right, right?
So if you're an admin person, that's not.
So I was specifically. Well, we can get off of this, but my scenario was they're on Twitch.
Why can't you just like give them ground, dude? Why can't you just meet them halfway? You're so obtuse. Like, you guys say dumb. I don't know about dumb, but he's definitely obtuse. He's like an obstruction to the conversation at every turn. Like, man, they're working so hard to try to understand you, buddy. They're working so hard. Like, this is like trying to pull like a cat out of like a fucking storm gutter, and just every time it gets a little bit of space, it crawls deeper inside and makes the job like 10 times harder. Like, I wish I could just fucking telepathy in and be like, they're on your team. They're trying to help. Stop. But I can't.
Twitch to recruit people. They want new boxers. They want new blood for their thing. They want new people to get involved in the sport. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, but it's not for life, right? It's not like you can only do this to get an education, or you might only do this because it's going to feed you, or you might only do this because it's the only way you get like
well, that's right? Most certainly like no, like as somebody who did boxing, like that was one of the things I considered as a way of employment because I didn't know what else I was going to do once I got out of high school. Like boxing was a thing.
Can you stop whenever you want? Can you?
I mean you can, but the same way you can like quit any other job, but under capitalism you need employment to like survive.
I mean, you can quit the military. Oh man.
Oh, I'm dying. I'm melting.
Right, but in the military, you can't quit whenever you want, right?
Not until your enlistment's up.
Not until your enlistment's up.
Okay.
Okay, like, here's my question.
I don't think this is a fair direct comparison. There's like, if you gave me some time with this, I can look through it, and then I'd be like, okay, maybe not, or yes, maybe.
Okay, so Lycan, I have a question for you.
I would like to apply the same standards.
I want to say to you, Lycan. So this has been a lot of like, well, let me defend here, or let me move or shift over here, let me do that. So what is the reason they should be on the platform, right? What is the reason that they should actually have a spot on Twitch? Why?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring it over to Lycan. Lycan, why should they? We haven't made much progress on the other side of things. Why should they be able to be on Twitch? Let's shake things up. All right, an entirely new approach. Let's see. Well, we give our beautiful boy here more time to talk. I'm fucking a fan of that. Let's hear him out. Why should they? It's a good ass question.
Because the military offers, despite all the bad things that could happen, the military does offer a lot of great career opportunities. First of all, if we're going to talk about the narrative of the poor, it does offer people the opportunity to lift themselves out of poverty. You go to the military, you can choose an excellent job. You can become an aircraft mechanic. You could simply work administration, but then for that 4 years, you can use the military's tuition assistance to use your free time, since you work a stateside job, to go to college, finish your degree there, get out, get your master's on the GI Bill, and go on to have a wonderful, fruitful career. There's a lot of control an individual has over what career they take. There are a lot of opportunities offered to them after. If you want to go ahead and do 20 years, you get a decent pension. Throughout that time, you get benefits for you and your family. Something that gets brought up often is that X number of military live in poverty within the military. But the reality is, you have your housing paid for, you have enough money for food, you get stipends for family, you have full medical coverage. In fact, probably the best medical coverage that you can get in the United States. So I believe that the military does offer a lot of good for a lot of people in the United States. And it is, for that reason, something that shouldn't be shunned as an opportunity.
Well,
so just like any other organization.
I want to respond to that.
I cannot believe you are talking over Dylan. What are you? You've talked. You're not supposed to talk when Dylan. All right. Well, it's just, at this point, you're being petty, Booksmarts. Okay. Let's just, I'm not always the nicest to Dylan. I'm not always the nicest about his shows, but man, you shouldn't talk over Dylan. I don't, you shouldn't do it. Let Serfs speak? I think the fuck not, Voodoo. You're out of your fucking mind, bruh. You're bugging, my friend. Maybe you need to go out and get some fucking water, dude. Remember that we're in chat roast mode, bruh. Don't mean me.
No, but the thing is, I grilled you, so now if I don't grill him, then I look biased, and then I'm the bootlicker, and somehow the moderator's a bootlicker.
Can I just say one comment?
Okay, one comment then. Okay.
And he doesn't have to respond to this, but everything that you just listed to me is the signs of a function.
Can I one comment? So I don't know if you're aware, but the homeless percentage. Oh, I'm just memeing. Let's see what he says. Give him his time. Let's see what he says.
Then I look biased, and then I'm the bootlicker, and somehow the moderator's a bootlicker.
Can I just say one comment?
Okay, one comment then. Okay.
And he doesn't have to respond to this, but everything that you just listed to me is the signs of a society not functioning properly, that you would have to turn to an organization like the military, where you have to go overseas and potentially kill people to receive all those things in society. That's stuff that should be provided to you by society. Sorry, and go ahead.
So I wanted to say, do you at all see a problem with how the way U.S. Army Esports and the U.S. military advertises itself? I mean, it doesn't come off like, hi, so what we do is 90% of the time we take you away from your families, you go into these very far off places to kind of advertise it kind of like in video games and in media and as this kind of like fun adventure, and they go to video game events trying to make it like somewhat comparable to what you see in these video games, or advertise it in that manner, or see it as this fun experience when you're going around the world taking people's lives. Away from your family. I mean, they present it in a way that, don't you think, it's pretty disingenuous? Definitely on a platform that's very, very, very populated by like small children.
So here's.
All right, Serfs, you're kind of fucking drowning here, buddy. Let me go ahead and step in for you. Wait, why are you stepping in for me? Can I fucking respond? Well, hold on, bro, because I grilled you and you're not looking hot. So let me do this. Let me attack him. All right. So, the advertising, it's not quite, what's inside of the can, I pop open a can of fucking military whoop ass, and it's like fucking weeks of fucking grueling training, time away from my family, all this other shit. Like, okay.
All right, so now it's Dylan versus Lycan here. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Something I will be what would the word be? Very critical about with the military. It's a long time joke where you see those pictures of the sailor holding their sea bag and saying, "Come see the world," right? But the reality is you're stuck on a ship in a fucking sardine can with about 10 other people in a 2x2 room, and
yeah, the Navy's kind of fucking yuck. Don't shit on me. If you're a Navy person, you see me in real life, don't beat the shit out of me. But hey, you know and I know that's some fucking crazy ass shit. Even your guys' fucking boot camp is fucking gnarly. Fucking all fucking stuck together and shit. Yeah.
That is, and you can smell piss everywhere, right? Like, it's not as advertised. Like, there are certain issues like that, sure.
And that's particularly harmful to children then, right?
No, because again, it's not like we don't advertise cigarettes to children, because the reason we stopped advertising cigarettes to children is because children started smoking. No, I said the reason we did is because
you need to be quiet. You need to be quiet, because you're operating at like, you know, you're like the Apollo's navigation computer right now in terms of like being able to keep up, and the conversation is moving off of like a modern Intel fucking processor. So I'm not sure if you can even jump into this stream and understand what's going on. Half of my audience thinks you like are dumb. You should be quiet. I think you should be quiet. It's not even directed at you. You don't make yourself look good. You're proving that you can't listen because he's fucking saying the thing that you're saying. You just stop. Just stop. Stop doing it. Stop. No more, please.
Children started smoking, right?
Because
but if a fucking kid sees the military advertisement, or they see the military streaming on Twitch and they get involved with it, and they're like, haha, this is cool, whatever. That dude or chick still has years before they get to the age where they can actually enlist, and they have a lot of other influences to make that decision. And now I will say no one's getting pissy about the 4-H club or the school resource officer.
Let Dylan make your points for you, bro. Let Dylan make your points for you, bro. I mean, you to Dylan is like Xander Hall to Destiny right now, okay? Like, I would, if Destiny wants to step in for Xander Hall and make his arguments for him, I think that Xander Hall should shut the fuck up and let Destiny say whatever, because it is going to be 100 times better than whatever you cook up in your cranium. So just let Dylan do this. Just let Dylan do it. Just see what happens, bro. It might be more interesting. Just believe me on that. Holy shit.
Like, what about the police? Like, do you think the police should be removed from all children's media and should be removed from all aspects of school growing up? Because you have the school resource officer there constantly, a bunch of school books and little and like.
Why do we need
hold on. Stop. I'm saying we represent the one of the biggest factors, and I have a New York Times article about this that will say whether or not someone joins the military is their familiarity with the military. And a similar factor to that is the police force. That's why you see a lot of people, you know, police in the family, whatever. We advertise. I'm using that loosely. We show the police in a positive light from day one. The moment you fucking come out, everything from the Paw Patrol to, you know, Reno 911, right? Like, in some way or another, police are showed in a positive, fun, friendly light. And Americans grow up to look at the police in a positive way, despite all the shit that's happened in the last year. Overwhelmingly, still very positive view of the police. So my question is, do you want that to stop? Should we not have police in media? Should we not have police in kids' learning material? Should we not have police?
Yes.
For the sake of argument, let's say I bit the bullet here and it said, well, wouldn't this be part of the reason that has made it so a lot of Americans are blind to the injustices the police have created in the United States? And so when everybody, like black communities who have had to feel the backlash of police, the white communities look around like, well, I remember Paw Patrol was really nice when I was a kid, and that set me on the line to thinking the police are my best friend, but my best friend would never do that to the black guy.
I would say that the reality is that even after the last year, even in the black community, the police are still overwhelmingly popular.
I'll send that over back to you, sir. Send it back over to you, sir.
No, I'm not going to take debate. This is a totally separate debate. I don't want to get derailed into that conversation.
No, you don't, because if you perform as poorly as you did here and you fumble that kind of opening for attack, you're going to look 10 times worse. So that's probably smart. This is a smart decision from the Serfs. One of few during this conversation, but I have to, you know, calls them as I sees them and be fair. That was a smart decision. Because
I mean, how much time do we have left?
Yeah, we're running.
I wouldn't mind focusing on the military and why it has no place on this platform.
I just wanted to say to that was to answer Dylan's point as far as, like, you know, why do I think that's I don't.
To respond to Dylan real quick, because you're just kind of, to respond to Dylan's points,
see it as an issue to advertise it to children, because there are certain things we don't advertise to kids, like smoking, but joining the military I don't see as a problematic entity to encourage them to maybe join.
So would you in fact actually be in favor of them removing the age gate on the U.S. Army esports
Well, I mean,
page?
I don't give a shit about the age gate.
Well, now it's Dylan versus Lycan. I'm enjoying it more. I might, you know what? Let's go ahead and take that heated meter, that roast meter, and let's kind of forcefully push the needle back a little bit, huh? This is enlightening. Let's go ahead and rewind so I can spend more proportional time listening to this part of the conversation.
I don't see as a problematic entity to encourage them to maybe join.
So would you in fact actually be in favor of them removing the age gate on the U.S. Army esports
Well, I mean,
page?
I don't give a shit about the age gate, because
So if they got rid of it tomorrow, you'd be like, I don't care?
No, because we're fucking, that's like saying we need a government issued license to watch pornography, right? Like, we know age gates don't matter.
So there should be no age gate on pornography?
Stop. Don't debate, Bromy.
Well, I'm just...
No, that's
I'm just bringing it to a logical conclusion.
All they have to do is create an account.
Don't fucking call Dylan a debate, bro, when you've been dealing with this fucking person in the bottom, bro. I would count your motherfucking blessings, bro, because you only got one of them, and his name is Dylan Burns. And if you throw away that one blessing, bro, you're going to be fucking dancing with the devil for the rest of this conversation. So I would fucking hold on to what you got, Lycan. Chill the fuck out, homie. Don't fucking roast my boy, because he is doing all the work here for you. Holy shit.
Don't lie, right? That's all they have to do.
But don't you think adding an extra barrier stops less children from accessing that resource?
I don't know why he would even accept this point. This is like a major fuck up from Lycan. Like, even if I low key, all right, here's I'm going to put the mask on like Vosh, guys. All right, I'm putting the fucking mask on. I don't care if you actually don't think that. If you actually don't think that the age gate does anything, that is not a concession that you should make in this argument, okay? Because you come off as reasonable enough that I don't think we need to invite nuance in here. When your interlocutor is not interested in even fucking answering questions, maybe nuance is not like a major thing you need to get into, okay? This isn't like some 4-hour-long conversation between Bastiat, Pisco, Destiny, and Rem, okay? We don't need to go into nuance. It doesn't fucking matter. I would put the fucking mask on and go, well, no, I'm sure that stops enough people to make it worth it to put an age gate. Now, if I'm being realistic to the viewers at home, I'm actually kind of disappointed with how effective that is. I don't trick myself into thinking that's stopping every single young person from accessing this content, nor do I think the viewers at home think that. But would I get rid of it? No. I mean, where's the harm in having it? If it does nothing but good, why would I get rid of it? That's where I would be, bruh. Put the mask on. If you must invite nuance, that's the most that I would do, but I would not double down and say, I'd remove it, doesn't fucking matter. Like, that's not smart. I wouldn't do that at all. So, whatever.
Source, and it kind of creates an environment where parents know that this might be dangerous for children?
I don't know. Have you guys ever watched porn? But I didn't. Yeah,
but we all know that putting an extra barrier between a child and something else will, no matter what the barrier is, no matter how effective it is, will inevitably stop some.
And that's the reason why you put the mask on and you go, nope, I wouldn't get rid of that. That doesn't fucking gain anything. It only hurts my positions. It makes me look worse, right? Like, what a silly misstep from Lycan for the sake of the truth, which I don't think is very important in this conversation, unfortunately. Hey.
Okay, I will give you some. Sure. Okay. Yes, maybe it stops some, but I don't see it as a negative. That's the other thing. Is like I don't see it as a negative that they are exposed to it. Again, recruiters get more benefit from everything from the Army football team to NASCAR to the commercials that are on TV to fucking Call of Duty and American movies.
Okay, I'll wait. I just want to swear I'm pulling away my grilling, and I just wanted to put that section out there. I wanted to try that out. You got about 15 more minutes before we're gonna ask questions, and then we'll wrap it up.
Oh wow, that's not enough time. So if you want to.
Oh, man, this guy. Oh, it's not enough time. Mother, jikanga arimasen.
Let's just ignore him. Noah. Just fucking let this shit play out, bro. You still got half an hour, bro. You need your fucking endurance here.
Let's talk about military recruitment of youth, right? We already acknowledged that, right now the U.S. military is let to enter into high schools as part of the No Child Left Behind Act. One of the things that they started doing is they started offering a $6,000 grant, which you would receive only upon completing or starting, boot camp. So that is a direct incentivization that is being given to, yes, you are correct, to uplift people out of poverty. But that's one of the reasons why it's been called and targeted as the poverty draft. Ever since Vietnam, there's been a disparagement in the amount of people in the United States military that falls along racial lines, unfortunately. Like Black people are overrepresented in the military. So are other ethnic minorities. This started in Vietnam, by the way, because one of the reasons you wouldn't have to do the draft in Vietnam is if you were in a school or university. So that's how, for the first time, we saw a cut down the middle of basically like economic lines for the United States. This continues to this day.
So
and the
can I just to add that point while you're going there, from the New York Times, the main predictors are not based on class or race. Army data shows service members spread mostly evenly through middle class and downscale groups. Youth unemployment turns out to not be the primary factor, and the racial makeup of the force is more or less in line with that of young Americans as a whole, though African Americans are slightly more likely to serve.
From that same, the information they got for that article was from the Pew Research Center, and from the Pew Research Center, same statistics in the Department of Defense. It says that in 2015, 44% of all Americans aged 18 to 44 were racial or ethnic minorities. In the same year, blacks made up 17% of the DoD active duty military, somewhat higher than the share of the U.S. population, 18 to 44 at 13%. So they are still
slightly higher. Is that not what he just said? I'm heated, so let me listen one more time.
It says that in 2015, 44% of all Americans aged 18 to 44 were racial or ethnic minorities. In the same year, blacks made up 17% of the DoD active duty military, somewhat higher than the share of the U.S. population, 18 to 44 at
somewhat higher than their share of the U.S. population, right?
13%. So they are still overrepresented, even within that. And
Yeah,
that doesn't change.
That's what he said. Dude just ain't listening. Yeah, I guess so. Skeptical.
The fact that they are being recruited and targeted in these areas. Like you were just talking about how there's an insidious.
You say recruited and targeted. He explained what the targets are, and it's by region, and it's by oh man.
In certain schools and in cities, sorry, not in cities, in schools, in the media. Like about the Independence Day example, I'm sure, right? Like, or do I need to talk about this? Is not like a gotcha.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Independence Day 2, the movie, big mainstream blockbuster film, the United States military does what it does with a lot of these major films, is it wanted to partner with them in order to use it for active recruitment. The deal is you'll get a huge amount of military gear, so you can use tanks, jets, all that kind of stuff, no cost to you. The US has done this with, the military has done this with a lot of different movies. In exchange, they want to have cross-pollination with the recruitment practices. With Independence Day 2, what they did is they set up a website where you would play video.
He just won't give Lycan the win, but at what cost, Hakeem? You know what I mean? At what cost? At what cost? And you say he is not bad faith. Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, you know what? I'm pulling it. I'm pulling the lever. Okay? Serfs is bad faith in this conversation then. I'll pull it. That's the moment. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay? Rizius, you have a point. That was pretty bad faith. I'll pull it. I'll fucking snap the binary position. What once was a 0 is now a 1. Okay? There. Fine. We've entered bad faith. I think we have enough of a pattern of behavior to establish that he's not acting in good faith in this conversation. I'm not going to say that he's dumb or low IQ, though. I'm not going to 100% into that. Sometimes he acts pretty dumb, but I'm not sure on that one. The cat is not out of the bag on that, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pull the fucking bad faith lever. Can we do an exercise and pretend we're Serfs fans and see how we could come away thinking he was right? Yeah, but the problem is if I listen to the debate without my headphones on, I can't really do an analysis of it. So to replicate what I assume that the Serfs audience is doing, I think would really hamper my ability to review the debate, to try and take that perspective, to do all the necessary procedures to make that happen. Because that's the only way I imagine they come away thinking that. Did they really think he did good here? That would really shock me. We'll go through the comments of this video afterwards, but I doubt this. Have you watched the original Serfs debate with Destiny about the doxing of Mike from PA? Nope.
Game before the movie came out.
I'm not sure I want to. Honestly, if I reach out to Serfs and he gives me any hint of like, I don't care about optics, or I don't care about my rhetoric, or I don't care about doing good in debates, he's going on the no-no list after this. I really don't want to see, I don't want to waste time and energy and like mental power on another one of these. If he's not interested in improving, I think he is at such a rough spot with his debate abilities that if he's not wanting to improve those debate abilities, it is probably best to just generally pick other people, because this is not good. This is not good.
If you finished like a handful of things, decoded it or whatever, you would then be sent to the U.S. Military Recruitment Center, which of course was the purpose of trying to appeal to a younger male demographic and get them to get recruited into U.S. military. Something that's funny is that Independence Day 1 was supposed to do this, but the U.S. military didn't agree with the use of Will Smith's wife being a stripper because they thought that was against the principles, so they ended up not using Independence Day 1. But anyways, that's one of numerous examples. They've done this with Marvel films as well. They do a lot of cross-pollination. They do it with video game leagues. They've done it with actual U.S. Army recruitment video game competitions, right? Like they're not secretive about this. This is not something that they're doing behind the scenes. And
wait, is this supposed to be insidious though? Wait, hold on. So okay.
to me it is absolutely, because you're trying to recruit teenagers into a program that again has very abhorrent things that you may do. You may be experiencing PTSD, all this shitty stuff. Like you may look at this as a great opportunity for people who get in, get out, and by the time they're out, nothing bad happened, and great, that's cool. But there's also possibilities that something terrible might happen to either you, or you might have to do something terrible to someone else.
Okay, so as far as
like in boxing, which is Serfs, why to like go back to Be Good Faith, because I really hope you watch this. That is why Dylan asked you before about boxing, because you're gonna get fucked up. You can get really fucked up. You're gonna fuck up other people, like who I'm gonna let it play out. I hope that we can just fucking cruise through the rest of this and just land this puppy, because I'm out of fuel, dude.
Well, I don't really see an issue with any of that. It's just continuing to, it's more advertising, right? It's another commercial. It's just like Mountain Dew, or it's like Coke, wanting to be the can that Tony Stark holds before he takes a drink, right? Like it's product placement, it's advertising. They want to engage. Just like Mountain Dew had all those points for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, which I drank way too much of and probably lucked out not getting diabetes. It's
but like, Mountain Dew doesn't make you bomb poor people overseas.
Again,
right?
you are ascribing. You were saying if you join, you will end up doing this.
No, you could, and Mountain Dew doesn't do that. If I drink a Mountain Dew, I'm not going to bomb anybody. But I could have a possibility of doing that if I joined the U.S. military.
The thing I brought up earlier, I said you have a choice, a very, very strong impact on what career path you take in the military. You can choose to be an administrator, and unless we have you get attached to 1st Recon Battalion, and you're the head of the spear going into Iraq, the odds of you stepping foot on ground in Iraq, unlikely. Most administrators are working on a base and never pull a trigger. So I'm saying you have a huge choice.
That doesn't change the fact that it may happen, right? It doesn't happen with Mountain Dew. That's the point.
The odds of
the odds may be low that if you're in an administrative position, you will not see direct combat. Cool. The odds are still very high that you may experience sexual assault, right? Like that doesn't change the fact that this could happen. Whereas you're trying to make this comparison that all these other companies do this advertising. Coca-Cola does advertising. McDonald's does advertising. Well, those again, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, they don't have even a 1% chance of you going overseas and murdering someone. So I would make the example then that they could be allowed in this space, even though this is another rabbit hole because I can talk about how shitty fast food is, but it's not an organization that makes you kill people, is my point.
I'll be honest. I don't know how to navigate around this because again, you are ascribing these are things that are happening in the military.
I'll be honest, Dylan. This is like the Suez Canal, bro. This shit is blocked. This shit is blocked. There ain't no way around this bitch, dude. It's fucking wedged. I don't know what to do here, dude. Help me out. Like, what the fuck do I do with this? Is this a person? Holy shit. Oh, man. Can I listen to that one more time? I almost want this as like a sub
allowed in this space, even though this is another rabbit hole because I can talk about how shitty fast food is, but it's not an organization that makes you kill people, is my point.
I'll be honest. I don't know how to navigate around this because
oh man, I'm gonna fucking mark the timestamp of my notes. I might take that as like a fucking it's a goddamn sub alert or something. 104 40 onward. I don't know how I navigate this. Oh, shit.
Again, you are ascribing, like, these are things that are happening in the military.
I wish I had
These are
hard
things that,
liquor.
in some of the cases, the military is trying to actively address. But again, I bring up the example of the schools with that when you bring up assault, because again, 18% schools, 24% U.S. military. With those rates, you would not say, hey, don't go to college campus, right? You would not say, do not enter the
But do those college campuses have you murder people?
United States college system.
I would say, does that school have a business being on the Twitch streaming platform, though? Because that's what you're trying to get me to compare to, right?
Well,
Not
right
whether or
now,
not
though,
you're
the
in
vein of our
school.
conversation
Is
is whether or not you ought to join with those
Okay, so
columns.
would I join that school? Okay, so to make it comparable then, that school also has to have had a history of committing some of the worst and most atrocious war crimes in human history. And also there's a small possibility that by joining the school, I could have to murder someone else across the
and I
world
try to wipe out
who is
the-
poorer than me.
And I try to wipe out the...
I almost wish that instead of using like 200 words to explain it, I wish he would just go, wrong, disanalogous, wrong, no, nope, nope, not the same, not the same, nope, nope, not close at all, no, wrong. I almost wish he would, I almost rather he would do that. I almost rather we would do that, quite frankly, because at least it would happen quicker.
The war crime thing, because again, most people do not commit.
But then it's not a
war crimes in the
comparable
military.
example. You can't just isolate this one thing. This organization as a whole has a whole bunch.
We're treading old ground. Yeah, I don't know why Lycan went back to this spot, digging it up, hoping he would find something else. We hit bedrock fucking 2 feet in, and I don't think you're breaking through it with your fucking shovel, brother.
Bunch of blood on its hands, so that's how we have to judge it by. If we're trying to say that we wouldn't allow it on the Switch platform, which I'm still on a very decided side of saying no, I don't think they should be here.
Yeah, we know you're very decided.
At this point, I mean, so I think we can roll to final statements. Because it's just going to go back and forth. He's going to bring up something about the military.
That's another one, dude. That's another. I think we could just go to final statements. Can I go fuck my wife? Can I go home and fuck my wife? So, because I don't think we're getting anywhere with this, bro. Let me go home.
Military, I'm going to say, yeah, well, it happens here as well. And he's going to say, yeah, but they also have X, Y, and Z. I'm going to say, yeah, you know what? We need to fix the VA so that these people get taken care of when they leave the military. A systemic issue. Yeah, we need to not let fucking war crimes happen. Another systemic issue, often perpetrated by the government and the civilian side that isn't even a part of the military. Yeah, sexual assault is bad. The military is trying to handle this. The government is trying to handle this. It's a fucking horrible problem, and it needs to be weeded out. Hopefully one day it will. But even when those are gone, you are still not going to want people to join the United States military because they are an entity that exists for one purpose, and that is protecting the United States, and sometimes that means killing people.
You can respond, Lance.
What's happening now? Are we doing?
Well, no, that's
me
saying,
like,
do you see a vector for
closing?
that's me asking if you see a vector for
can I talk about homeless? That's there were war crimes. I can't. I want to talk now. I can't, dude. I'm dying. I can't keep Move the dial back up, bro. Move the dial back up. I'm so fucking sorry. I can't hold the line, bro. Move the dial back up. No. I can't with this.
I guess he's calling for closing. We can do closing. We'll have about like 13 minutes to do questions. 13 to 23 minutes to do questions. If we close now.
I'm fine.
Okay, I mean, he just did his closing. You can do yours.
Oh, I'm a man that likes to answer questions. I'm fucking looking forward to it. Where are my questions? Okay, are you gonna listen to them? Because that's the question. Okay, questions, huh? I look forward to this. This is what we're here for, bruh. Let's listen to some questions. Woohoo! Where are the questions coming from? To be transparent, remember, I quit here. Right? Do you guys remember where exactly I stopped listening? I told you guys at the very beginning, but I forget now. I think right around here is when I stopped watching. So I actually didn't see this question part. Let's go ahead and take a fucking look here.
Oh, I was like, I'm fine with questions if the audience has one, but yeah, sure, I could do closing. So do you want me to just do a closing statement then?
Yes.
Okay, one thing I think that we didn't get a chance to touch on, so if I'm going to use my closing statement, I'll use it for this, is to talk about the military-industrial complex for a little bit. I'm going to quote Eisenhower for a second. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies in the final sense the theft from those who hunger and those who are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. So says war criminal Dwight D. Eisenhower. So when I talk about the weapons manufacturers and the military-industrial complex, normally that term sounds pretty nebulous, but what I'm talking about is the interaction and interdependency between weapons manufacturers, governments, and the public. Here's where I think the entire system really fucks up, because private corporations produce everything expensively and potentially unnecessarily to make weapons, who then turn them and sell them to the government, who justifies the purchase of those weapons by using and selling them. I think this harms the public financially because taxpayers have to pay for both the weapons and the wars. It hurts them morally because it makes them complicit in any war crimes, the bombs that are used, aka Yemen. And the US spends more on this military than the next 10 countries combined, like I was talking about before. I think the United States is home to 5 of the world's 10 largest defense contractors. The American companies account for 57% of all arms sales in the world's 100 largest defense contractors. That includes Lockheed Martin, that includes Boeing, that includes Raytheon, the same companies that produced, like Lockheed Martin made the bomb that was sold to Saudi Arabia, that was dropped on a bus in Yemen that killed 40 kids, that is made by the military industrial complex and is intertwined with the same organization that, again, is trying to become a broadcaster on Twitch. So that's something that I think is just so far beyond the pale. The United States accounts for 80% of the global arms trade. So no, I do not feel in any way, shape, or form the US military should belong on the Twitch streaming platform, either as a recruitment tool or even just as an entity itself. I find that it has way too much blood on its hands, and having that accessible to children or people who are even 16 to 24 years old is a net loss to society.
Okay. What we're going to do now is questions. So if you're in my chat or the
actually, hold on. My statement wasn't truly a closing statement, so all I'd like to do is just make one little comment. I completely agree with most of what Lance just said. I am anti-military industrial complex, but my difference in opinion is where he views the military as a heavy perpetrator in the sense that they are responsible for more than just engaging in R&D, developing a need for things, or identifying a need because they actually engage in combat and have to identify threats and all that. The biggest perpetrator is going to be the federal government and the contractors that, work with them.
Okay. Chat, either if you're in the Serfs chat or you're in my chat, just at me with your question and I'll be able to do it. I'll say hello in the Serfs chat so you know what my username is. And everybody in my chat should know what my username is at this point. So do your questions. I will not be able to do them all. I'll just try to choose the best ones.
I wanna wait.
Every question in my chat so far is Dylan, why is your hair so luxurious?
Thanks, Lucid Fox. I appreciate that. Okay, I have a few. The first one is also about hair. That one's not okay. If we have okay,
he won't answer. He won't ask mean questions. We talked about this before.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. This one's kind of this one's a loaded question. Do you still want me to ask it, Lycan?
Sure.
Ask Lycan if he's okay with ISIS recruiting kids on Twitch.
No. Fucking Christ.
Okay.
So then where do you differentiate? It's A, because you think ISIS is evil and you think the United States military is good then, right? If I'm being in good faith and asking why?
That feels very ungood faith because it feels like a trap.
I'm trying to differentiate why you would say one, because I can easily say both bad, neither belong on there.
I gotta say that did get me. That gave me a good bit of a giggle. I'm almost done with my tortilla. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Can say the same thing with the Chinese military. Does not belong on the Twitch platform.
I can
say that about all of them without thinking about it, right? And before we get into this, you still have to answer the question. You still have to answer the question.
Okay.
Is it because one of them is good and one of them is bad in your eyes?
For me, yes. But I would say to you, I assume you would say the bad that you look at them is somewhat different, right?
And
like I believe that you could identify. I think you could look at the way the military operates. Well, no, because if you did that, then you'd have to take away some of the responsibility for the military and put it more on individual actors. Because I would say the purpose of ISIS is to do nefarious, evil things to people, where the purpose of the military is ultimately to protect and defend the nation that it stands for.
So hypothetically, could there be a nation that you would not be okay with recruiting on Twitch if they're acting in a extremely belligerent way? Say like, let's say that
if Nazi Germany was recruiting on Twitch, yes, I would have a problem with that.
Wow. Okay, we're back to Dylan debating him on the topic, which, frankly, I would have probably enjoyed to listen to more. But what can you do? Maybe it's maybe Dylan just gets to ask all the good questions because he gets to sit out and be quiet the whole time. I don't know. Maybe that's Serfs Camp's defense for that. But eek. All right. Well, hello. You think women should be able to hot tub stream on Twitch? Oh, it's part of a larger comment. So in good faith, you would be okay with child porn. Oh, well, that sounds fucked. Lycan looks way better to me now that I'm going through this again. I mean, remember, I'm biased. I'm biased towards Lycan. So when we're doing this, I'm probably imparting that onto you. I would like to say that there is an objective defense for Lycan above Serfs here that exists independently of my biased interpretation of this conversation. But bias is a tricky thing. Who knows? You could have just been persuaded by master manipulator booksmarts. Who knows? You know? So, U.S. Army equals ISIS. Well, you know, just say who won. Dylan.
Okay, so there's no nation currently that you would currently label as not allowed to recruit on Twitch under filing under that jurisdiction?
North Korea.
Book fucker.
North Korea? That's your standard? What about the Saudis? What about the Saudis in Yemen? Would that?
You know, I'm actually ignorant enough of the Saudi situation to say I couldn't say.
Okay. The next one would be, this is for the
monarchy, and so.
Oh, at least he's willing to admit when he doesn't know stuff. But here comes Serfs, expert on the crisis in Yemen, to give his 2 cents on the topic. in case you wanted it, let me go ahead and play it back so you can get it in full.
Couldn't say.
Okay. The next one would be, this is for the
monarchy, and so it's basically like an evil,
so they're super
oil
based
rich monarchy that is
Red
just
Hill.
fucking up a bunch of countries in near proximity.
Okay, this one is for the Serfs. Does the Serfs think is it okay for companies like Coke who have hired paramilitary death squads to advertise on Twitch?
Ooh, no, there's a great question. I think if
I don't know
Coke
if that statement is true. By the way, I just want to say
there's a monarchy that is
Red
just
Hill.
fucking up a bunch of countries in near proximity.
Okay, this one is for the Serfs. Does the Serfs think is it okay for companies like Coke who have hired paramilitary death squads to advertise on Twitch?
Ooh, no, there's a great question. I think if
I don't know
Coke
if that statement is true. By the way, I just want to say I don't know if that's true, but I know that companies have done that in the past, so this just applies.
Yeah,
generally.
so it hasn't. It's not something that I have, like anything I've ever read on that. I have trouble finding sources that, and please send me them if you know other ones. But I have trouble finding sources that aren't like a little bit uncorroboratable. But if a company like Coca-Cola has been involved in stuff like that, or here's a better one, Nestle or Nestle, is it Nestle? Fuck, I'm mispronouncing it. But anyways, Nestle.
Sorry.
Nestle has, for example, tried privatizing water and successfully done it in numerous countries to the point where the countries themselves had to actually do protests against it. I think that there's enough blood on their hands for me to say yes. I don't think they have any place to be on Twitch. And if Coca-Cola, I don't know enough about Coca-Cola, but if you could demonstrate to me that Coca-Cola as a corporation has done a whole bunch of things akin to that, then yeah, I would probably apply the same kind of judgment. I don't think anyone can compare it to the United States Army. We're talking about a behemoth in terms of both its reach and its damage. But yeah, I would try to apply the same standards to others that I would apply to them.
Okay. Next question, another one for Lance. When Lycan brought up sexual assaults rates in universities, you responded by mentioning war crimes. If the U.S. military wasn't guilty of war crimes but had the same rates of sexual assault, would you be okay with them recruiting on Twitch?
I'm going to play it back to make sure I get the wording correct here.
Next question, another one for Lance. When Lycan brought up sexual assaults rates in universities, you responded by mentioning war crimes. If the U.S. military wasn't guilty of war crimes but had the same rates of sexual assault, would you be okay with them recruiting on Twitch?
If they didn't have the war crimes and they were just doing sexual assaults,
And they had the sexual assaults, like they had the same rate of sexual assaults as universities, for example.
But the only reason this is a hard one to answer is what else do they do then? Is it just an organization where people get sexually assaulted? Because then, yeah, no, I wouldn't want it on the streaming platform.
Well, it would be a military. Do what militaries are supposed to do.
Because the comparable thing with the high
Nations,
school,
interests,
the high school one form. This is a hard one to answer is what else do they do then? Is it just an organization where people get sexually assaulted? Because then, yeah, no, I wouldn't want it on the streaming platform.
Well, it would be a military. Do what militaries are supposed to do.
Because the comparable thing with
nations,
the high school one, for example, even though the rates are higher in the U.S. military than they are in universities, but the one with the high schools is that you're trying to remove the organization itself from the problems that are happening inside it, right? Whereas to me, these organizations like the high schools or the universities, they're not actively trying to recruit people on the Twitch platform, to my knowledge, are they?
Okay, cool.
Are they actively recruiting on the Twitch platform as well? Like these?
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be Noah. Okay, I'm gonna be Noah for the rest of this because you've exhausted all of the good faith I possibly have for you, Lance. You are not answering this question. I'm just gonna say that you did answer question number 3, sort of in a very roundabout way. You most certainly did not answer this question, and you've not answered it the last time you were asked either. So, yeah, that's not good.
These universities and these colleges?
No, but hypothetically, if they did, would that be a problem for you?
Based solely on the rape problem?
And let's assume that it's...
Why do you have to think this hard about this when you've been asked the same question like 5 different ways the entire conversation? Right? Remember that the point that Lycan kept going back to try and... Remember I said there was bedrock there, you got 2 feet of dirt, you're not getting through it, Lycan? He's hit that same point a bunch of times. Dylan has explicitly asked him. Now the audience has asked him. This is like asking Mel if a genocide happened. You're just like never going to get a fucking clear answer. And all that does is paint a picture of what I think your answer is. And if that's not what your answer really is, then you may as well just answer the question. Very frustrating, Lance. Very frustrating.
The same rate across every university.
Right. We're isolating the rape issue.
And every university is trying to do something about it. So everyone's making a concerted good faith effort to try and combat the issue.
All hands on deck. All hands on deck. Dylan Burns, Lycan, the audience, help him with this. He doesn't know what the fuck you mean. He's lost. Explain this to him.
Right across every university.
Right. We're isolating the rape issue.
And every university is trying to do something about it. So everyone's making...
I love it. It's so cute. Everybody has to... It's fucking all hands on deck to get this motherfucker to understand something. It's so bad.
Making a concerted good faith effort to try and combat the issue.
If it's something that is directly endangering the audience itself, then because this organization is large enough and that there's people who may be prone to going on Twitch and then wanting to join that because of the dangers, I don't think it's a one-to-one. But I would entertain this. I would say, okay, then I'm willing to have this discussion about whether or not they shouldn't be allowed. I can't give you a hard answer right now because it's obviously it's on.
I would love to answer this question. I can imagine a world where I answer this question. Hell, I can imagine a world where this question makes sense. But the thing about this question, dear listener, is that I am not going to answer it. Okay, bro. Could have done that in fucking 2 words, but all right. Next.
It's on the ball and I'm trying to run it through my head, but I promise I'll think more about this and I'll come back to you on it.
Okay. Next one will be, this one is for Lycan. How can Lycan be opposed to the military-industrial complex while encouraging people to participate in it?
Because the issue of the military-industrial complex comes down to, it's more, I want to say the business side of government, that like the system that makes the military-industrial complex work is that the government, people in the government identify targets. By identifying targets for us to engage with, we then come up with different weapon systems and contracts and whatever to support those efforts. And then in doing so, the government makes a shit ton of money. Contractors make a shit ton of money. Contractors then come up with new ideas to sell to the government. The government gets sold on them. They then buy those things. They implement them into the military. If you want a great example of the military-industrial complex, watch the movie, It's a movie with Kelsey Grammer and the guy who played in Princess Bride. I can't remember what it's called. But where they make the Bradley tank. I have to know this. Give me 3 seconds.
No worries. I actually have a concrete answer for you, Dylan, for your previous question, if you want me to answer it, just so I'm on the record. Give me the answer.
Sure.
Okay, so I would have absolutely no problem because I just looked at the stats here. There's not a problem or statistic of the professors and the teachers committing the rapes in these organizations. That's not happening. So I don't know if that was proposed or someone suggesting that. But anyways, these are happening by other campus members as well, not institutional members. Like it's not people.
Do you not think that the institution has the responsibility to
However,
act
there's
to
a
stop
huge
this?
problem in the military of people and in positions of power of raping their subordinates.
Is that where the 24% number comes from? Just all?
No. The stats are overwhelmingly.
So.
Those are aggregate stats, but there's also a problem, a hierarchical problem within the military, which has its own set of stats and problems, which relate directly to the fact that there are superiors who are sexually assaulting people below them.
I just looked it up.
It turns out it's not even fucking teachers. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a bunch of students. Who gives a fuck? Like, oh, well, actually, I mean, do you want to like make a like comparison where we're talking about officers versus like recruits? Like, wow, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm fucking losing it, dude.
Right. If that is
who does Serfs think is making the rapes in the military? Military people, bro. But he's not willing to say college people are doing college rapes. Bad faith Reno. It most certainly is. It's just he has this kind of like arrogance that comes out sometimes where he's very like kind of dismissive or very like what's it called? There's one word to describe it when you talk down to people. Condescending. He's like condescending at points, and it feels very strange because he's not coming off as like super intelligent or a dude that's like listening. So when you talk down to people and you're not listening, this is like part of the problem that like Dario has, for instance. Like it's a gnarly combination, and it gives people like the way wrong vibes. You should probably try to avoid it, but not that, you know, like this is like when that one viewer was talking about how like the blinker in a car was out when the fucking, or no, the compression on cylinder 4 and the fucking timing belt needed replacement or looking at when the fucking wheel was missing. This is one of those things where it's like, I don't even know if I should point out as the rhetoric guy where we have rhetorical failings here, because we have so many logical failings that it's just like, I don't know if the problem is that like we need to fix cylinder 4. I'm pretty sure we need a tire on the car.
Problem that is comparable in universities that I did not know about until now, then yes, I would say that you can make that argument.
And what about the universities that have helped develop napalm, for example?
That was developed by a university.
I believe it was Harvard. Somebody's help with, I'd have to do it, but I think they participate in some manner, or I believe they did in some manner. I have to check that. Somebody that I respect in my chat said it, so I have to check it myself.
So you go to school for 4 years though.
Make sure.
While you can leave the military, you still go to that school. You still are part of that school. So wouldn't you see that as kind of, for the sake of this argument, comparatively similar, that you go to that 4-year school?
Yep. In 1942, Harvard scientists conducted the first test of a napalm bomb.
Poor Lycan is like, hey, I know there's somebody in there. Hey, so like, and he's like still trying to explain why the question is irrelevant and what they're trying to get at. Nobody's home, bruh. Nobody's home. It's just echo. Nobody's gonna come to the door. Like, stop trying, bruh. Honestly, it makes me feel bad at this point that you're still trying to explain this stuff to him, because he's not gonna get it. And whether that's because nobody's home, like I'm starting to think, or he's being like intentionally bad faith, like it's just like a fact of nature. We can observe it. It's like gravity, dude. It's an observable thing. Like we just kind of have to work around it at this point, brother. I know it feels like if it was any other person, you could just like level with them and be like, bruh, fucking smack them and be like, hey, wake up, dumb fuck. Like, here's what we mean. Here's what we're trying to and then talk to them like a second grader, and you're going to get it through to them, but it's never going to happen, Lycan. So every time you do it, bro, I'm feeling worse and worse.
In a pond dug behind the business school.
I'll need to learn about this. I didn't do enough research on napalm, apparently.
If you've ever gone to the campus, it's fucking hilarious.
I interrupted you, Lycan. It's
by the way, they have a picture of it. They literally just like blowing up napalm, like in a pond behind us, in a campus in the background. It's quite a wild picture.
It's just, that's funny to imagine that fire explosion on that like nice, pretty brick and green campus. No, real quick before. So my thing from my answer before was the Pentagon Wars is the movie, and then you watch it. There's a very famous scene, it's like 10 minutes long, where the guy is talking about the Bradley tank that's supposed to be a scout, and then there's like a 20-year period where this dude is stuck as everyone else has these good fairy ideas where they come in and they say, oh, what if we added this? What if we had this? The project keeps changing. It costs billions more than it was supposed to. And then it ends up not actually serving the fucking need. Like, it's a very oversimplified example of how in the military industrial complex, it's not just, it's fucking waste. It's waste and unnecessary spending to continually ramp up things. And there are many different factors, and it's not just the military existing that makes it happen.
He's trying to salvage shit, dude. He's like, Honestly, Serfs' audience, I don't know what you see in this guy, but I just want you to know I am anti-military industrial complex. I think China is bad. I think like he's just trying to list off like common sense shit, like hoping that it'll fucking connect to these people who are drooling over their fucking keyboards. Like, fuck, what can I salvage from this conversation? Just so you guys know, I believe in this and this. Poor fucking Lycan, dude.
Does it need the military to exist to happen? Yes, absolutely. But it's not the military that makes it go around. There might be key players, people impacting designs, people actually identifying ways of new warfare, identifying new threats and how to combat them. Are there actual needs for spending? Yes. But it's the bloat, it's the excess, it's the being sold on things that we don't need that really makes the military industrial complex go around.
Okay, I have a question for Lycan. We have about 10 minutes left, by the way. I have a genuine question. Does Lycan believe that the U.S. esports team, as a federal entity with a public forum, should be allowed to violate the First Amendment by removing comments with factual information on war crimes past and present, as well as violated Twitch TOS with a fake giveaway of an Xbot Elite controller?
Okay, so first, Lance, I would like you to link me the article because the reason I want you to is because when this fucking happened, again, I saw nothing that actually proved that the Xbox that you would never get it. I know that it would link you to a recruitment page, but no one ever fucking put their information in and showed what happened after that page and whether or not you were submitted for the giveaway, right? So if they have proof.
So I sent you. Well, I sent you the article, and it says the U.S. Army's Twitch channel has been reprimanded by the platform after it used fake game controller giveaways to give people to a recruitment form. The controversy comes soon after it was criticized for blocking viewers who asked about war crimes, as reported by The Nation. So The Nation originally reported the Army, Navy, and Air Force of all dedicated esports teams that stream on Twitch. The members consist of active. The publication writes that the channel streams were regularly populated with an automatic chat prompt that offered a chance to win $200 on an Xbox Elite Series 2. But upon clicking on the link, it directed people to an Army recruitment form, and there was no mention of competition, odds, number of winners, or draw dates.
On that form, yes, I want to know what happened after, and I want confirmation that if you submitted your information to that form, that it didn't get processed on there.
No. When clicking on the link, it was instead of going to a competition itself.
No. I remember. Yeah, no. I was.
He's a broken record. You're wasting your time, like, and this is like, again, nuance, and this is not a conversation where like nuance helps you. So focusing on this point, getting nuance on this point is going to do nothing for your arguments. I would advise against this. He's not the kind of person it's meant for, and you only serve to like get lost in the tar of this conversation deeper and deeper. I would have just let this go. Similar to your belief about the age gate thing, it's just kind of not helpful to hash out.
Following this very closely, I remember the form. What I'm saying is there is no evidence that if you enter that information that on their back end they weren't tracking it as a submission, because you do that all the time with links. You can show where the link came from and what. So it could just be that they were lazy and didn't put that information.
When you clicked on the link, it should have gone to an entry form for.
Yes, that would have been optically better. But what I'm saying is we have no proof that they weren't actually still holding the competition. That it was just fucking stupid.
So your implication here is that when you clicked on that link and you signed up for the U.S. military instead, you were all automatically linked to being part of that competition.
Hold on. You didn't expect to get to join the competition without giving information.
Just wanted to note, that's another bad faith thing from Lance. Lance, don't be a fucking asshole, bro. You've been bad this whole fucking conversation. Why are you being a dick?
Information, did you? That's the whole point of it.
Okay, so you're still.
Wait, I'm not saying something stupid, and I'm saying this very clearly.
Okay, so think of this: when you click on a link, and instead of going to a link to a competition where it says, "Hey, you can win a prize," it's a link to sign up for the U.S. Army. That's what they did. Okay, and so either you're implying that by signing up for that, you'd also be entered into a competition, hopefully. But that's basically all there is to it, right?
If I had a giveaway in my chat, and I created a website, and I said, "Here, go to lycansgiveaway.com," and you click it. And all it does is go to a blank. Actually, no, it doesn't say Lycan's giveaway. Let's say I have my own website that Lycan is the best debater in the goddamn world.com. And you go to that website and it's just a fucking
false advertising. I'm sorry.
Shut up. And it's just a form. It says nothing about the thing, right? But it's a form to collect your twit to make you fucking follow me on Twitter, follow me on Facebook, and then give me your email address. And then you hit submit, right? And it just says, thanks for your submission. Just because I failed to make a fucking clean explanation that this is going to that beyond me saying, hey, when you use this command in my chat, it gives you the link and it takes you to a place where you put your information and then you get entered. again, you have to have the evidence to say they were actually lying. Just because
okay, so
it goes to that page.
Here's the evidence. By clicking on the link, you went to an army recruitment forum. There was nothing about a competition. There was no.
Well, this is not good, but I'm happy we made it to this point. Feeling a lot more confident that I pulled that lever when I did. Because you are not being good faith, Lance. All right, so you guys understand what... Actually, you might not. I might have some Lance viewers in here. So in case you don't understand what Lycan is saying here, what Lycan is saying is, and I'm going to use a better analogy and comparison because I had time to think and he didn't. Let's say that I had a competition on my channel and I said, if you type in !competition, you will be entered in to win an Xbox, right? And then you went to this link, you did the command, you go to the link, and well, this is a sign up for like Reader's Digest information that you're making a commission off of every single time I enter. And it doesn't mention anywhere in here about the Xbox or the competition, right? This is the reality that we live in, right? The reality that both Serfs and Lycan can agree on. That you go to a page that's clearly a sign up for something else that's meant to benefit these people, and it has no mention of the competition. Where Lycan is asking a question is, do we know for sure that you were not entered into a competition? So this is a nuanced question, and that's why I don't think it will work with the Serfs nor their audience. But the purpose of asking such a question is because if it wound up being that in the back end, they were tracking that people that came from this link with this address should also get a token on their form that marks them as having entered the competition. And then if all of the entries that were submitted by that link on that sign-up page were also simultaneously entered in to win the Xbox, then they weren't being distruthful about the competition. There is still a competition. They are still tracking people. They're tracking people specifically that go to the link, even if there is no outward appearance of that on the page. That's what Lycan is trying to point at. That perhaps, and I'm wondering if we know this or not, there was a token to keep track of these people, whether or not by outward appearances you could tell by landing on that webpage. And Serfs mindlessly repeats himself as he has this entire debate. So I'm not really going to comment much more on his part of things, but it's frustrating. You could turn my heated level down, Sunken, because I mean, like, I don't know, now that I've had some tortillas, and I've kind of accepted that we pulled the lever and labeled Serfs as bad faith, it's kind of getting easier. I think when I really tear my hair out is when I'm trying to be really nice and I'm trying to be very good faith to people. And I think that's much harder for me. But now that we've kind of established and he's behaving like this, this is making that call a lot easier. I feel like that would be against giveaway/contest laws. Yeah. So could be. Here's the thing, somebody. It could be. Separate conversation, not what Lycan is asking. So if you did this, you're essentially doing exactly what the Serfs is doing. So you're kind of just repeating this. Like, yeah, but that's not what he asked. You're not answering what he asked. So you're being as bad as the Serfs, somebody. And you're lucky I don't roast you a ton, because right now the roast level is pretty fucking high. So you repeating what Lance is just repeating and not listening to me, is frustrating to me, okay? Because you're missing what Lycan is asking, okay? And this whole stream is about listening to questions and giving substantial answers, okay? So fair enough. Okay, fair enough. As long as you get it, as long as you lol W, as long as we're cool, that's fine. I'm trying to be better about that. I'm trying to be better at being nice to the chat, even when I think you're being silly. But yeah, so into meet you halfway and be nice to you back, yeah, it might be. It might be against it. I think that there probably are rules and laws that you have to put that stuff. There's a bunch of fine print you need to include. That webpage should have been clear about that. I don't care if it was a copy pasta of the recruitment form, if it was branded to say Xbox whatever and it told you the entry info and you know, all the other deets that they need to include. And I think that would be fine. And I would argue, okay, this is just me, just taking a shot in the dark, I would argue that Lycan would be of the same opinion, that he would prefer that they follow all the laws and whatever. Okay, that's not what's up for dispute here. That's not even what Lycan is asking. What Lycan is asking is, do we know whether or not the competition existed, that the competition was a real thing? To which Serfs is, again, I'm not going to harp on it, not listening, doesn't listen. Can we agree now? Vernet Man bad? I don't know who Vernet Man is. What do you mean? Lol, fuck the chat. Okay. I mean, you're in YouTube chat. Aren't you the chat that gets fucked the most, bro?
Competition, odds, number of winners, or draw dates.
Again, that's bad optics, but you are assuming that on the back end for the army, they weren't tracking it, that they weren't tracking where the link came from.
So you're going to go to the extent to say, hopefully behind the scenes, they were entering you in a secret competition. Hopefully,
no,
while you're also signing up for the U.S. military.
If you want to be critical of the way they did it and say, Lycan, you don't have proof that they were doing that, that's fine. But you were trying to say that I'm a fucking rube, and I am telling you that, well, guys, I mean, just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it wasn't there. What I'm saying is, they said this is the link. And if you know how links work, you know how tracking can work, that link could be leading to what is just a normal recruitment looking page. But that could also have been a lazy developer that just took the normal recruiting page and was like, hey, I'm gonna just use this link. We'll just send them to the regular thing, but on the back end, we can track it. You are going to have to give them that information.
Even though that would be incredibly morally unethical to do, to get people to sign up for the U.S. military,
you're not signing up for.
Okay. Well, we know he's not a broken record because we tested that earlier. He's a broken record player. He's got, you know. So you're a broken record player, and it's really frustrating to just see you repeat yourself, Serfs. You signed up for the fucking U.S. military. All right, bro. Chill out.
You're signing up for it.
It's the information.
But you are. That's the thing. You're signing up, and that's what they did because it's what happened. Because it's reality.
Oh no. Oh, baby, my sweet summer child. Lycan is going to try to add more nuance. I bet, I haven't seen this far, but the way this is going, I bet what Lycan is going to do next is say something along the lines of, I know you keep repeating sign up for the U.S. military. I think you're convinced that means they actually enlisted. They didn't. They signed up for information, or they signed up for a mailing list, or they signed up for promotional materials, or next step stuff, but there's no way in hell that they signed up to enlist on a fucking website. I think that's where he's going to go with this. But what do we know about Lance and Nuance? It's like oil and water, baby. They slip. They just keep slipping. So let's see. Let's see what he does.
It's the information.
But you are. That's the thing. You're setting up, and that's what they did because it's what happened. Because it's reality.
As disingenuous as you are right now, I could say they're not. Oh, you think, Lance, they're signing up for the military? You think the fucking government's going to come knock on their door and take them away? No, they're giving their information, and that's the whole point of the giveaway. It's not.
It was an army recruitment form. Army recruitment form with no mention of a competition, odds, or number of winners.
It was the army recruitment form that if you just saw a commercial and you wanted more information about the fucking army, it's the same kind of information you would input. They're not actually recruiting you through a goddamn form on the internet. They're collecting your,
and that's okay.
What do you think the point of this?
Okay, well, guess what? Guess what? Twitch doesn't agree with you. Twitch said it was against their terms of service. So that's all there is to it.
Oh yeah, big guy not recruiting through the fucking forum. Twitch fucking banned them, huh? So what about that?
How do you manage to look worse in OT? How do you do this? Man, how do you manage to look worse in the overtime? Good God.
If they took that page, if that page is what they got to, but it said, enter your information to learn more about the recruiter and to learn more about the military and to enter for the giveaway, would you have an issue?
Well, in that case, no, because they've actually done what they said they were going to do, except for the fact they're signing you up for the military. No, of course not. What are you talking about?
They're not signing you up for the military. How easy it... All right. Maybe I'm ignorant, okay? I don't want to be ignorant. Okay? Don't want to be ignorant. Maybe in Canada, The entire sign-up process is like digital. Maybe you could do it off of a website form. Is that a thing? Any Canadians in the chat? In Canada, maybe this is just Lance in a cultural difference. In Canada, can you complete the entire recruitment process on the on the web page on the internet? Because I don't think you can, but I'm open to being wrong, as usual. The Serfs is brunette man. Okay, why? Didn't you say this was a good tactic at the start, though? Was it just something you think is bad after everything else has happened? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit, just accidentally signed up for the Air Force. Well, I mean, I could be wrong, dude. I don't know. Maybe in Canada you can fucking sign up for the military online. Who knows? Could be. They're much more advanced than us at a lot of stuff. I don't know. Maybe they have some futuristic fucking recruitment shit. Maybe that's why Lance is so buggy about the military. He's seen a country develop to the point where they're literally handling the entire recruitment process online and hooking people in through fake shit. And he's just like, I don't want America to go down the same path. He's like Jordan Peterson, bro. He's a revolutionary. He's seen what his country is doing. He doesn't want to see it happen in America. He's like Jordan Peterson, bro. He's like JP.
No, $200 and win an Xbox. If all I saw was win an Xbox and I clicked on it, I should not be signing up for information about the U.S. fucking military. That's all there is to it.
That is absurd. Do you know how many social media companies, do you know how many fucking game companies, do you know how many anyone that has touched the fucking internet in the last 5 fucking years has used one of those sites where you have to go to it and you have to follow their Instagram, follow their Facebook, like them on Twitter, make a retweet, and then enter your fucking email, and then you get entered for a goddamn giveaway for a computer and a bunch of other shit. Do you understand that process? It is to promote.
Absolutely. And you still don't understand. They never did that. Like, I don't see why this is such a hill to die on. Wait. They lied about it.
We got 3 minutes left, and we didn't address the other half of the question. So we'll come back to this, but as a quick breather, I just want to get the answer to this. What about the part where should they be able to ban people in their chat since they're a federally operated company, and that could be a violation of the First Amendment? For people to go in there and yell war crime, here's stuff that happened in Cambodia, here's...
All right, so this topic is, not going well. Here's a curveball. Lance, I know you didn't prep for this, buddy, so if you don't have the track on your record, don't worry about it. We'll wait. But here's an entirely different, unrelated thing. What about fucking banning in their chat? What about that? What's your guys' opinions on that?
My lie.
Within the same...
Well, if you do tier 1 sub on Dylan Burns TV, you do actually get a war crime emote. Just want to throw that out there. Continue. I'm not encouraging them to do anything. We just have it.
If they, if they're not allowed to do it the same way it was used against Trump, yeah, sure. Yeah, stop them from doing that. No problem.
Okay, you can get back on topic. I just wanted to get an answer to that.
No.
Okay.
But, so again, all right. Let's walk through this slowly, okay? We agree that had it said, we understand the purpose of them doing the giveaway is to gather your information so they can send you information about joining the military. We understand that, right? That's the point of them.
Absolutely not. No. If you say you're going to give away a giveaway and then...
No, I actually, I don't understand anything that's not written in front of me.
Woo! I can't, dude. This guy's killing me. How many more minutes do we have? Fucking 4? Okay, I can handle 4 more minutes.
You just sign up for that giveaway. That's separate than saying we are doing a giveaway, and on top of which we want to send you a giveaway.
And the purpose of them doing the giveaway, this slowly, okay? We agree that had it said, we understand the purpose of them doing the giveaway is to gather your information so they can send you information about joining the military. We understand that, right? That's the point of them doing...
No. This fucking guy, dude, I can't with it.
Absolutely not. No. If you say you're going to...
How is he so popular? That's like, I'm not vocalizing this to you guys, but one thing that keeps running through my head is, how is he so popular? I know that people don't just follow people because they're smart or whatever, but like, he does this. He does debates and panels, and he talks. Why do people listen? Like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to bully the dude, but fuck, man. I don't know why people listen to this guy. Who? Serfs?
A giveaway, and then you just sign up for that giveaway. That's separate than saying we are doing a giveaway, and on top of which we want to send you information about army recruitment. Those are two separate things.
I don't
You're trying to conflate the two.
You've ever signed up for in your life. Because I think that if anyone had maybe signed up for one, maybe two, they would understand that the point of the giveaway is to collect your information so they can send you more information about whatever they want you to actually engage with. They're not in the...
Associated with Vosh? Is that all it takes? Really? It's more than that. Lance hasn't been doing many panels until recently. I mean, he did panels and I started over a year ago. I mean, he may have picked it back up recently, but this isn't a new thing for him. Never underestimate the fucking frequency peak of a echo chamber or whatever. Because he's a piece of stale bread dipped in milk. Okay. I'm just gonna fucking move past that one. Easy white boy to supplement the... Yikes. That's not good.
Business of giving away Xboxes and 200...
He comes off as a nice person. He just looks... Okay. I'm gonna be... I try not to do this, okay? I honestly do try to avoid being prejudiced against white people or like making white people jokes. But what do you mean he comes off nice? He just looks nice because he looks like an innocent white dude. He like I don't think he comes off that way when he talks. Like, I don't know. Like, oh man, you know what? Oh, I'm not going to bring her into this. Never mind. I don't want to bring her into this, but I can think of other people who like appear beautiful or appear innocent or appear this way or appear that way. But then if you listen to them talk, that's not how they are. So why people treat them that way, I have no idea. But I guess this is just like that, where the looks are kind of like a huge part of it. It's about how you look. I'll keep that in mind. He's non-confrontational? I don't know about that, brother. But, okay. I think he got popular by making response videos to popular conservatives. Interesting. I don't know.
$100. They're in the business of contacting people about joining the U.S. military. What other reason would you have to put your information in for that giveaway? What part of you would think, hey, that's going to happen? And usually in some small like little thing. So again, this is where I'll say, hey, they kind of fucked up. Usually there'll be a thing of terms and conditions. And then you click it and it's like, you are agreeing that the United States military will be able to send you blah, 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 blah. Any company's going to do that when they do the kind of giveaways. There's going to be a terms and conditions. And it's the terms and conditions are, we are sending you shit with the information you provide. We're collecting your data. Thank you very much. Hope you win the fucking Xbox. That's the point. So
looking good is the way to go. I'm really important. What's up, player? What's up, player? How you doing, bro? It's good to have you. Man, IRI, if you watch this back, bro, please don't think poorly of me. But towards the end, I can't help but be mean to this guy, to Lance. You've been in this space way longer than I have. And I feel like this is something I'll talk to you about in private. But I don't know how people listen to this guy, brother. How does he have so many viewers? He's so bad. And I'm not sure he's all there. And he doesn't listen. And he comes off as an asshole. Like, it's so bad. But then again, I keep thinking of other people. So, I mean, we talked about an unnamed woman who I'm thinking of. Mike from CCP is probably another one. So I guess people are able to amass audiences for other reasons. But, yeah, maybe it's time for me to diversify and not focus on what I'm focused on. Maybe being intelligent doesn't matter. I just got to look a certain way. I got to stay out of the sun, dude. Holy shit. I got to stay out of the sun. I got to start looking handsome. I got to work out. Maybe I should do that, dude. Maybe I should start working out just so that I can have a better stream. And get... Actually, you know, I could like, you know, unbutton this a bit, have my fucking collarbones, get these collarbones coming out, be sexy to fucking teenaged women, and maybe I'll fucking get some followers. But I don't see why he's popular, honestly. I need you to take a drink of some motherfucking water. Yeah, I'm gonna start working on me, bro. That's what I'm gonna start doing.
What I'm saying is, optically, that's not there. And without someone proving to me that they were being malicious, I'm going to assume what I assume with my familiarity with military, which is some fucking lazy dev just created a link, used the same recruitment front end, and that was it. But they were still collecting where it came from, and they were entering people in those drawings. Until it's proved otherwise, I don't see how you're not seeing that as a possibility.
It should be okay. It's a possibility. I don't want to give them that benefit of the doubt. I think both cases are wrong. Twitch agrees with me. The whole thing is a fucking scam.
I mean, wait. I want you on record for this. The next time, like fucking YouTube or Twitch fucks you over, I want you to say, "Well, they're usually right."
I never said they're usually right.
But you said Twitch agrees with you. It doesn't matter if Twitch agrees with you. It's you and I talking about this. And
Twitch
I love how frustrated he's getting. Poor fucking baby. I know. But there's nothing you can do. Because you know what? This time, he doesn't just have 2 points. He has 3. And if you focus on why one's bad, there's still got 2 more. And then if you get one of those down, oops! It's like whack-a-mole, dude. The other one will come back. And then if you get that, you're never going to make any progress with this dude, brother. I would not engage with him again. I certainly would not debate the serfs. I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't know. I blocked him a year ago. Oh, shit. Well, he is kind of worse on Twitter, so I can feel you on that one. He has a deep voice. Looks pretty enough. Creates shiny YouTube videos and says lefty stuff. That's the combo. Yeah, I gotta start talking about lefty stuff, dude. Gotta start being like, can't believe Amazon is making people fucking piss in bottles. What's going on with that, dude? I was reading this fucking tweet from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and fucking... That's all I'll start doing, bro.
But I've already given you my opinion.
We gotta answer
that I do
quickly,
not morally agree with
I-
this. I don't think this military should be able to recruit in any way. It doesn't matter if it's
I disagree, though.
Yeah, I thought we were here to, talk it out. I thought we were here to, have a back and forth.
I'll tell you why I believe that. Like, yeah, but can we have a little bit of a back and forth, a little bit of give and take? I can't, dude. I'm at my fucking wit's end with this shit. Are we almost done? 2 minutes. Jesus Christ. Did you ever see the Serfs trying to convince that? Yeah, somebody told me about the Mike from PA thing. I don't know. It seems stupid. The dude has his information in his name, but whatever.
It's a tricky competition. Doesn't matter if it's through a sign notation. I'll be able to do any of that.
We have to wrap it up. I'm sorry, but I have a prior engagement that I have to go to. I allotted an hour and a half for this. Do you both want to? Oh, and I also want to thank today's sponsor, Raytheon, one of the most progressive companies out there. And would you guys like to say any final things, a shout out, anything like that?
Lance?
I'll do a shout out, sure. If you want more anti.
Oh no. Oh no. Skip past that shit. We'll let Lycan do his, but I'm fucking not platforming that shit. No.
You hopping on. I want to say to Lance, I appreciate the debate. I really enjoyed it. I want to say to Dylan, thank you for moderating this. I appreciate you hopping on. I want to say to Lance, I appreciate the debate. I really enjoyed it. It was challenging because we hit each other like a fucking wall on some issues, and I think you brought up a lot of great points. Came really well prepared, and I really appreciated the conversation. As far as these to you viewers, if you called me a bootlicker, hope your Minecraft character blows up. And lastly, I don't really do political content, so if you don't like my politics, but you really love good food, you can follow me at Lycan GTV on Twitter and Twitch. I do a lot of cooking shit.
And if you want more moderated debates, you can go to Dylan Burns TV. That's DYLAN BURNS TV. Or if you want foreign policy content, which is kind of relevant to the discussion we had here, and I was excited to host this conversation. I would really appreciate it. And next Friday, tomorrow is the Hippy Dippy Showdown, but next Friday is the Hippy Dippy Royal Rumble, where we're gonna have some surprise guests. It's gonna be a really good show. So I hope you all tune into that. You guys have a blessed day. Okay.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, and that's, of course, Dylan Burns TV. You can check him out at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, wherever the fuck you want. I promised you we would go through the comments, so let's do that. I'm just going to control F for Lance first, and then we'll go for what's his name? Lycan, and then we'll go on from there. So Lance first. I'm going to read all the Lance ones, all the Serfs ones, and then all the Lycan ones. Lance, never having been to an American high school, kind of hamstrung him here. Like, actually seeing it is kind of next level. And Lycan is a product of it, so... Bad faith Lance, sneaking out of every question and not answering the question, constantly pivoting. Smiley face, thumbs up. Can Lance ever answer a direct question? Lamau, what's with the constant pivoting? Lance is being so slippery here and manages to get out of answering any tough question by dancing away from the point. I would argue that he dances away from the point even not on a question. Oh my god, I just realized that I have the same bookshelves that Lance has in the background. They look fantastic. Simple, it's sublime. Ah, okay, I'm starting to get it. So maybe they're looking at his interior design instead of his actual debate performance. The amount of times Lance weasels his way out of answering a tough question and pivots to something unrelated or a different point was frustrating to watch. That being said, Lycan wasn't able to hold him accountable. As much as I like Lance, he really needs to stop moralizing everything and just answer the hard questions when presented. Without putting any of his own personal morals into the situation, he could have easily asked Lycan if he was okay with North Korea advertising/recruiting on Twitch, since Lycan already said he was okay with China recruiting. If it's okay with China, why not let Myanmar's military have giveaways in the forms of information gathering? And that's all for Lance. So now we're going to do Serfs and then Lycan. Please, Serfs, stop trying to do debates. It's not something you're able to do. Oh, shit. That's rough. That is fucking rough. Love your channel, Dylan. I think you should use this as a chance to grow as a moderator and review how your own biases might affect how you hold debaters responsible. Serfs refused to engage with Lycan on any of his questions and kept adding different caveats to shirk each hypothetical. The Serfs, yikes. Didn't know the snake could slither his way on here. Oh my god. Would be cool if Serfs could avoid the constant conflating of individuals and organizations. Yeah, I'd agree. That was kind of frustrating. Okay. All right, it's Lycan's turn now. After watching Lycan's opening, I feel like he would be good at those community theater presentations of Socrates speeches and whatnot. I would agree. Let's see. I'm trying to find one that's just the Lycan that we haven't already gone through. Jesus Christ, Lance interrupted Lycan after like every sentence near the end of the debate. Lol. Regardless, I think Dylan's moderation is great and leads to a lot of progressive discussions. Awesome video. Okay. Lycan is truly Shakespearean. Terrible argument opener. I would agree. Yeah, pretty much. Good Shakespeare. Bad opening. Lycan should have held Lance's feet to the various questions he asked him. Feels like Lance was wiggly his way out of all of them whenever he could. Would have been great to actually get some answers from them. Lycan, war crimes don't matter. We're talking about recruitment. Dude, what are the people getting recruited pressured into? Like, the rhetoric is flowery, but completely fucking empty. Okay. Lycan is not a good debater, but Lance was so bad faith in this argument, it was crazy. Why is Lycan dressed up like Joe Rogan? Rip. I just started watching this, and even despite my disagreements with Lance, Lycan's cringe-ass opening solidified the winner in my mind. Okay, that's how else people could like Lance. Maybe they just don't watch past the opening. We'll see how I feel in an hour. I love Lance. I really do. I watch all of his content, and I think he's bright, clever, and influential. However, this debate really wasn't it. Like, he would get really close to things that would effectively challenge Lycan's points, but seem to either stray away from them or just thinking of them in the moment, which is totally understandable in a debate setting, just disappointing in the conclusion. Basically, the army should not be allowed to stream on... Okay, I don't need this whole fucking giant-ass paragraph. All right, there you go. So he's bright, clever, and influential. Well, I'd argue he's one of those things. Bright and clever are synonyms, but as somebody that likes Lance, I don't expect you to know what a synonym is. So it's just kind of cute to see you use it. I'm sorry to roast all these people, bro, but I'm just fucking I'm check replies on good comments. No, I'd rather not. Let's not. Okay, there you go. There's that. That was really bad. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. And I look white. Back up here. All right. Twitch chat. What's up? Rhetoric guy. Well, you know, rhetoric can only take you so far. Steven taught me that much. Steven taught me sometimes you have to be an asshole, and I'm getting better at it. Dylan would be a good JoJo character. I find him very handsome. Nice. Well, your name is also Dylan, so maybe it's just a little bit of auto whatever it is when you're attracted to yourself. I forget what it's called. Auto something. White. Yeah, white. Man. So I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Lance won this one. Really disappointed. Was really looking forward to it. But I don't think he won. Yeah, the Notion document will be available to the patrons on Patreon as soon as the stream is done. If you'd like to support these endeavors, subscribe, donate, Patreon. This stuff hurts my soul. I honestly don't want to review another Lance debate ever again. Unless he like watches this and takes it seriously and tries to improve his problems. I don't want to cover him ever again. So I'm going to try not to. Lycan, I'd be happy to. I don't think he did the best, but he didn't do bad. So there is that.
11. Oh, Jafar, you're too kind. I'm embarrassed. I'm blushing.
Wow. Hey, come. Eggs.
Good stream, buddy. Can't wait for the next one.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. I sure hope I don't get cum eggs in Mexico and get sick again. On another note, that shirt is a banger, Booksmarts. Pretty and matches your decor. Well, thanks. I don't think the decor in here is very good, but I'm happy it matches. Oh, the no-no list. Yes, the no-no list. Look, you guys are on your Peepo body today. I don't have your Peepo hat because I don't have the whatchamacallit here, the little hat that I normally put on top of you guys, but you guys are on your Peepo body today. Lance made the no-no list. I'm going to DM Lance and ask him some pointed questions, and depending on his responses, yeah, he might get put on the no-no list, because I don't know if he's trying to be this way or what, so I want to get down to the bottom of that, and then we'll figure out if he goes on the no-no list. Is this another candidate? Yeah, it's another candidate for it, bro, unfortunately. Let's see. What else are you guys saying? Let's see. I don't even want to read these paragraphs. Is that bucket next to the sink how you manage the vomit/diarrhea dilemma? What are you looking at? What do you mean the bucket next to the sink? Bucket next to the sink. Oh, wait. You mean this? The trash can? No, that's for like if I'm cooking and I have like stuff I need to throw away, I just throw it away right there. I like bringing the trash like close to me when I cook. Or like if I crack an egg and you have the egg thing, I don't like just like laying that on a counter or on a paper towel. I'd like to just toss it. So that's why. That's cool that you guys could see me cooking. I wasn't sure if the camera picked it up or not. Who is on the no-no list again? I don't list it. It's fucked up to fucking go through the list, so I try not to. Do you ask a bird why they fly, or a fish why it swims? Then why ask Lance why he's obtuse? They do it because they were born to do it. Yeah. Just like Mike was born to get bullied, I guess. Bookie is going on a lefty arc now. Lol, I feel like this is just the start. You know, it might be good to... Actually, no, I don't think this is good. Steven did this, and I think it got him in a lot of trouble. So let me think through this statement real quick. I'm not going to say it. Never mind. It's his poop bucket, and it's not my poop bucket. What's a tiff? Because you could have also put your head in the sink and your ass over the bucket. Yikes. No. No. Normally, it's my ass on the toilet and my head in a bucket. I prefer not to do it the other way around. I'd rather be prepared for the poop, quite honestly. You don't know what sewer socialism is? I actually do know what sewer socialism is. You don't, because you're politically illiterate. You dumb fuck. It's embarrassing having a chatter like you in my chat. Oh, shit. Anywho. Fuck, man. I said this earlier in the stream. I kind of just want to do streams where I talk to you guys and I give you advice and I do stuff like that because I don't know how many more bad debates I can watch, honestly. And I feel really bad because sometimes, especially smaller creators, will ask me to watch debates and they do great, but their interlocutor is so bad that it doesn't matter how good they do. And I don't have fun with these anymore, really. Like when they're huge people and I can have a bunch of their audience in here for the roast, that's great. But for these insular small communities like Lycan and Serfs and all these other people, I just don't get a lot out of it. And I feel like I'm wasting my brain, because I feel like anybody with half a brain could probably watch this stuff line by line and have the same takeaway. There's just nobody's willing to. And if the debaters aren't getting better from it, I'd rather not do it. I think the only thing is as a sanity check to people who feel like a debate went wrong, and they just want me to confirm that for them. But I can do that by saying in 2 seconds that, oh, I think so-and-so did bad for this, and this reason, and then being done with it, right? So, I'm reconsidering a lot of this fucking debate review stuff, dude. It fucking kills me inside. But aren't they all pretty bad? Conversations are so much better. Yeah, but what conversations are... I don't want to listen to people, randomly talk either, street epistemology, in my opinion, not my kind of content. Pretty boring. I don't really like watching that stuff, frankly. And I would rather the lessons you would get from street epistemology, I just spoon feed to you, really quick, just here's your vitamins, bloop, instead of spending 8 hours on it. The the point of the no-no list is to not platform them. So of course, we shouldn't list all the people on the list. Well, it's not just to not platform them. It's to not spend time on the channel that could have gone to more deserving people that want to improve. Because remember, I view this as a creator. And as a creator, I think there's a lot of value in critique. I think that a lot of people could take a lot away from a debate review from me. And I talked about this earlier. And so that's how I view a lot of these reviews, is I try to think, you know, the audience of that person is going to view this. The person themselves are probably going to view this. And I just try to give them something that they can take away, that they can improve with. So, you know, I'll move over for you guys. So when you have somebody like Chaos's Mel, who explicitly told me I don't care about optics nor how I come off, okay, you're on the no-no list. And that's not because I think you're some evil person. That's not because you're denying genocides. It's not because of any of that. It's because you didn't want help with your stuff. If you don't want help, why would I spend time reviewing your conversation when you told me you don't care about how you come off, or you don't care about improving, or you don't care about any of that stuff? Why would I do that? Right? That's what it is. Although you guys have tempted me. I'm hoping to talk to Lecture again soon. Should be fun. No, I look forward to it. You guys say it sounds exhausting and stuff, but like IRI is a fucking adult. And IRI handles conversations with Lecture Fan like an adult. And their conversations are not as bad as you would think, because he doesn't sit there and argue with Lecture Fan about everything. He picks his brain, and that makes for a much better, more digestible content from Lecture Fan and from IRI both, right? So I don't know. I don't mind the conversations between IRI and Lecture Fan. I personally actually enjoy them. So I don't know. That's my fucking hot take on it. Do you think your bias towards Destiny influences your view on Mel? No? Like, oh man, you're killing me. So like, I don't want to roast you, Moozer. I don't want to roast you, okay? I want to be nice to all the chat. I want to be nice. So number one, the most recent conversation is Mel and Vosh. It had nothing to do with Steven. I've never seen Mel talk to Steven ever. I've never watched that. I explained that the reason she's on the no-no list is because of a conversation I had with her, not because of Steven. I explained that the reason she's on the list, anyone gets on the list, is they don't care about improving their rhetoric, their optics, etc. Okay, so when you ask something like that, I just think you're trolling me. You know, they hit the Destiny button. I don't really care, brother. Mel also blocked over a year ago. Well, you fucking dodged a bullet there, IRI. You're 2 for 2 so far this stream in terms of blocking people, brother. Must be a Lance viewer. They probably weren't listening. Oh yeah, I forgot the Lance viewers are trying to read lips. Yeah. Oh goodness gracious. I love you guys. Rhetoric is more than just debates, though. I'd be interested in much smaller takes on clips of anything useful to see or learn. Well, Mr. Hen, you're on the Discord. Everybody, if you're not on the Discord, ! Discord. You can suggest whatever in there, okay? Recommend whatever. Vote for whatever. Don't just fucking put something out in the ether and not vote. Because if everybody just put recommendations on that channel and doesn't vote thumbs up or thumbs down, shit just won't get picked, including whatever the fuck you posted. So if you go and you post something on the vote suggestions, I suggest you be a good citizen of the Discord. Scroll up, thumbs up, thumbs down, whatever the fuck you feel on all the other posts. You know, get a bit of civility going in there. But yeah, I look at those. That's what I go off of. I talked about this a bit on another stream, but I've reevaluated like where my time and energy are going in life, and you know, I cut out a lot of streams. Since Irrelevant changed his time slots, I don't really watch Irrelevant, which means I miss a lot of Wicked Supremes streams, which means, you know, etc., etc. I'll watch IRI, but usually it's a VOD. If it's like Matt Gates or something and I'm curious, like maybe I'll jump in and ask him a question, see if I can get a TLDR. But like I'm pretty utilitarian with Twitch now, so I'm out of the loop on drama. I don't watch all of Steven's uploads anymore, so I don't know what the fuck's going on with him. I've just kind of I'm pulling the clutch. Disengage, dude. I don't need all that shit. And then I watched this Pascal guy talk to Dylan Burns, and it made me think, yeah, don't want to turn into that, you know? Not to roast that person because they clearly have stuff going on, but yeah, I don't want to be driven up a wall, you know? I was being driven up a wall by some of these people in their you know, streams and stuff. Are we allowed to provide water and food to those waiting to vote in Discord? Yeah, for sure. I'm not Georgia, dude. I'm not fucking restricting your voting stuff. But yeah, man, I'm just fucking not spending all the time and energy on that shit anymore. If I want to watch a stream, I can do it in the VOD. The other thing is, like, I miss watching shit on my own. Like, frankly, most of the time, I don't care. Like, oh man, I gotta try not to roast people here. Just be careful now. Let's do Relly, okay? So, most of the time, I don't really care like what Relly thinks about something. I don't want to watch Relly watch something. I kind of just want to watch the thing. And that's different, you know, from how Twitch viewers work, but like that's how I work. And I spend a lot of time like watching people react to shit, and it's just like, man, this is taking like 8 times as long as I want it to take. And I get jaded about the opinions of the people that I'm watching, and you know, like, it's just not healthy. So I would rather just watch shit on my own. Like, little changes like that I've been making, but it means I disconnect from, like, you know, fucking other communities and stuff, which feels bad because, like, the words of IRI echo through my head. This is why I watch Chicks in Hot Tubs. Well, those aren't the words from IRI that I was thinking of. But now those words from IRI are running through my head. Watches Chicks in Hot Tubs, huh? Like, IRI, when I join, you know, kind of put into my head that you want to support your friends that are streamers by, like, watching their streams all the time, being in their chats and supporting them. And I agree if you can, but I don't think the trade-off was worth it for me. I don't think I build better bonds with other streamers by hanging out in their chat, at least not bonds that I really care about. Maybe transactional networking bonds, but honestly, if I want to do transactional networking bonds, I'm going to open all of you motherfuckers in different tabs, fucking mute the tabs, fucking just be in your chat, type something every 2 seconds so you think I'm listening. That's how I would play that game. And that's, frankly, and if you're watching this, you're going to know my secret. I'm putting a mask on. I'm going to start doing that, you know, because there is some level, and IRI is right, that you need to, like, keep up with other people's, you know, streams and stuff. But I think it's more so being visible in their community that's a benefit rather than, like, watching their streams and stuff. I don't think you got to watch everybody's streams and shit. I think being in the chat is a different story. I could do that. Especially when I'm, like, at a computer at home and I can have a gazillion tabs open. Doesn't really matter. So I'll probably do that when I'm at home and I can. I'm doing that right now. There you go. See? And that's how people watch Lance too, because they're clearly not listening to the words that come out of his mouth. At the so few streamers go chat in other streams that it stands out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, IRI. And like, I think that's 90% of it is just seeing you in the chat. I won't play like this with people who I'm actually friends with. I wouldn't do this to you, IRI. I wouldn't do this to Supreme. When I'm fucking chatting in your guys' thing, I am watching it. But, you know, I want to watch Chud Logic? Not to roast Chud, but not really. Do I want to watch Prime Kai? Not to roast Prime Kai, but not really. Do I want to watch a Dylan Burns Hippy Dippy panel? Not to roast Dylan, but not really. But there is value in being in the chat, right? And I get to interact with my Discord, you know, at the same time, you know. So if my Discord is watching something and they're talking about it, I can be in the chat of that stream and not necessarily have to listen to it in real speed and whatever. I can just pop in when I want to make a meme or two. And I think that's probably a better balance. But the reason why I'm being forthcoming about this is I think this is a big mask off. It is. And like, that's the reason why I'm being forthcoming about this change. I don't expect every streamer that I'm going to do this for now on to like know this or whatever. It's not really for them. It's for any streamers that come in the future or any viewers that might go over to a small streamer. Like, I don't want them to think it works one way and it doesn't. I don't want them to think I'm doing something that I'm not, you know, like, I don't know. I just want to like put out what I'm learning, you know, even if it's fucking mask on baloney like this is. I want to be real with people, dude. And I'll be as real as I can be until I get in trouble, you know? And then I'll fucking put the mask back on a little bit, but, you know, it's just yeah. Hasn't books appeared on Hippy Dippy? I'm banned from Hippy Dippy. I'm blacklisted. I'm not allowed back. Because, you know, that's my fault, to be clear, to be completely transparent. That's my bad. That's on me. I was not respectful when I was on Hippy Dippy the last time I was on there. Now, granted, I think it was okay content. I think I added to his content. I think that from a content creator's perspective, I'm not sure I did a bad job, but hey, you know, whatever. But, you know, I shit-talked the show the entire time I was on it. I goofed off the whole time. I muted it. I talked to my chat. I did all the no-nos, you know, so that's on me. You're on his no-no list now. I bet, dude, you know, and that's totally my bad. Dylan runs a tight ship. No, he doesn't. Okay, let me... Oh, man. We discussed this on the Discord a little bit. You know what? I'm going to leave that as a Discord-only conversation. If you want to go on my Discord, I talked about this a little bit, but I don't know if a tight ship is a way to fucking word it. I think the worst part was the shit-talking, honestly. Yeah, that's why I bring it up. And I don't want to bury it. I don't want to pretend like that's not something that I did. You know, I want to point out the shit-talking because I think that was a significant part of what made it bad. Yeah, no, he doesn't. Okay, I just want to make sure because people just throw out colloquial terms, and I know you don't mean the intention behind it, but I just, you know, when I see it, I got to go, nah, probably not. Probably not it, dude. You should go on other panels and do the same thing. Yeah, maybe, brother. But that's not fun for me, right? And this is what I'm saying is, and being sick, you know, kind of reminded me of this. You don't know how much time you have, guys. You don't know how much time you have. You could get food poisoning tomorrow, lock yourself in your room, be dehydrated when you go to sleep, and not wake up. That could happen. And I don't want to have spent time sitting on panels that I muted.
That book fucker.
Dancing like an idiot because I wanted to be on a panel, you know? I I don't want to have watched a stream in 1x speed in real time for 3 hours, not because I have any interest in the stream, but because I wanted to form a transactional relationship of some sort or whatever. I think there are much smarter ways of accomplishing the same thing without wasting my time. So I think about that. And, you know, anytime something happens in my life, and I ride a motorcycle, so this happens an awful lot, where I realize I could have gotten really hurt or I could have passed away. I think about that. And, you know, I evaluate things and I try to look. And another trigger for this that I think you should put in your own life is when you're not happy for whatever you're doing tomorrow. Why are you not happy about tomorrow? What's up with that? That's not healthy, right? And if you're not happy about what you're going to do tomorrow because you've created like a life of doing things that make you unhappy, I think that is an immediate alarm that needs to ring in your head for an audit of the way you are spending your time and your energy, right? And I think you should look into that. You should audit it, right? So that's kind of my life advice to you guys right now, is like, keep that in mind. If my stream doesn't make you happy, fuck me. Who cares? You know? I mean, don't fuck me because it's TOS, but you know, what you do in your fucking, in your imagination is outside of my control. But anywho, like what I'm trying to say is like, don't get caught up doing things that you don't want to do for reasons that could provide alternatives, right? Like, I think you guys should like optimize for being happy about tomorrow, right? Like, I think if you guys like if there's more that you want to do, if there's things you want to do that you're not able to because you're doing this other shit, make room. If there's stuff you're doing that you could do a different way and you're going to feel a little bit worse about it, but it's going to take like 30 minutes compared to 3 hours, maybe consider it, you know, because if you can turn that other 2.5 hours into something you enjoy, I would say you downsized, right? Don't prolong strife. Okay, so that's what I would say, man. Like that's the point of like human ingenuity and workflows and industry and all that other shit, is to just get better and better at doing the shit that you got to do, you know? And this is like the reverse train speech. What is the train speech? I am so relating to this. I made huge changes in the past year, much happier. Yeah. If you're a dude that spends all of your time looking up Destiny on Twitter and shitting on people for communicating with them, and you need a whole journal about how this dude fucked up your life, maybe stop watching and engaging, right? Like, I see people like Pascal and I worry, because I care about you guys, that you guys would turn into that at some point. Okay. Thank you. You know, I don't want you guys to turn into that. And as much as we have a parasocial thing going where I'm like technically not your friend and whatever, it doesn't mean that I want other human beings wasting their fucking time, you know? I don't want other human beings fucking living in strife. And in that way, I guess I'm the same as the lefties. I don't want people going through that shit. And I think at least part of that is like doing shit you don't want to do all the time, or doing shit that you like push yourself through, or shit that comes at the expense of other things you could be doing that would make you feel much better, right? Like, you know, like if you're an artist and you're really good at art, I mean, look at the proportion of time you spend consuming art to like creating it. Is that a good ratio? Are you happy with it? Stuff like that. Just think about that. You know, it's going to be different for everybody, but I deleted all the Discord servers I was on and my own and started hanging out in a more conservative-leaning stream to just get in a better headspace. That last bit may sound weird, but I didn't have to expect anything. It started really affecting my MH, watching my mental health, watching people I agreed with lie to get social capital or whatever. I started feeling like everyone was letting me down. Been into true crime instead now. Mental health matters. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And honestly, I think, and I'm going to trigger people, conservative people are really down to earth. And I think conservative people probably care more than liberals about quality of life. As strange and backwards as that sounds, I mean, conservative people care about their own lives and, you know, living a life that is generally good, a life built on like community and connection to what came before you and connection to your family. And like, there's a lot of conservative values that I think are unfortunately bastardized by their larger policy positions. But if you spend time in conservative spaces that aren't uber political, they don't spend a bunch of time talking fucking nonsense and trying to get clout and whatever, because there's no clout for them to really gain. Like, I know you guys see Shapiro and stuff, but if you go to like other places, I think you'll find it's different. So I'm not surprised by your message, but other people might be. I'd suggest that they look into it. This is good shit. Good, Dashing. I'm happy, dude. Is this guy in Hawaii? I'm in Mexico. Here, let me turn the camera around for y'all. This is what I'm looking at right now. Oh, you can't really see super well, but there's the ocean, you know, and the sun is setting over yonder, so I'm kind of watching the sunset. But yeah, that's where I'm at. I found that though I've disagreed heavily with conservatives, they're easier to get on with non-politically. Yeah. Yep. A lot of lefties are too busy pointing fingers at societal problems to worry about their personal conduct. Yep. And you'll meet down to earth lefties. It's not to say they don't exist, or down to earth Democrats. You know, like I think Afro Sabi is a good example of a down to earth Democrat. She's a landlord. You know, she's got her hustle. She cares about getting shit done in her community, getting people able to vote, to have their voice heard. But she's not playing around with no fucking virtue signal, this or that or the other thing, or get fucking brownie points on the internet or whatever. And I think, you know, you guys, if you don't have a lot of like people outside of the internet, how do I word this? I think that most people that watch Twitch get one-way person interactions. And whether that's watching YouTube videos or watching, you know, a documentary or listening to a podcast or whatever, I think a lot of people get one way, right? And I think on Twitch, you get some two-way. Depending on the chat, depending on the streamer, you get two-way. You get a, like, sometimes they'll answer you. I'd say it's more like 1.25 if I'm being honest, but I mean, you can count it as two-way. But I think if you don't have two-way with people in your real life that are trying to have fun, that are trying to enjoy shit, they're trying to have a good time, you miss out, and I feel bad for you. I feel bad if you don't have people that you can just enjoy a meal with. I feel bad if you don't have people that you can shoot the shit with. I feel bad if you don't have people that there are no other strings and stuff, you know? I feel bad. And so, you know, it's a difficult thing to solve, because all I can do is create like an artificial version of it on here, right? I can dilute down what I think are the important things that I get from the people in my life and from those experiences in my life, and I can try to give them. That's all I can do. And so I try to, especially at the end of the streams, you know, like right now. Yeah. And that's why I think it's a more valuable thing to put out on Twitch, and to be a real person that's just on Twitch, that's talking to a camera, you know, a real person who's trying to live happily, you know, that is engaging in the endeavor of trying to enjoy tomorrow. Because, you know, even if you have friends in real life, are they trying to enjoy tomorrow, or do they whine? Do they bitch? Do they complain? Right? I think some of you have people that, though you meet them in real life, that's all that they do. They whine, they bitch, they complain, or they're all about, you know, themselves or whatever. There's a million problems that you could still run into even if you're talking to people. So, you know, I just try to be the best of all that I could be for you guys. And, you know, it winds up being a version of me that isn't really me. It's not really Noah. It's some kind of mask called Booksmarts, but like, you know, Friend Smarts. There you go. Yeah, it could be Friend Smarts. I try to do that. Like, so in another stream, you kept ripping on chat for what you'd talked to Dr. K about, but maybe this topic that might make sense, trying to balance the parasocial aspect of things against actually offering help to people. Ooh, that's a good one. Here, let me, I'm going to screen cap that. That's a good one, Mr. Hen. I'll consider shooting him a DM. As a guy who goes to a trade school, the most heartbreaking thing is to realize you're one out of 3 guys who are really passionate about what you do, and realize the school you're in doesn't care about your learning and only cares about the money. So I know that feeling of what I am doing. Is this worth it? Sad but true. Yeah. And that's why, like, you always got to look for that stuff inside of you, right? An analogy I often like to bring us to is the analogy of the kitchen inside of you, right? And pizza. And this comes from an author with the last name Ruiz. And he talks about, he does books on romance and on love, but he talks about how if you're going to engage in a loving relationship, whether that's familial or friendship or a lover, you know, a partner, you got to make sure that you can cook up love in your own kitchen, that you can cook up love for you whenever you need it. Because one of the worst things that you can do is get into a relationship with a person for their kitchen, for their love. As weird as that sounds, if you get into a relationship with somebody just because they love you, and not only that, but because you can't love yourself, you can't love what you do, you can't love in your life, that's a really toxic one. It's very dangerous, because they hold you in the palm of their hand, right? And it's the same for this. If I'm the only thing that makes you happy, if streams are the only thing that makes you happy, if you put this enjoyment into things you have no control over or that are externalized, I would say you want to be careful. Like, make sure that you can get things like happiness, things like nostalgia, things like love from you, inside you, just by itself, that you can just cook them up, right? And I think that that's super valuable to be able to do. And I think that that's like a worthwhile goal that you could work towards, you know? So I forget what this is in regards to, but oh yeah, the trade school thing. Your school shouldn't have to care. You know, I talk about how my school was shitty and I fucking whinge about it, and it fucking sucks to live that because you feel like the school should care and whatever. But at the end of the day, man, the best thing to do is to take every ounce of fucking whinging and whatever that you have about the school and put it into making the school experience good, you know, because that's what you're going to get the most return on. Like, the school is never going to change simply because you're upset. And even if you build up enough being upset to actually change the school, you have to put it into like trying to change the school to get it to change, you know? So like, And when you do that, when you get into a habit of that, of realizing what you can and can't change and regulating your kind of where you're investing energy along those lines, you start to realize that, oh, I shouldn't care about this thing because I can't do anything about it. And you start to hit little things where it's like, do I keep spending time on that then? Maybe not, you know? How essential of a part of me is this thing? Do I need to keep this around? Do I need to keep spending energy on this? Like, if it doesn't do anything for me, like, think about that, you know? And it doesn't mean that those problems are any less, like, valuable or whatever, or they're not any less significant. It just means that you don't get anything by putting your energy into it, you know? And the opportunity cost is always huge because you could be doing something that you love. And if you don't have that thing, work on it, you know? Work on what you want tomorrow for. You know, Steven, when we were in a private conversation about streaming and about what it means to be like a good streamer, he was asking me about like happiness and like where that comes from and like some deeper philosophical questions about that. And where it comes down to for me is about tomorrow. Like, happiness or things that make me happy are the things that make me like want to wake up for tomorrow, you know? And whatever that is, whether it's riding the motorcycle, talking to you guys, finishing a report, whatever it is, like, try to think about that because that's what's keeping you going. And don't lose sight of it. Because if you just dredge on day by day, doing some shit that you just know you have to do, instead of something that you're excited to or want to do, life builds around that core very quickly. And life will build a house around that you don't want to live in, right? So, you know, think about that. I'm fucking ranting at this point. Let me go ahead and catch up on the chat here. Let's see. What so you call a Booksmarts that draws a blank? No deal. Youngins talking about these concepts. I think there's a lot of old people that never think about this stuff, though, Stetson. Like, I've thought about that a lot, too. Like, I'm still super young, and I'm gonna fucking rethink this stuff, you know? But what can I do other than share my work in progress with you guys, right? And then if you have something to add to it or change about it, you can fucking actually give me something. But, you know, there are so many people that never think about this stuff that just fuck themselves their entire life and live to a ripe old age that I don't know. I've met a lot of old people that just they still don't get it, you know? I met a lot of miserable old people. And I don't care to replicate the system of somebody who's managed to make their day-to-day existence miserable. And I think whether you're 6 years old or you're 20 or you're 80, I think the advice of looking for what you look forward to tomorrow will always work. I don't care if you're happy about meeting your grandkids. It doesn't matter. It's whatever you're excited for, right? Like, and I could be wrong. That could, you know, eventually get proven wrong. I'm open to it. I always have open ears to people, but, you know, I don't necessarily think old people have it figured out either, dude. Finding self-motivation, self-love is key, and keeping positive is necessary. Yep. Are you able to fit that mic into your mouth? Kind of. Ugh. Steven in private conversation, Monka asks, yeah. Vosh did a segment about social relationships recently. I don't really want to listen to anything from Vosh. Was pretty thought-provoking, even if delivered in Vosh's normal brute force delivery. Yeah, I don't really. But what makes you happy tomorrow might not make you happiest in the long run. No, it might not. Right? But this advice is to somebody at step one, right? Like, and I think that like keeping your mental health on the up and up starts there, you know? This is like, if I'm giving you advice on building a house and I'm like, yeah, you need to like lay a good foundation. And you're like, yeah, but you don't have to just do a fucking slab. You can do it all the way to the fucking, you could do it 2 stories down. Otherwise you can't build a skyscraper. Like, yeah, but the advice isn't on how to build a skyscraper. The advice is on how to build a house, right? Like, yeah, long term, much more complicated. A lot of thinking, and I would argue you can only do so good at long term because things will change, right? So it's an entirely different problem, not really what we're talking about. I also think a lot of people think about this as some final definite change as well, when like a habit, staying mentally healthy and being happy is more like a kindling a flame. Yeah. I'm reading all of it. I'm just not saying it all out loud. Sup, Twitch chat? I upgraded from YouTube chat. Let's go. What up, Burger King? I guess I feel old here. Glad to hear young guys avoiding the Zen pitfalls. Booksmarts, having your videos is handy because with ADHD, it's pretty hard to keep a narrative in your head consistent, so I can rewatch things until it's there. I'm happy to hear it, dude. How would you go about jarring yourself into acting if you have spent years living in the house you built and don't want to live in anymore? Bit by bit. Who knows? Like, right? Like, keep in mind, Dylan, you just built the whole house that your bitch ass don't want to live in, right? So maybe you're not the most competent builder. And that's not to fucking roast you. I'll get around to the point here, but here's what I'm saying. The same you that thought that the house that you built would be good for you is the you that thinks that acting is going to be the next house that you want to build. Let's start with a foundation, right? Just do a little bit of it, because it may be that once you get your hands and knees in the dirt and you're starting to fucking lay down your foundation for acting, you're like, fuck this. There is a reason why I haven't done acting this whole time. This shit actually sucks. Or, it may be you start putting in the beams for your house and you have a whole framework and you're like, fuck, this is actually ugly. I don't want to live in this at all, right? And I think it's okay to be open to that, right? That's why I think the foundation should be something that can just be hot swapped. Like the foundation, just what makes you happy day to day. It can be easily changed, built on top of whatever. Don't focus on this whole fucking house that you're trying to build, right? Just try and focus on, what's keeping you going, brother? Like if it's acting, if you want to do acting now, how can you start on that tomorrow? What can you do? Like how can you start working towards that, and then just do that, but don't focus on building the whole house. I don't think, look who it is. Hi, Fancy Sloth. Mr. doesn't know anything about cooking.
Mr. Vegetables don't taste good when you cook them. Because I cooked the carrot and it was soggy. Fancy carrot licking sloth. What's up, brother? Don't be in love with the idea of something. Be in love with actually doing it. True. It does have to be a one-item description. Take something tiny that you can control over and change it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Anywho, the sun is setting on our lovely stream today, and I think that's as good a time as any to call it. Now that Fancy Sloth is in here, I know Fancy hates it when we roast him, but man, you make it so easy with some of your dumb fuck takes, brother. Now that Fancy Sloth is in here, we know that it's not cool anymore to be on the Booksmart stream, so let's find a place to dump the chat. Oh, I'm all done with my preaching for today. Did you look more into voice acting? I emailed Connor again. That's the most that I'm going to do with that, brother. I emailed Connor. That is the most I'm willing to walk in that direction. I don't know if I want to really go much deeper. I don't know if I really want to. Let's see. Where are we going? Let's see. Man, it's like the same people every goddamn time.
Huh. I don't know where to put you. Can you guys give me somebody else? I'm not doing RGR again. I do RGR all the time. Thanks for your good vibes. Not a problem, Fable. Thanks for good thoughts. Yeah. I'm not. Should I do Bastiat? Sansol is a nice guy. Who's Sansol? What do they do? Sansol. Yeah.
But it's not just because of Corona. Corona just exacerbated the pre-existing tensions that already existed between Asians and non-Asians. It made it worse. It actually...
Yeah, I don't know. It's not quite my vibe. I would honestly rather send you to fucking Riley Grace Roshong, to be quite honest. Pisco? Is Pisco live? Why don't I have Pisco followed? Pisco. Wow, I don't have Pisco followed? What is up with that? Hold on, let me follow Pisco real quick. I'm Charles Jones is a cool music guy. Interesting. Oh, Pisco's watching the trial. I think I'm gonna send you to Pisco. I would much rather you watch this trial than I would the other stuff. Here, I'm gonna send you guys to Pisco. Let's see here. Let's go to my Twitch and I'll send you guys over. That's Mel Yikers. Well, hey, my fucking spidey sense is right, is it not? All right, so /raid. What is his full name? Pisco. What's the number at the end of it? Oh Jesus, 95. He's not that much older than me. /raid. There you go. Have fun, guys. Pile in. All on board. I think Pisco has some kind of knowledge of legal stuff, but Pisco is a good
book fucker.
Good debater, good philosopher. You guys will have fun there, I think. He's been covering the this trial that's been going on with the Derek Chauvin.
Book fucker.
Man, that's pretty timely. Have a good time with that. Bloop. All right. I'll do that. And then for the YouTube chat, I will stick around for you guys for a little bit here. Yeah, YouTube chat. Hey, dark hours here with the YouTube chat. Can you guys sound off? I haven't seen a ton of the YouTube chat all stream. I think the YouTube chat was actually tiny today relative to what it normally is. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen a ton of you guys today. Kind of missing seeing all the little YouTube, symbols next to people's names. But hey, hope you guys are doing well. Thanks for watching on YouTube. I appreciate it. And the VOD will probably cut off before I'm able to complete the end of this sentence. So you guys will yo, hey there. YouTube privileges, pog. Yeah, YouTube privileges. You guys get this. The other thing is that YouTube, like I was saying, cuts me off before I end the stream. So you guys have this interesting thing with YouTube. First stream of Woo. I'm really happy that you were able to make it. I'm kind of sad that you had to watch this, but I'm happy to have you, Dylan. You've been playing Stardew Valley, Luke? Interesting. Has that been chill, or have you been cringing as bad as I cringe? I always wonder what the viewing experience is for you guys. When I watch myself back, I'm often like laughing and stuff, but I wonder if you guys cringe along with me, or if I make it enjoyable such that you're like laughing while we're going through something like the debate we went through, because it's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. We're too busy enjoying our stutter-free 1080p stream. For real though, dude, Twitch is fucking lacking on the streaming game, as ironic as that sounds. Thanks for the stream. Not a problem, Elra. Thank you for chatting. For any of the YouTube people that chat, because I know that, from the YouTube viewers' perspective, you guys don't know for sure if I'm reading the chat or whatever. There's oftentimes a lot of like confusion there, so I don't necessarily blame you guys for staying quiet, but just know that I do read it. A little bit of both. Oh, okay, that's good. A little bit of both, a little bit of cringe, a little bit of laughs, a little bit of goofs and gaffs. Yeah. Cause like I'm getting sick of doing fucking debate stuff, dude. Debates fucking take so much out of me. I rewatch your old stuff because it's fun. You know, again, egotistic ego smarts, but like I really enjoy my own stuff. Like, here, I'm gonna link you guys something. You guys are gonna get a secret link. You guys are gonna get a secret link. I'll look it up real quick. Stuart impressions. I don't know if you guys caught this, but Stuart, one of the viewers of the channel, he makes videos. He's made 2 so far of me doing random shit. He makes like compilations. He was the one that made the rhetorical blunders video, if you guys remember that one. He made another video. I'm gonna copy paste it here. Ooh. He made another video that I kind of want to share with you guys. It's kind of cute. It's it's random impressions and like the voices that I do. You guys might enjoy it, so I'll toss that over for you. Worth checking out, especially if you're done with the stream, because we're gonna wrap it up in a little bit here. I just like checking in with you guys at the end, giving you your own time. Just started watching after getting linked the Demon Mama versus Destiny review. That's a big one, honestly. Like a lot of people came through that one. I think it's because I uploaded it separately. It wasn't just a VOD, even if it was 6 hours long. I think that helps stuff in the algorithm, so I got to consider doing that more. Hard to add anything valuable in chat when I don't know anything about philosophy. I don't think you have to know a ton about philosophy. I certainly don't, but I appreciate the meaningful discussions. That's dope. I just go on the assumption that you never read the YouTube chat. No, it's you guys are on my phone at the exact same time as like the Twitch chat. You guys are mixed in with them. So, and actually, you guys are going to know that Booksmarts has a bias. Mask off. Even if a YouTube chatter's chat message is kind of lame, I try to respond to it specifically so the viewers on YouTube recognize that the YouTube chat is being watched. And I don't know how well that ends up working out. But like if I see somebody ask a question on the YouTube chat and I see the little YouTube icon next to their name, I try really, really, really hard to answer that because I want you guys to have some indication that I'm watching without having to say it all the time. So yeah, I read YouTube chat just at the same time. Listen, secret memes, but it's fabulism. I just tend to watch from this YouTube account on my tablet and do other stuff on my phone while listening. Yeah, I feel you. Honestly, if more streamers did YouTube streaming, I might be tricked into watching more streamers. The thing with Twitch is you have to use that godforsaken app to fucking watch people. The other night I had to stop watching Supreme because of that, because for some reason, despite my Wi-Fi being good enough to stream fucking 1080p Crunchyroll videos or whatever, I couldn't get his stream to load. And it's like, it doesn't take us anything extra as streamers to stream to both of the platforms at the same time. So it always disappoints me when people aren't down to do it, especially if you're just if you're not partnered. But yeah, that's a rant that I keep doing, and I don't mean to roast Supreme in particular, but yeah, I feel you about the 1080p and fucking, you know, it works really well. That app is awful. It most certainly is. I think the only way it's good is if you do audio only, or the only way it's consistent is if you do audio only. But even audio only, you unlock the phone and it fucking resets, right? Like even if the app isn't open when you reopen, oh my God, you guys know what I'm fucking talking about because you're on the YouTube. But yeah, I have so many problems with it. YouTube is superior. I am straight up a Twitch subscriber, and Twitch's mobile app is terrible. Yeah, YouTube having better video quality and the ability to go back in the VOD is that's the other thing. You can go back super easily. You don't have to like, oh, I have to open this in a new fucking in a new window and fucking scroll all the way back. Like, and you can't even do that on your phone, so it's a moot point if you're on mobile. Yeah. And then I get people telling me that like you know, their internet isn't super good on their phone, or they're in a village in Mexico or whatever. And, you know, for a million people, it just makes sense to have the YouTube videos. So I do YouTube. I try to focus on you guys quite a bit. Like, I don't know if you guys realize this. The reason why I mentioned my beef with Supreme about YouTube all the time is because I have no way to indicate to you guys how much shit I get behind the scenes for doing YouTube. I have no way of explaining that to you guys. And like how much shit I get every time I try to recommend YouTube to other streamer people. I know it's getting dark. I'm so sorry. Yeah, like I'm like holding on to every last second with you guys. I have been trying to stream, but not since the move. But I have so many tech issues, and nary a person who understands what the fuck is wrong in sight. Interesting. Just some internet chick. Interesting. It sounds bad to say, but your reaction to the Breonna Taylor vid a while ago was hilarious. Ooh. Oh. That's the one where they... Oh, yeah, I think I roasted the police and stuff about that. But yeah, that... I didn't... Fuck, that's a blast from the past. I don't think I've even thought about that vid in a long time. Hey, YouTube, Cozy Smart, shit from streamers? Yeah, like, man, when I talk to streamers, I'm always trying to like sell them on the idea of YouTube, and I just feel like I'm talking to a fucking wall. Nobody believes me. Nobody believes me you guys exist. Like, I tell people, and sometimes they don't even believe me until I show them my statistics, but I'm like, I have the same concurrent viewers I have on YouTube as I have on Twitch, and YouTube grows organically. YouTube is the only website where people just tell me, oh, you were in my recommended or whatever. Like, Twitch isn't like that. Twitch doesn't work like that. It has no discoverability. But Twitch streamers hold in their mind these two ideas at the same time, that Twitch is not a platform for discoverability. It's not built for it. But at the same time, they have no interest in pursuing YouTube. And they just reverse reason why they don't want to do YouTube. Oh, it's hard. Oh, I don't have an editor. Oh, I can't do thumbnails. Oh, this and that. Your boy doesn't do thumbnails. Your boy doesn't fucking do shit. And look at how this grew, you know? Like, ah, man. So, yeah, that's what I mean by shit in private is like, I don't know. They're not very receptive to it. Your face in a void is pretty funny. Okay. Pog lighting. Yeah, all right. We're fucking done here, dude. We're done here. I'm just scrolling back up to make sure I didn't miss anything. Started watching after a Vosh Destiny analysis. Really enjoy your level-headed takes and chill vibes. I'm happy about that, brother. Can't you point to Destiny / Vosh these days to demonstrate? No, because people go, oh, yeah, Destiny, the guy with a fucking editor that he pays $10,000 to or whatever. Again, you would be, and this is actually something like fucking Supreme has said, you know, they just reverse reason it. And so I don't even want to roast them, because there's no point in roasting people that are being illogical. You waste time and energy. So it's just that they don't want to. People just don't want to, you know. They've made up their mind against it. And they'll point at whatever they want to justify the feeling, but it's just the feeling they have. It's something new. They just don't want to do it. Praise YouTube chat, and then they roast you. Yeah, well, that's the fucking life of a streamer, dude. I think your YouTube streams has spoiled me. I don't want to watch anything on Twitch. Damn. Well, I guess you have been spoiled. Although I must say, as I said earlier, I'm not watching a ton of Twitch anymore. It's just not the kind of shit that I want to consume. I would rather watch Adam Savage answering fucking Q&A questions for 3 hours straight in like clip compilations than I would fucking watch some Twitch streams. I feel like I got more out of it. So, you know, but I don't want to roast my friends too much, because all my friends are streamers, but, you know, I'm just not a big stream consumer. If Twitch had less tech problems, I'd probably prefer YouTube, but I can't get it to work properly. Just some internet chick. I don't know if this helps you. I just use Restream, and I don't look at anything Twitch related. I don't look at anything YouTube related. I literally just look at my Restream.io chat and my Restream.io dashboard, and that's it. And I haven't had any problems. So unfortunately, I can't help you diagnose your shit, but yeah. Rip. I bet Twitch partner managers create a nagging relationship, like there's some cool exclusive club. Maybe, dude. You know what's funny? To get a talent agent to like sign me or whatever, they've all pretty much asked that I apply for partner on Twitch, and I really don't want to because I want to keep doing YouTube. And that's been like a recurring thing, is they all want me to partner on Twitch, which, to be clear and to be transparent, I totally could. I hit over the 75 every single time. I have gaming content. I have my own shit. Like, I could get partner. And I don't even have to do like a whole, like, I'm going to work hard for a month to do it. So, I'm in a privileged position where I could definitely get partner whenever I want to, not to toot my own horn, but it just doesn't seem worth it to like lose you guys and to lose YouTube. I don't see how that equation like ever makes sense until I'm making a ton off of subs. RGR does YouTube and Twitch. It's very accessible. Yeah. And then she has her chat and Discord. Fucking, RGR is the multi-platform queen. I think, and it's super smart. I think RGR does it really smart. The one thing I wouldn't do that RGR does is the Discord on the screen thing. But that's mostly because in my Discord, the culture is counter to that. On my Discord, there's a very, very strong rule in place around back and forths. I don't want people having back and forths outside of debate channels, because I don't think people should have back and forth arguments, because what happens is people don't feel comfortable jumping into the chat because it's literally like two people arguing back and forth and it's hella uncomfortable. So yeah, it seems like you'd rather be mainly a YouTube guy at this point. It's funny you mentioned that. The thoughts popped into my mind before. Like, Noah, maybe you just want to do YouTube. But giving up Twitch is very scary. I don't know if I would give up Twitch. It's very scary. But, just because YouTube doesn't make money. That's the only thing, is YouTube makes way less money. So it's mostly a money reason. You don't get Twitch subs. You don't get primes, let's see. Yeah. I'll figure it out eventually. Please keep YouTube. I'll keep YouTube. I don't think YouTube is going away. Anywho, everybody, have a good night. It's nighttime where I am. I appreciate you guys showing up. Definitely chat. I read you guys at the same time. And I'll catch you on the next one, whatever that is. You're part of the reason that I... Wow, I can't believe you guys put up with how the lighting's been. This is really creepy. This is incredibly creepy.